Visit americasbestracing.net today. And we're just a few minutes away from kicking off this Friday card on a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We'll get into the pick five here in just a moment. Good to see you for a beautiful Friday. This man's final show of this Belmont meet before Saratoga.
Heading up tomorrow. Excited about getting up to Saratoga, but looking forward to this weekend's cards as well. Tomorrow's card here, a terrific 12-race card, Belmont Derby and Oaks, and a good Friday card here as well. So looking forward to talking about the first 5 race with you, which includes that massive pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, 138,000 plus. Manila, part of that very competitive group of the Manila Grade 3 for the first time this year.
Yeah, no, it's a very strong race. It's a race that's been really strong. It probably should have been a graded race for years. It was win-win-win, actually, won this race when he beat multiple graded state one winner Casa Creed a few years ago. And the Manila race also, that Bricks and Mortar, an eventual horse of the year a couple years later, won that race. Looking forward to a lot of good stuff coming on today in our 10-race card.
Yeah, here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you everything today for Belmont. 10 races, fast and firm. Pick 5 coming up. As Andy mentioned, that $138,000 pick 6 beginning in the 5th, and included in that is that feature Grade 3 Manila Major Dude for Pletcher, Najarok for Graham Motion, Talk of the Nation for Shug McGahee. It's a good group. You can play it all by getting sign-up started with Naira Bets. New members, punch in that code BONUS200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at nairabets.com. We're going to kick off this card today. 5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. New York bred maiden special weight, and the one to beat, El Grande O, off a big turf debut. And start number 2 started on dirt for Luna Rice.
2-year-old turf races are the first 2 races here, and of course we'll have much more, and we'll start running those distance races up in Saratoga. That opening day card in Saratoga, by the way, being drawn momentarily. It looks like a strong card with a lot of entrants. Looking forward to that. There's a heavy favorite in here, El Grande O, who was a tough luck loser to another heavy favorite in his debut.
Here's our post parade, and this one was in that same race as El Grande O. Finished 3rd behind El Grande O, who was 2nd, long way back.
Homebred for Michael Dubb, who of course owned the winner, the sire of this horse, World of Trouble, a Grade 1 winner on the dirt and turf. Ran well enough behind El Grande O, but is going to have to improve an awful lot to win here.
Bali Amor by a turf sire, getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, not a ton of pedigree on the dam side. Nebraska's actually a Juddmonte horse. The second dam was Honest Lady.
Perliano, the dam is a half to Grade 1 winner, played hard on dirt.
Worked 10 1/5 at the 2-year-old sale. Is this horse ultimately a dirt or turf horse sired by Matoli?
Here's a Disco Partner, first-time starter Disco Partner, that 106-2 world record in the Jaipur.
Excited to see these horses. Well, I have to. Robin and Eli, who recently broke her maiden for trainer Chad Brown and owner Michael Dubb.
Michelle Nevin, first-time starter here, Special Agent Johnson.
Thought this one was dangerous. Put this one second. The dams produced 4 horses to try to turf. 3 of them won, and they were pretty good.
Down to 3-5 now on El Grande O.
I'm not trying to beat this horse. I just thought the horse ran terrific. Lost to a George Weaver horse that had run a super race in defeat in its debut.
I'm with you. I think the 7 is a strong possibility. The 8 looks great, though, warming up. 9-2 on Skylar Starship.
Middleton, a Scat Daddy, could have an effective turf sire. It's just his 2nd crop. There's more dirt here, but I always respect the John Terranova horses and Javier Castellano having an excellent meet.
Yeah, Dan was a 9-time winner on the dirt. This kicks off the card, kicks off the pick 5 as well. We have a champion jockey with us as well, roaming the grounds. Let's check in with a MIG, Richard Migliori.
Thanks, Greg. And after today being out here with this suit on, I might be down to riding weight. I'm certainly feeling the effects of it. The 2-horse, Jimmy the Tooth, got to be a story behind that name. He's, to me, going to take a big step forward. I don't think it's going to be enough to get to El Grande, who beat him, nearly 5 lengths last time, 4.5 lengths. But I do think he's going to take a step forward. He just looks to me like he's more clued in, a little bit fitter, a little bit sharper. He was a horse that was showing a propensity for lugging in. Last time, Manny Franco kept having to correct him, now being drawn inside. Probably not going to have to worry so much about that, Irad Ortiz Jr. And you could see the configuration where they put the starting gate compared to where the rail is. There's a lot of empty space to the inside there. I don't know if that's the greatest thing for babies, but they basically, post 1 is breaking out in the middle of the course, and you'll see how they'll all angle down towards the inside. The 6-horse Special Gent Johnson, I love the work tab, love the horse as an individual in the paddock. didn't have much of a sweat going on in the paddock, and I think it's really important that horses sweat on days like this. More of a problem if you don't see a sweat on, but very nice-looking individual, Special Agent Johnson. The 7, El Grando's, I think all of our top selection. He just ran so well last time, fought all the way to the wire. He's got a nice pedigree. Actually won a couple races at Hollywood Park on the Damn Rainbow Song, homebred for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz. And then the outside horse. I really love the way this horse warmed up, Skylar Starship. Talked to John Terranova. He says he's been real smart, real classy. He acted that way in the paddock. He looks fit, and said that he was really good away from the gate, and he expects a good run from him as well. But they all have to beat the 7, as the board reflects.
Good, Mig, good to hear you thought that the 8 looked exceptional as well. Yeah, this horse has looked exceptional stepping onto the track. There he is, 9-2, first time out for John Terranova.
This is significant money because he's taken money in the face of El Grande O, who they know can run. The 2 has experience and has Irad Ortiz. And this horse is getting bet. So, you know, and it's interesting what Richie said about the horse having speed. Most of the time when 2-year-old firsters get bet in these sprints, they're fast. They have speed because they show speed in the morning. And the other thing is, even if that horse doesn't win, if that horse has a lot of speed, potentially he could be a bit of a thorn in the side of the favorite, El Grande O.
Keep our eyes, too, on the Ortiz brothers, tied for the meet title coming into today. 3 days remain. Jose here on the 2-5 favorite. His brother on Jimmy the Tooth, who was 4.5 lengths behind that horse in the debut.
I kind of hope they remain tied going to closing day.
Be
I just
fun.
think it's fun. I've enjoyed it. You know, Jose was able to take advantage of a situation where his brother was serving a 3-day suspension. But that's the way the game goes. But he had a 4-win day. He was behind 6. He had a 4-win day, and he got him tied. And they've really battled neck and neck the last couple of days with Irad coming back. So I think that's a lot of fun.
See how that plays out. You would think both these two are going to be very live. Last 3 days of the meet could go down to the wire. Over $500,000 in this pick 5 pool to kick off this Friday card as the 5 steps in Disco Preacher, Trevor McCarthy.
It's our first disco partner?
Maybe.
Because you were talking about a talking horse.
I know, I was thinking the first winner.
Okay, I'm just excited to see them because he was such a cool horse. I mean, we'll see if he can end up being a decent sire, but he was a really cool horse. And I like him standing at stud because as opposed, we run so many turf races, especially New York breds, you want to see a horse like that get a chance to maybe pass his genes along. Here's
Kinder Carmouche on the Michelle Nevin first-timer, acted up a bit but cooperates to get in, and the heavy favorite. 1-2 on this one here.
The problem is if you bet him last time, you sort of took a tough beat at 4-1 and a much, much shorter price. But we're not trying to beat him, though. I am curious to see what we get from the 8 Skylar Starship.
Here we go to kick off this Friday card. Final 3 days of this meet from Belmont. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Skylar Starship goes in, and we are set for the Friday opener. And they're off. A slow beginning for number 8, Skylar's Starship. A good start for El Grande O, who's out for the lead, along with Jimmy the Tooth. And the 2 of them are heads apart here in the early going. They've got 3.5 lengths on Perliano, who runs in 3rd. Then Special Agent Johnson. Skylar Starship has now gained on the extreme outside. And at the back of the pack are Bally Amor and Disco Preacher. The odds-on favorite, El Grande O, leads here by 1.25 lengths. Jimmy the Tooth is now moving up alongside of El Grande O. And they are 1-2 at the top of the stretch after a quarter and 23 seconds. El Grande O, the leader. Jimmy the Tooth runs in second and being asked for more now. 4 lengths, 5 lengths. Back to the rest of the field. Pearly Ano. And down at the rail is Bally Amor. Then Disco Preacher. El Grande O gets clear from Jimmy the Tooth. It's El Grande O by 2.5 lengths. Jimmy the Tooth, a clear-cut second. El Grande O breaks his maiden here at Belmont. Jimmy the Tooth was second. Farther back, Perliano finished 3rd.
El Grande O breaks razor sharp again, gains command early. Irad Ortiz Jr. tried to pressure his brother, but to no avail. Grande O was best.
Yeah, it feels like Jimmy the Tooth maybe took a little bit of a step forward, but El Grande O took 1 too, and he's pretty good. He was able to control the 8 who we had talked about. He just didn't get out of the gate, and there went his chances. But Linda Rice, who comes in it today, it looks like in front 31-26. She's now got a 6-win lead over Chad Brown with just 3 -1 races days to go. It's going to be tough for him to catch her. He'd have to win 7.
And Chad Brown's only horse today in the finale?
2. No, he's got a long shot in the stake.
Oh, that's right.
And he's got the morning line favorite in the last race today. And Linda's got a favorite today, going forward. But even if Chad wins the one race and she doesn't, it's 5 with 2 days left, 21 races. Tough to win 6 races in 21 races. I don't even know if Chad has that much ammo in there, and Linda could easily win a race or 2.
And he's got Ballooney in the Manila, and then he's got the favorite as well.
She's a
financial advice.
She's 1 to 100 to win this.
1 to 2 favorite, kicks things off, seemed very logical, bet that way and runs like it. And Jose Ortiz grabs, I won't say command, but grabs the lead back from his brother, Irad. They were tied going into today. Goes 1 up, 7-2, 4-8. The 2 with experience. They go 1-2 in this field, at least experience on turf. 7-2, 4-8. Card underway on this Friday afternoon with a very formful beginning. We'll get into the pick 4 when we come back, and we'll look ahead to what we have next week. Lines probably already starting to form for next Thursday, opening day. It's Saratoga. We are less than a week away. We can't wait. We'll have a preview coming up.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Underway with a 1-2 favorite who looked the part. Second time on the turf, El Grande O. Linda Rice, 32nd win of this exceptional meet for the woman who's, unless a miracle happens, going to win this training title. And Jose Ortiz goes 1 up on his brother Irad for the riding title.
Yeah, no, the battle continues between these two, and it's interesting. It's usually if there's a 1-2 and a 7-2 or 4-1 second choice, Irad is on the 1-2 shot. But in this case, Jose Ortiz, who rides so much for Linda Rice, has a relationship, obviously. His wife, Taylor Rice Ortiz, is Linda's niece, I believe. So there's that familial connection. You think of some of those trips that Jose has made up to Presque Isle to ride horses for the family. Pays off here.
And I know it was a long, long way back to third, but that horse with the big dirt pedigree, Hurliano, hitting the board.
Matoli. I know Matoli's had a slow start as a sire, but you don't want to praise a horse too early or condemn them too early. I'm still interested to see what the Matoli's do.
Damn, a half to Grade 1 winner played hard for Phil Bauer, talented disc staffer.
Pressure's on Phil Bauer. Can he have 2 good meets in Saratoga?
Yeah, insane, Saratoga. Most of those wins with Rigney Racing. Race 2 at Belmont, 6 furlongs inner turf, maiden special weight coming up. Quick look at the odds here. Permed getting on turf for the first time for Todd Pletcher here in start number 2. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, and I'm here with Jose Ortiz, who just went one up in this heated jockey race with your brother, Irad. And El Grande, he seems like he's taking a step forward every race he's run.
Yeah, he's a nice horse, and he's very easy to deal with. So you can work with him a lot in the morning and in the afternoon, too. He's very easygoing. So he broke very sharp today, and I decided to go to the lead and take command of the race. I thought I was on the best horse.
Well, you were on the best horse, and he left the gate running. But then the thing I like, when he did clear off, his ears came up, and he was waiting on you.
Yeah, he actually relaxed too much. Like I said, he's very easygoing, very laid back. And before the quarter pole, I started asking him just to keep him in a good rhythm. When I asked him to go the top of the stretch, he gave me a good kick.
Irad, I know, listen, we're going to be talking about this jockey race until the last race, but it's with your brother. I told you earlier, I would like to see a dead heat. What does it mean in the pride you have to be leading rider?
I want to win, that's for sure. It will mean a lot for me. Winning every meet, any meet in, I think in New York is very, very important. It's a great group of guys in the room, and you cannot take it for granted. I have put the work in the morning, honestly, and Steve is doing an amazing job, like I always say, and I get the opportunities. The owner and trainers give me good opportunities, and I'm just trying to do my best.
Well, you're doing a great job. And guys, we've talked about this a lot over the years. We've had such great jockey brother combinations over the years. The McCarrans, the Maples, so many more that I'm probably leaving out, but nothing like I've ever seen with Jose and Irad Ortiz. And honestly, they've both ridden so well the whole meet. I'm rooting for the dead heat.
Yeah, I don't know if those guys are probably the only ones who are not. Well, I talked about with Mig the other day, I don't think in any sport, I don't care what sport you're talking about, these are the two most dominant brothers across the board.
Yeah, I would like somebody, the Necros, Joe and Phil Necro, who both had tremendous careers. But I mean that's, you're talking about two all-time great pitchers winning, and I don't disagree. It's funny, I remember when Irad had made that transition, it was Questing that really sort of opened people's eyes up when Kieran McLaughlin left Irad on after he lost the bug. But I remember Richie saying to me, he's got a brother that's just starting to ride. He's been riding at parks to come here, and I don't know. He might be as good as Irad. That's how good he looked, and Richie was ahead of the curve on that one.
Yeah, both tremendous. Both have already won Eclipse Awards, multiple Eclipse Awards, of course, for Irad. He's the reigning champion jockey again with his 4th Eclipse.
I'm really just focusing on Jose winning the riding title in Saratoga. That's what I'm really looking forward to.
This guy, after I made Irad his brother the odds-on
so
favorite, you've been all over me.
You'll end up being right, but I'm going to have fun with it.
Saratoga opening day right around the corner, Thursday, July 13th. Andy's heading there after the program. No, tomorrow morning, sorry. Get an early start. We can't wait. So many divisions are wide open. So many stars of the game are going to be there. It is going to be a fantastic summer, and we're going to be there every step of the way.
Yeah, it's just such a special place to be, and also seeing so many of the fans that you see in Saratoga. We don't see that much of it all during the year. And for me, that moment when I sort of drive into town, get off of exit 13 or 14, and you're driving into town, knowing how much great stuff is ahead of us is always a great, great moment.
Fox Saturdays, we're going to have a lot of them on Big Fox. First of them, Coaching Club American Oaks, July 22nd. Then that Travers Prep and the Jim Dandy. Whitney Day, always so special, as is 4-Star Dave Day. Alabama, 1.25 miles for 3-year-old fillies, and then the big one, which will go a long way to deciding championship honors in the 3-year-old division, the Travers, and that's where this guy is pointing. The Belmont Stakes winner, Arcangelo, who looked sensational getting back to work up in Saratoga.
I can't blame him for yawning after he worked 58 the other day for 5 furlongs. He's a little bit, I don't think he looks tired. He looks a little bored there. He's got commentator's blue ball outside of his stall.
Oh, is that whose it is?
No, but commentator always had a blue ball outside of his stall, and I always enjoyed seeing that. But after that workout, I mean, okay, the question of who Javier Castellano would ride between Mage and Arcangelo, I wonder if it'll come down to which connections he has a closer relationship to. Because I don't know right now who anybody would choose. I really don't.
Well, it's going to come down to maybe what they each do in their next start, right?
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, what if they run? I mean,
but if they both looked sensational, what a tough call.
It's
a great position
tough
to be in.
position, but a great position to be in. But I wonder if it's, you think about the connections with Mage, his father having been involved with the connections and ridden for them and all those things. I wonder. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't have that relationship with Jenny Antonucci, and I don't, I'm not familiar with it, but I wonder if that's sometimes that's the decision. You see a rider makes a decision on one horse over another, it's because they're closer to one set of connections. They ride more for another.
Yeah.
In both situations, it's not like Todd Pletcher or Chad Brown versus somebody with less horses.
If you had to make the call for him right now, you're his agent, what would you tell him?
Somebody asked me this Twitter. Honestly, Greg, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if you flipped a coin, you'd do any worse than flipping a coin. I think it's a very
That's
tough
how
choice.
talented both these two are in and it's not just those two. This is a wide open 3-year-old division. I fully expect Forte to be part of the mix as well this summer.
Listen, I mean, there's a lot
I still think he's the leader.
I think he's the leader also,
Yeah.
but he needs to assert himself in his next. He needs to do an epicenter, like what Epicenter did in the Jim Dandy when he said, "Okay, I'm the boss." He needs to do that because, I mean, I would argue that Arcangelo might be the one that's moving forward the most.
Could be. We can't wait. So many big races to come this summer at Saratoga. We still got a few big ones coming up this weekend as well, and later today in the Manila. We'll have a preview of this one ahead. 3 big names, Talk of the Nation, Najarok, and Major Dude all getting set to line up in this Grade 3 ahead. There's Pletcher's Major Dude. We'll be back.
Vote for a horse with strong family values and the performance to back it up.
It's going to be early voting in the opener.
And early voting wins the Withers wire to wire.
He took his campaign to Pimlico with a classic win in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes.
Epicenter trying to gain late. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter, a length and a half.
Early voting. Gun Runner's only classic winner. New to Coolmore America.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Carraconti has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Carraconti proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Carraconti is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Carraconti, standing at Gainesway.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
Arlen's Harmony is next in Bricks and Mortar. It is still Secretariat Ward turning for home, but here comes Kittens, Cat, and Holiday Stone, and Big Handsome's right behind them. And they're into the stretch. Secretariat War. Kittens, Cat on the outside. Big Handsome is behind horses. Holiday Stone is there on the outside, and here he comes. No place to go for Big Handsome, trying to find a way through it. Secretariat War still there. Holiday Stone on the outside. Big Handsome, here comes Bricks and Mortar. 2 on the far outside. He's gonna win it.
The beginning of greatness. Bricks and Mortar from last to first.
If Bricks and Mortar didn't have lousy trips in both the Saranac and the Hill Prince, he would have been undefeated in his career. He was an incredible horse, and you see that kind of athletic move he made. Running, gaining ground on the inside, which Joel Rosario at the time, and sort of gets him to make that move out without ever losing any momentum. And that was an exciting race. And those were pretty good horses. Of course, Bricks went on to that incredible injured, didn't come back for over a year, injured late in the season. But when he came back, they never beat him.
And it was interesting, too, as we look at the field for this year's edition of the Manila. For the Breeders' Cup Turf, he was kind of a tweener for that, distance-wise, wasn't he?
He was. He was. And I think, it's interesting. He's comparable in that situation to Up to the Mark. Because Up to the Mark, who looks so dominant, but we don't really know. Is he a 1.5 mile type horse? Would he cut back to a mile? And it's the same situation as Bricks, because the only other 1.25 mile race is the Arlington Million.
Well, Pletcher, we showed you his major dude going to break, and he shows up, doesn't he? Penn Mile coming off a victory last time out in a grade 2 at 2-5. He was supposed to get it done. He did just enough.
And this was a great ride by Irad. He fooled the announcer into thinking he was in trouble. He wasn't in trouble. Irad was avoiding making a premature move. He's a very talented horse. He puts himself in position to run effectively. I don't think there's anything not to like about him. I just feel like this is a much tougher race and a much tougher field than the one he bet in that race, but I don't see how you knock him.
Yeah, including Najarok, who was third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, comes back and puts together the best race he has ever run at Pimlico in a stake, showing off his talent and athleticism with a 3 1/4 length win here. Is an even money favorite.
What a brilliant buy off a horrendous ride, second in his debut at 5 furlongs in Indiana. And they bought the horse privately, and he's just done nothing but run effectively in every race. He's never run a bad race, and he's run extremely well in them. He did have a perfect trip in this race, but he won quite facilely. He's another horse, though, who's meeting tougher, but can't throw him out.
And 5-2 as well on Talk of the Nation for Shug McGahee, who had won 3 of 4 starts and then gets beat a length as a 1-5 favorite in the Jersey Derby against Bapio. We're going to see this weekend in the Belmont Derby.
But that was a much faster pace than he's likely to have to deal with today, and I hope that Jose Ortiz just sort of lets him go a little bit. If Dreaming of Kona wants to be aggressive and go, let that one go. If not, he could wire the field, because he is a horse that pulls a little bit. That's been an issue. He's kind of supposed to have won last time he was 1-5, but Bapio ran a big race, and he moved prematurely, as it turned out, into what was a very quick pace. That's a good horse. He's my top choice. You like Najarok.
Pretty good big 3 for this
Very
Manila.
good.
I mean, very strong. But is it just those 3 in this race?
I thought Cherie DeVoe's horse, if you're looking for a long shot, the number 3, More Than Looks, is a little bit interesting. And run in some fairly competitive fields and had run well in there. Whether or not he's ready to take on this kind of group and beat all 3 of them, that's a big ask. But maybe if you're looking for a price to get in the exotics, that's the one.
Race 9 on the card today, our Friday feature, Grade 3 Manila, upgraded for the first time this year to graded status. Coming up next is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 6 furlongs on the inner turf here in the second to kick off the Pick 4. Maiden special weight as we get a look at Talavera. Rudy Rodriguez, did you want to add something?
I just want to say, look how much money the 8 is taking. So is that a big story on Sea Dancer? And I think this is a bring-back race from the cancellation last Friday. Yeah. Or are we starting to see Flavien Prat starting to take a little money? Something
5-win day for Prat on Tuesday, and everyone's caught on now. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, watching these young ladies here in the paddock, and the 8-horse who's been perfect every step of the way, just acting up a little bit right now. But we'll start with the 3. She's Fire, who has the benefit of a race, albeit going 4.5, where she showed a lot of speed, and I think she'll have all her speed intact. She just looks quick from a trainer, Kevin Rice, who is so proficient at getting young horses ready and leaving the gate in a hurry and making a nice impression. The stumbling block is, I believe, going to be the 6 furlongs. I think that could be stretching her possibly to her outer limits. The 7, Dr. Ray D. I like this filly from a physical perspective. She's got a lot of sass to her. Really a handful for the groom. Actually, at one point, kind of turned herself inside out trying to kick her own groom, and she's a tough filly. But really well turned out, looks very fit, just really a lot of attitude there. And the 8-horse taking all the money, she is an absolute standout here in the paddock. I think she'll like the 6, and she'll like going further as well. Long, lean individual. Think some of those, old thoroughbred paintings you see. She's got that elegance to her, that length, that, the size to her overall, but looks extremely fit and really a good head on her shoulders. Even when the 7 was acting up right next to her, she really kept her composure. She made one false move when they were coming out to the walking ring. She acted up just a little bit, popped up halfway in the air, but then settled right back down. And boy, if she runs to her looks, we might see something special here.
Pratt getting a leg up. Sea Dancer, trained by Bill Morey. Talked about this with Yandy. Of course, you remember on Talking Horses, and Stam produced one who started out pretty good. Johanna is 3 for 3 on the grass. Had that trouble trip in the American Turf. And we'll see if this one runs to her looks in the debut.
Mastery is a 9% turf sire. That worries me a little bit with this one, but the money, you have to respect that. You know the 4 is going to take money perm. You and I disagreed a little bit here. You liked perm more than I did. I don't want – this horse has plenty of pedigree for turf and is supposed to move up on turf, but I don't want a horse that's getting bet off what I thought was a bad race debut where he finished second and people will think the horse looks better, but all he did was finish second and a very slow race. He'll probably move up on the, or she'll probably move up on the turf, but I don't want to take a short price, but she does have plenty of turf pedigree. I prefer She's Fire of those horses that are taking money.
Yeah, she's going to get caught here after leading just about every step of the way. I think I like best about her is just her speed, but it's dirt speed. So we'll find out if she has turf speed. Sometimes it does not translate, but she broke like a rocket. I mean, blink of an eye, she was 2 lengths up on the field out of the gate in this debut. As you see her get passed right there and wind up second. Second Dam, multiple winner on the turf, including graded stakes place, was 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Oh, there's plenty of turf pedigree in there. I won't be surprised if she does well. I just didn't want to take her at a short price. I picked She's Fire. I think Smooth Waves is a horse that was very green first time out that will improve. I'm scared of Sea Dancer. I'm scared of all 3 of the horses on the outside, even Hidden Spin, whose Dam was a multiple winner on the turf. And I thought Grivette, the number 10 horse, that horse worked a very impressive 10 flat in the 2-year-old sale workout, though it's not a great turf pedigree.
Dam did produce a first-time turf winner,
and
going 5 furlongs on turf at Penn National. Here is Talavera. Rudy Rodriguez, start number 2, gets on grass.
Has experience, but does not have a pedigree that's screaming turf.
Smooth Waves, Mike Maker. This one was kind of going backwards early in the debut.
Yeah, I thought this horse was extremely green first time out, would run much better today.
Synthetic debut for She's Fire. Here comes turf.
Yeah, I respect Kevin Rice brings horses here that are very live, and I think this horse will be the speed of the speed.
Pletcher, Orat Ortiz Jr., and the favorite Permed.
I mean, this horse is going to take a lot of money being bet off a slow dirt debut. Is supposed to improve on the turf, but I think is an underlay in relative terms.
Isn't she cozy? Carlos Martin trains. Dam produced a 2-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, Lady Milagro. But she's more of a dirt horse, and it's kind of more of a dirt pedigree overall, and Kozan is not a success as a turf sire as of yet.
So Bolt Doro, first-time starter, Goats on a Tree.
Yeah, there is a very good turf horse in from Ever Dangerous or Even Dangerous, but that was the only good turf horse from this one. But Bolt Doro's have handled the turf, though.
Mike Maker has the 2 Smooth Waves. He also got first-time starter Dr. Ray D, the 7.
Dam was a multiple winner. The horse won 2 races in turf. Constitution's good turf, so there is pedigree.
13-1 right now as Dylan Davis takes her off running for the warm-up. Here's the pedigree we talked about play. Bill Morey's Sea Dancer gets Flavian Pratt, the 8, who we'll see in a moment, at 3-1.
Wait, well, they're going so quick. This horse getting bet. It's a good sign. There's some pedigree. We'll see. I picked the horse 3rd.
Yeah, down to 5-2 actually now. Hidden Spin, first-time starter for John Terranova as Javier Castellano aboard at 13-1.
The other foals haven't done well from a Dam. That was a good turf horse. Second horse, Dam was a good turf horse. This one's a hard spun though. The other ones were masteries, and hard spun's a better turf sire. So I think there's reason to think this horse could run well.
And Jamie Begg gets Joel Rosario to ride this first-time starter Grivette by Astern.
Thought that might be a good sign for this one. So. I was kind of interested in Grivette a little bit. It's a long shot, good sales work. But I like the 3, but the 3 is probably going to end up closer to 5-2 by post time.
She's Fire. Some quick works, was quick in that synthetic debut as well. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, and it's going to be interesting to see who's the quicker of the quick between the 3 and the 4.
Yeah, I think the 3 is going to be faster. This was a faster pace up there. I would be surprised. Perms broke well, you're right, but that was not a particularly fast pace. I would expect She's Fire to be the speed. It just seems like these Kevin Rice horses come out of the gate like a rocket ship. Richie mentioned he's a little worried about the distance. We'll see if that comes into play. And the other thing is, some of the ones that Kevin Rice won were decent prices, and this one probably not going to be that big a price.
9-2 right now for the turf debut coming up. For the filly by Flame Away, there she is. It's a lot of money on Perm, but these connections with when there's pedigree as well, getting on the surface for the first time, I guess you expect it on this circuit, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are, listen, I would say these are good races. If you like a horse based on pedigree, you have some reason to like a horse, don't be afraid to take a price, because you're not going to see Todd Pletcher IV, you're not going to see these horses winning at the high percentage he may win in dirt races. You can see upsets in these races. So I think these are fun races, and I'm going to be betting on the 3 She's Fire if she remains close to this price.
Post time, start of the pick 4 coming up. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and let's talk about the 4, which I did not touch on in the paddock, your favorite. I mean, she makes a nice impression. She's from the Todd Pletcher barn. Unlike a lot of other Todd Pletcher trainees that might have had a chance to get a spin over the turf, she's stabled here, was at Monmouth and now stabled here, and hasn't had the opportunity to get on the turf. And she stayed with the pony, did a lot of jogging, and now Irad Ortiz has left the pony and he's jogging her up the 1 1/8 chute here at Belmont Park. Kind of a quiet, relaxed warm-up. I'm seeing more of that today because of the heat. A lot more jogging, less galloping, less of those big warm-ups that we look for. The 5 horse, Isn't She Cozy? Nice impression here for this daughter of Kozan, Carlos Martin. She's fitted with cheek pieces. Those are fleece attached to the bridle, act kind of like a short blinker cup, if you will, and keeps horses from being able to see directly behind them. 9 horse, a horse that didn't really catch my eye in the paddock. That's Hidden Spin. Really made a nice impression in the warm-up. Like what I saw from her. I do think she's going to run well. And I do think, though, she'll probably be better for a race. Just looks like she'll be a little more clued in. But what a nice-looking individual for the Terra Nova barn. And that brings me to the 8, Sea Dancer. I've just really taken with this filly from a physical perspective. Liked her as soon as I walked in the paddock. She was the one that stood out. Handled herself with a lot of class and just making a really nice impression on the racetrack. And she will be my top selection.
3-1, thank you, Mig, on Sea Dancer. Getting a second chance to make the debut after that card was canceled last week.
And Maggie just texted me with some good information. I wasn't here that day. She was. When we canceled on Friday, the horses were in the paddock for the first race. And that was this race, effectively. And the 8, Sea Dancer, was a heavy favorite at that point. Good information. Thanks, Maggie.
Well, heavy favorite here is Permed, 8-5. On the second-time starter, who right out of the gate opened up 2 lengths on the field, gets speed a half length. That was on dirt. So we'll see if that dirt speed translates to the grass here coming up. Irad Ortiz Jr. back aboard.
I'm trying
daughter
to
of Street Boss. What's that?
I'm trying to beat that horse.
There's certainly some you can try and do it with in here. We were both against Smooth Waves, and the public is too. Smooth Waves 8-1 right now.
I wasn't against 2. I had the 2 second here. I'm not against the 2.
Okay.
I mean, this is a very, very tough race. I like the 3.
9-2 on the second-time starter, but the turf debut coming up. Smooth Waves, the 2 was 6-1, 8-1 now on the board. A little cool on the board. So we get set for the pick 4 coming up. The Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr. runner. Taking probably a little bit too much money at this point, but we'll see if Irad can answer his brother, who won the opener and took a 1-race lead in this jockey standings. Final 3 days here at the meet before we head to Saratoga. There's Irad on the 4. Pletcher trained the Dam as well, Curled, who never won on the turf, did have a couple of runner-up finishes on the grass. It's her first foal.
And Street Boss is such a good turf sire. I really like a turf sprint sire. I really like him in general. But there's plenty of pedigree. I just don't think 8-5 is a great price. There's so much going on in this race. Looking forward to this race. And I think one of the good things also with these races, you want to really watch them because we've been running so many turf 2-year races in Saratoga. You can see horses that will run 5th and 6th or whatever on this race that you may want to bet back and cash up in the Saratoga. So good for a lot of reasons.
Pick 4 starts here on this Friday card. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Permed away well. Quickly joined by She's Fire. She's Fire to the front. Permed is racing in second. Down on the inside is Smooth Waves in third. In between horses, Dr. Ray D runs in fourth. Grevette's on the far outside. And then a break of a little more than a length to Isn't She Cozy, who runs in sixth. Followed by Sea Dancer, next in 7th. Hidden Spin on the outside in 8th. Goats on a Tree is in 9th, and Talavera is the trailer in 10th. Opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 22 seconds. She's Fire steps away here to lead by 2 lengths. Permed and Smooth Waves are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Grivet is next in 4th. Dr. Ray D is gaining some ground now. Isn't She Cozy is down at the rail. The half in 45 and 1. She's Fire, the one to catch. Permed is all out in 2nd. Then Dr. Ray D, Sea Dancer towards the rail inside of Smooth Waves. She's Fire in front. It is She's Fire and Jose Ortiz off to a quick start on this Friday here at Belmont as he sweeps the double. Permed was 2nd, Photo for 3rd.
She's Fire outquicks Permed, gets to the front, leads every step of the way. 2 races, 2 wins, Jose Ortiz.
It's really scary that Kevin Rice comes here. He comes here about once every year or two, and they always win. He had that good sprinter last year that Michael Dubb and company bought. Chad Brown ended up winning with up in Saratoga when he stake. The name escapes me. I haven't seen it this year. But this horse went to the front and set a fast pace. I mean, I think Perm ran a winning race, just had to chase this horse around the track. And I don't know, if you're Irad and you just chased your brother around the track in a couple of races, you might be a little bit, like, annoyed right now.
No question. He's going to have time to answer, though. Don't you worry. Dr. Ray D, I believe, very close for 3rd, but I think the 7 for Mike Maker getting 3rd.
And Maggie had mentioned that Dr. Ray D had actually been running on June 11th, or entered and flipped in the paddock, and that one came back. But no doubt about it, this winner, 9-2, a big overlay on this horse. I stupidly bet exactors and got nothing.
9-2 upset over an 8-5 favorite.
And I'm confusing Kevin Rice with Adam Rice.
Oh, okay.
It's too tough to keep those Rices, together.
Same family.
Yes, thank you.
3, 4, 7, 8. 9-2 on your winner. She's Fire.
They all win.
There was not a ton of turf pedigree here, was there?
No, I wouldn't say it was a real turf pedigree. It's more the connections, the pedigree, and bringing this horse here. The Rices are sharp. Their father, Clyde Rice, was one of the truly sharpest guys in the game who broke a lot of those good horses that Wayne Lucas had over the years.
9-2 winner starts off this early pick 4. 3, 4, 7, 8 finish. Yeah, 12-1 shot. That's 7. First time starter for Mike Maker does get 3rd over Sea Dancer. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. And we'll set up the 3rd, our first dirt race of the Friday card coming up next.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mange coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on the final Friday of the meet at Belmont Park. Pick 4 underway. And Jose Ortiz, 2 races, 2 wins to go 2 up on his brother Irad in the Jockey title standings. She's fire. Second start, gets on turf for the first time and goes gate to wire for the win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with Gail Rice, who you broke this filly. You bought her as a yearling, broke her, and tried to sell her, but it didn't work out.
In April at OBS, we put her through the sale, and people didn't like the way she walked.
Well, watching her walk into the winner's circle, she does toe out pretty dramatically.
She flips them. She does. I bought her that way.
But obviously, it doesn't hinder her ability to run.
Didn't bother her a bit. She's classy. She handles things really well, and she's so fast and just does everything so easily. I'm so tickled with her. She's special, and I said that. I'm not letting her go for nothing. You know the last horse I let go cheap, Medina Spirit.
Oh, wow. Okay. Right.
I'm not doing that again.
Well, one thing that really impressed me, because she looks fast. Just to look at her, you say she's going to be fast. But when she cleared off, her ears came up, and she just waited on Jose.
Yes. She's very easy, listens to the rider, and everything goes easy for her. She'll do that on the dirt. She did it on the synthetic at Presque Isle, and now look, she likes the grass too, just like her dad.
Well, she really does. Now, do you think the phones are going to start ringing for people looking to buy her now?
Well, I think my phone's probably ringing at the moment, or Kevin's phone is ringing. My son Kevin's been training her since we bought her back. He's had her at Presque Isle, and she had a great race over there, and I said, let's go to New York.
Well, fantastic. I have one more question. For years now, the Rice family has been synonymous with 2-year-olds and good horsemanship. What's the key?
They know how to pick them.
Well, you know how to pick them.
Yeah, well, it worked.
Guys, a very happy owner that definitely knows how to pick them.
And that story, just incredible. That obviously was a huge one. Medina Spirit, bought as a yearling for $9,000 by Rice's ex-husband. And, of course, went on to cross the wire first in a Kentucky Derby, eventually taken away.
We look at pedigrees of horses. There is a very strong pedigree in the Rice family. The patriarch of that family, Clyde Rice, is considered one of the sharper people in the game in my lifetime. He's since passed away, but he was instrumental in breaking those 2-year-olds for Wayne Lucas, so many top horses, but a guy who knew exactly what he was doing.
Good interview, too.
That was great.
Maybe that was,
love that.
Was She's Fire named after Gail?
That was great. That was really fun. That was
good
a lot
for
of
them.
enthusiasm.
And it sounds like not just a maiden win here. It sounds like this one has some real ability, and maybe we're going to hear more about.
I think that was a tough field. May have been a pretty strong field, especially for this early in the season.
Let's move on to race 3. It's going to be our first dirt race of this Friday card coming up. 6 furlong sprint, New York bred allowance optional claiming group, and Fancy Joke coming off a gate-to-wire win when adding blinkers for the first time last out. And her start number 3 is the 8-5 favorite, Trevor McCarthy.
And we'll see. Can she sort of turn the tables on Security Code, who beat her 2 back? But Fancy Joke was making just her first start, coming off a substantial layoff that day. I prefer Security Code. You prefer Fancy Joke, right?
I like Fancy Joke, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. His brother Gustavo will have Happy Sophia, who has a major chance of this race as well, part of an entry. The brothers each doing very good on their own, but they still love getting together. As you'll see in this next piece coming up, having fun with each other, but they love to compete against each other as well. We'll be back.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
the nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Ben, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding back horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for night run.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijack to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, like everything else, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for
we keep moving along.
For most of the time, good, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together,
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Having fun with each other, good to see, and they're going to go against each other in this race coming up. That's Rudy Rodriguez's runner, their Fancy Joke, and that's the horse to beat right now, even money favorite.
She's ridiculously overbet. I'm sorry. I don't know why she's this heavily favored here. Because not only does she have to beat a horse, Surrey Code, who beat her, layoff or not, there are other horses in here that can run.
No
Even
question.
money on this horse? That's nuts.
Including this horse here. There's his brother's horse, Gustavo Rodriguez. That's Happy Sophia. 2 starts back, when with a different barn that happens to be leading the meet. It's going to win this meet title in a race. That number would probably make this mare the favorite.
The problem is that was for Linda Rice off a claim from Randy Persaud, who doesn't win a high percentage, but is tough to claim from. And the first time she ran for Gustavo Rodriguez, who's been struggling, to say the least, she did not run a step, and I don't want her off of that race.
Yeah, agreed. Tough to take off that first off the claim for this Gustavo Rodriguez barn. Did not run a step, and right now 5-1. You have OK Honey as well, the other part of the entry. Big drop in class, but has not been running at
Since
all.
being claimed, she's just completely fallen apart, tougher fields or not. And now she's still running, and she was claimed for 20. She's in for 45. Isn't Silver Fist, the 4, supposed to put a little pressure on Fancy Joke in here, in theory? I mean, I'd be concerned that she's putting pressure.
And maybe even the rail. This horse here is way too big a price right now. Security Code actually beat the even money favorite 2 starts back at Aqueduct at 7/8 of a mile in this race.
Yeah, I mean, you look at doubles, and there's a vast difference between the win pools and double pool. For instance, the second race, there wasn't a big gap in doubles where you see all the CAW money between the winner and the Todd Pletcher horse, yet the price on the board was significant. And this is one where I don't think Security Code is going to be much bigger price. Now, Security Code had the benefit of recency in here and a drop in class, and she was in good form. She was well over her head in her last start, and I think the cut back to 6 furlongs won't be a bad thing either. I think she can absolutely beat Fancy Joke, and if these prices remain the same, I'm going to bet Fancy Joke.
And before this win, Security Code, she's been facing some monsters. Maple Leaf Mel, Downtown Mischief. Maple Leaf Mel we're going to see tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a war. That Victory Ride, that takes a backseat to no race. I know you've got the 2 grade 1s, but that's a great race, and what a way to set the stage for the test up in Saratoga. I'm very curious to see red carpet ready on the outside. Draws a perfect post on the outside, and that race has plenty of speed. They're going to be hitting up front.
Be a fantastic Saturday coming up. The rest of this card's pretty good too, including that pick 6 carryover, which is still to come, 138,000 in the carryover pool. First things first, this third race, 4-1 right now on a filly who beat the even money favorite when they met back on that April 16th race, but out of that, Fancy Joke, she's added blinkers, and she went gate to wire for a victory. We'll have the post break for you when we come back.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by mare owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And mare owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Lookin' at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings, who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharaoh, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The Stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the Stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the Stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. We say it all the time, pays to be a New York bred. So many great incentives, programs to have them as part of your stable.
A great incentive up in Saratoga, where the New York breds against Open Company will be running for a lot more money in a lot of the races. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Post-break coming up for this third race, and a very short price on certainly the filly that has big upside with Fancy Joke. She's 2 for 3, but the lone loss, it was off a long layoff where she got beat by Security Code. But as you were just saying to me off air, that is a heavy amount of wagering on the 3 here.
Yeah, I don't know what makes this horse an even money shot. It's not like she's running huge figures. She likely has to face other pace pressure from Silver Fist. I mean, one thing about Ruben Silvera, if he's riding a horse that has speed, you can count on him to be aggressive. Look at the one time he rode her. That was as much speed as she's ever shown in that race, outrunning Try It Again, who had been very fast in her recent races. Now, she took advantage of a track that was kind of speed that day, but she's got some races that are okay, and 6-1 seems like a big price. And Security Code, I mean, Security Code beat her. I don't understand why at this point Security Code's 4-1 and the 3 is even money. Now, looking at doubles, the 3's closer to the 7-5 range, and it's probably around 3-1 on the 5, so we'll see if it mitigates a little bit. But I even think 3-1 on Security Code's a very fair price.
Coming through the tunnel, there again, Happy Sophia, the 1 for Gustavo Rodriguez, who has a few races that make her a major contender in this spot, but has she just gone the wrong way since she's moved to this Gustavo Rodriguez barn? 1 start in, she did not show up in that 40 claiming race where she'd not only been competitive, she'd won before.
No, her last race is extremely troubling, and I agree with everything you said. She's got plenty of races to make her competitive.
Post 4 she'll have in Junior Alvarado rides.
And she should get a little bit of pace, or at least an honest pace to run at. She'll need it.
Huge class drop for her entry mate, I should say. OK Honey, different barn.
Always been a fan of OK Honey, but she is only 6 for 70, and her recent form since being claimed has been poor.
The rail is going to go to this one, Backed by Gold.
Yeah, I mean, it was involved in it, sort of swerving and losing the rider, so more of an incident. The 2 prior races were good, and they were both first races for Pat Quick, not impossible.
Here's Fancy Joke, Trevor McCarthy at even money.
Trevor's going to go and hope she doesn't take a lot of pressure from Silver Fist. Is she the one to beat? Probably, but I don't think she looks like an even money shot.
Silver Fist, turf back to dirt, and the last time she was on dirt, she went gate to wire.
I worry that she doesn't have a buyer figure that's even as fast as the best numbers that so many have run in here, and she has to deal in all likelihood with the speed of Fancy Joke, but I don't think she's impossible.
And she's got to carry more weight than Fancy Joke and Security Code as well. Here is Security Code, Jose Lezcano, Phil Serpe.
I mean, 4-1 seems like a real overlay on this horse. You'd have to imagine she'll come down, and she beat the favorite, even though that was off a layoff, quite convincingly 2 back.
And the 6.
Vallelujah.
Vallelujah, 9-1.
Everybody was excited about the big win in Saratoga last year, except Greg Wolf, and she knocked him out of the pick 5.
That paid $48,000. I had well, second and third place finishers in the race. It's all right. It happens. And if she had listened to instructions, I probably would have won the race.
Yeah.
Because her dad said, stay outside. She did not listen. She went up the rail and won the race.
Yeah, no, that was a fun moment with the Davis family celebrating her win. She's just a little tough to take. But the truth is, her race 2 back behind Happy Sophia is good enough to be competitive. It's not like she's a huge long shot.
Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and actually I was just talking with Robbie. We were reminiscing about the days we used to battle out on the racetrack, sometimes battle inside the jockey's room. We'll start with the 3, Fancy Joke, your favorite. She looks terrific for Rudy Rodriguez, very well turned out. She appears to be the main speed here. Nothing to falter for. I'm going to go in a different direction. She's definitely on her toes, giving Trevor McCarthy a little bit of a hard time as she got over to the backstretch, but she looks ultra sharp. But the 4-horse Silver Fist, who made a really nice impression in the paddock, and it's a little hard to discern with gray horses just how they're doing by their coat, but it was evident with her. I mean, she's really well turned out, rich hydrated texture to her coat, looks fantastic, and I think that could be the reason Fancy Joke might have a problem here. I think Silver Fist, particularly with Ruben Silvera aboard, and you go 2 races back when she showed so much speed. She's a filly that can have speed, and with a rider like Ruben Silvera, who is not bashful about using a horse's speed and consistently. If you watch races from Parks, he's a rider that consistently goes forward with his mounts. I think there's potential for the 3 and the 4 to hook up early here and potentially set it up for somebody else. And to me, the most likely upsetter is your second choice, the 5-horse Security Code. I mean, if this was a beauty contest, and we know it's not, just give her the check. I mean, she was so well turned out in the paddock. I mean, really well turned out for trainer Phil Serpy. Looks great on the racetrack, and I think she's going to sit the right kind of trip. So I'm going with the 5, Security Code, lurking from just off the pace.
Jose Lezcano will ride that price. You knew you were not going to get 4-1. Starting to come down to a more realistic number now at 5-2.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, she's the logical other horse. But I'm amazed at how short a price we see on horses. I mean, even money seems to be going a little bit overboard on Fancy Joke. I don't have a problem with her. She's a very logical type. I think we both, you picked her on top. I think I picked her second. But even money seems a little short.
It really does. And considering, too, she has not run a number that puts her anywhere in that stratosphere. But there's a lot of upside with her.
Sure.
I think when she did get beat by Security Code, she had an excuse. It was off a long layoff.
Yep.
And that win next time out came with that equipment change with the blinkers going on. And she got right to the front. I mean, she showed speed in the debut as well. But she obviously is talented and has room to move forward.
No, yeah, once again, I'm not going to be shocked if and when she wins at all. But I think it matters that if you look through horses, Security Code, Happy Sophia, even Valeluya, backed by Gold, they've all run figures that are as fast, if not faster, and she's even money at such a short price to take on a horse that it's not clear has a real advantage. And I also worry a little bit that the 4 Silver Fist is going to put some real pressure on her early because Trevor's got to go. I mean, she's a one-way type horse. She's got to go. And
yeah, I would take it further. I think she does get to lead, but you're right. I mean, she doesn't. Not only does she not have an advantage, maybe she does. We'll find out.
Maybe.
But maybe she's in some trouble here, too.
And I think I wouldn't make as big a deal about it if it wasn't Ruben Silvera. It's rare that he rates speed horses. He doesn't got the memo that you're supposed to rate speed horses, and he's right with Silver Fist because you look at her races, she's most effective when she is forward. So you're not supposed to hang around, and I just think she could make the race honest enough that Fancy Joke will have to be the best horse in here to win because a horse like her main competition, Security Code, should be sitting a good trip, 3rd or 4th behind those 2.
And we never know the intentions of, without talking to the trainers of what workouts were, but you got to think. She has speed, a bullet drill leading into this start coming back that they want to see some of that speed.
No, and you look at the only time that Ruben Silvera rode her. The most aggressive she's ever been ridden in her races, right? He went that day, and that was not a race that was devoid of speed. Now, that was also a track that I thought was very kind to speed. So I think that helped her a little bit, and it was also a sloppy seal track. But she's run some good races. She ran extremely well when she finished second early in the Saratoga meet behind eventual Stakes winner, Let Her Inspire You. She battled it out with a horse that, the races sort of fell apart up front. So she's best when she's aggressively ridden.
And some back class, too, earlier on in her career, talking about the 4 Silverfish. She faced Fenty Valentine on the debut, hit the board against her. She had the lead against her.
Classy addition.
Yo Cuz.
No, Can't Hurry Love. She beat Can't Hurry Love. Now, Can't Hurry Love's gotten to be much better since then, but these were pretty good horses.
There she is, the gray by Iron Fist. You don't see a lot of Iron Fist out on the racetrack.
I don't even remember Iron Fist. I remember Iron Constitution. Some of our viewers that are old like me will remember. I think Tommy Root trained Iron Constitution.
5 now. Thought even money was too short.
Yeah, to me, this is madness. I don't know who looks at this horse and thinks, $360, it's a fair price to take. I don't see it. But I see a lot of things differently than people, which doesn't make me right and them wrong.
I still think she is the one to beat, but this is ridiculous.
I never could have seen this coming. In the morning line, she's 2-1.
And it's not even Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard. It's Trevor McCarthy.
Has he got a late rider switch or something? You're right. It's unusual to see a horse this seemingly over bet. We'll see, but I think she's an underlay at 4-5.
Can she get to the front? That'll be the big question in here. Backed by gold, the 2 with the rail has some speed. As Andy said, the 4 Silver Fist could be a thorn in her side as well. Or is she just too quick early? We will find out shortly. Third here from Belmont. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
Set for the start of the third race. And they're off. A bobbling beginning for number 5 Security Code, and she trails the field. Silver Fist and Fancy Joke. Those two hook up early, and quickly they've opened up 5 lengths on Happy Sophia running in third. Security Code has now advanced into fourth after that awkward beginning. On the outside is Hallelujah, then Okay Honey, and Backed by Gold is the trailer in 7th. And now Silver Fist steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. The quarter went in 21-4. Fancy Joke, the odds-on favorite, is running in second. A break of 4, back to Happy Sophia in third. Hallelujah moving up on the outside. Then down at the rail is Security Code, followed by Okay Honey. And they're at the head of the stretch. Here comes Fancy Joke now on the outside to grab the lead from Silver Fist. Hallelujah continues to gain ground. Down on the inside is Security Code. It is Fancy Joke who has come away with the lead. Hallelujah on the outside in second. Okay Honey out in the middle of the track. Silver Fist down at the rail. Here is Hallelujah. Okay Honey continues to gain on the outside. Hallelujah. Okay Honey, and it is very tight. Hallelujah and Okay Honey. A Friday photo finish.
She would have knocked me out of everything again. Hallelujah. This time Jackie Davis does stay outside. And off the bench, short layoff here, returns and wins for Dad.
And holds off a fast-closing Okay Honey, who ran well today for the first time. And, you know, you got to give credit to Hallelujah and the connections. Be another big celebration in the winner's circle for her and a nice win there. And she actually was much closer than we almost expected her to be, right? We were watching the turn, and I said to you, I think Hallelujah is going to win from here. The 5 Security Code didn't break that sharply, which compromised her. But let's get back to what the key to the race was, Greg. The key to the race was the extreme speed that Ruben Silvera and Silver Fist showed because, frankly, Fancy Joke probably ran the best race of anybody in here, but she was compromised by dynamics.
Yeah, no, good call in drawing that up with Silver Fist, the one getting to the front, and Fancy Joke wants to be in front. Did run a very good race, but not good enough. This was a long, sustained move, too, from Hallelujah.
And I know that the race dynamics played the biggest role. They came home in about, the 13.43 seconds. But you made a point to me as they were running the race. It felt like the best running was being done outside of horses because Security Code had to close inside and was spinning her wheels. And when Jose switched her out, she ran more. And I'm not saying she was going to win because the pace was the reason. But Fancy Joke might have been better off staying out towards the middle of the racetrack, right? She was probably tiring, though, and that's why she drifted in.
Yeah, 21-4 for that opening quarter.
That's fast.
It is, yeah, for this group.
That's fast.
Jackie Davis delivers again for Dad after winning last summer at Saratoga at 24-1. Now wins at 14-1. Vallelujah and Jockey Davis, Dad continuing to provide smiles. I hope we get to hear from Jackie.
I'm sure we will. I was ruing not betting the pick 5 after the first 2 races. Not so much anymore.
6-1A, 5-3. Jackie Davis delivers on Vallelujah. Picks up the 3rd win of this 4-year-old filly's career. Prices when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Honda, 300,000. 275, 80, 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Final Friday of the meet at Belmont Park before we head to upstate New York at Saratoga. Hope you join us all summer long. This filly, with Jackie Davis aboard, delivered at Saratoga last summer at 24-1 to close out an early pick 5 when she did not heed Dad's instructions. He told her to stay outside. She went up the fence, won anyway.
Think he told her to go inside today?
Maybe. We'll find out shortly. This time did stay outside and wins again at 14-1.
Yeah, I got a nice trip and a nice ride by Jackie to get it done in a race that just completely fell apart with that wicked 21.94 first quarter. And okay, honey, and a lot of improvement by her. It's the first time she's shown some life since being claimed.
Big effort. Hadn't raced since early February and beat, a couple of fillies with some upside in here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not as though she just completely came from last in a race that fell apart.
Get ready. This may be the best interview we've seen all meet long at Belmont. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And I'm with a very happy Robbie Davis, Jackie Davis, and a whole crew over here. Everybody, Marguerite, your wife, is here. And Robbie, this filly ran so big last year in Saratoga, and I thought you might be getting a race into her, getting her ready for Saratoga, but she had other ideas, I guess.
Yeah, she did. She fooled us, but she'd been training really well. And so I'm like, well, we got to get started somewhere. We give her some time off in Aiken for the winter. And, you just can't run every dance all year long, and we got a super team here that really work with us with the horse, and Jackie does a great job, and the horse, she's a solid runner, and we're just delighted to have her win.
Well, I think you and this horse, Jackie, are a perfect match because the two of you tried so hard. And in Saratoga last summer, you came up the rail, didn't listen to Dad. Today you came on the outside and got it done, but just a real nice ride. Just talk us through your trip a little bit.
I'll be honest, I forgot it was 6 furlongs because we normally run long. And I'm not gonna lie, and then I go, okay, I left the pony. She warmed up better than she's ever warmed up from when I sat on her. So when I broke, I gave her a little more attention because we haven't done 6 furlongs in a long time. And she jumped right on the bridle, got right in position. I'm watching them chase each other to the 2 leaders. And every time I gave her a little tiny tap, she jumped in a bit more. And when we hit the half-mile pole, I go, oh, my God, I can win this.
Well, it's always great winning, but how special is it winning for your dad and people that you love?
Oh, like I always said, I couldn't be more grateful to be born into the family I'm in. And my dad's the reason I'm here. And he knows anything. Anytime he needs me, I'll fly in. I do whatever. And just because it's my family and I have no choice. But I love to do it anyways.
Well, it's awesome. And Rob, listen, you obviously a great rider. We competed together for a number of years. But what's more satisfying, riding winners or training winners?
Richie, there's nothing like training a winner because you're with the horse 24/7. You're eating, sleeping with them, you're galloping them, and they're part of your family. And it's just so exciting to lay your daughter up or one of your siblings up on the horse and be able to go for victory. You know, it's just, and we get so excited because we're all a real happy group, and I just can't thank this group enough. It's really exciting.
Well, we can't thank you guys enough. It's really exciting. It makes my job easier getting a chance to talk with you guys and get part of that Riding Davis clan. They just keep getting it done.
All in the family, and daughter delivering for dad here again after that huge upset last summer at Saratoga. You hear the joy in their voice as they're talking about. I love that too. Jackie said, "Look, I have no choice. I gotta ride for dad."
It's been family affair day, right? With the Rices winning,
yeah,
and then seeing the Davis clan and all the ownership group. They were so excited. I mean, it seems like you had all of them there. And itself, from listening to Robbie, that they were a little surprised she was ready to win today. He didn't expect it, but that's horse racing.
Hallelujah, another shocking upset at 14-1. We're going to look ahead to the weekend coming up. 2 tremendous Grade 1s in our final Saturday of the meet ahead with the kickoff of this Turf Triple Series. Belmont Oaks Invitational for the fillies, and then the boys get their turn on the Belmont Derby Invitational as we look at that field and the current odds. 3 coming out of that Pennine Ridge, and then the big international player. Silver Knot is as well, but the Foxes with that big win in the Dante.
Yeah, the Foxes is way the horse to beat in this race. The one thing I'll say is the rails are coming down tomorrow, and the post 11 could not be particularly beneficial to him, but I believe in a fairly run race that he is way the horse to beat.
Well, you'll see what he can do when he turns it on in this race here in the Dante on this mile and 5/16 race.
And it was this race, and then you add in his 5th place finish in the Epsom Derby, where we've seen a couple of horses come back and run extremely well at Ascot in subsequent starts. And the Epsom Derby is one of the toughest races in the world every year. This is a legitimate Group 1 quality type European 3-year-old. This is not some Group 3 horse that's coming over here because the competition is softer.
It's like we sped it up.
Yeah, this horse is very good. The post worries me. If he drew inside, I would think he almost couldn't lose in here. He's got to ship over, he's got to do it, but he is the horse to beat, make no mistake.
Trained by Andrew Balding, trying to get the 4th win in 8 starts on the turf in his career. Meanwhile, Pennine Ridge, top 3 finishers coming out of this race. Kulik got to do it gate to wire. Back-to-back wins with that type of trip. May not get that kind of trip tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of the one you're supposed to like the least out of this race because he was able to control on the inside. The rails were down. Actually, the rails weren't down, but he rode down the inside. And the other thing is, with the presence of Wizard of Westwood, named for, of course, John Wooden, he's not going to be able to control in the front end in all likelihood. So can he adapt his running style and still beat these horses at 1.25 miles? Farbridge has got to figure out a way to stop sort of, causing himself problems. He sort of dropped out of the race. It looked like he was going to run last. And Silver Knot needs to get out of the gate at some point. Yeah. He's just, I don't know how good he really is, but they're also all contenders.
Farbridge 2nd, Silver Knot 3rd in that Pennine Ridge. They'll both be back and redistricting. It's a big ask for a horse off a debut win, but it was a pretty big debut win for trainer Chad Brown at Klarovich Stables.
1 or 2 horses coming off maiden wins, at least 2. Cyber Ninja being the other one for Bill Mott. This was an incredible performance. He absolutely crushed this field, and the Kingmans are terrific. The dam is the second dam is a half to St. Nicholas Abbey, I believe. So you've got a lot of distance there. It is a huge ask, and he's got to get the right trip from the outside. He has the same problem the Foxes has. But for Chad Brown to run him in this race at 1.25 miles off his maiden win, it says he's obviously very confident. I've talked to him about it, and I've said, you know, you take a shot like this, you risk looking bad if the horse runs poorly. But he has a lot of confidence in this horse. But the Foxes is the one mostly he has to deal with. We'll see.
We'll get maybe a little tell of just how good he is. We're going to see the horse that he beat in that debut fly right later today in the card.
I don't love him at 1.25 miles fly right, but it's a good point.
All right, that's coming up race 10 tomorrow. Grade 1s for the fillies and the boys in that Turf Triple Series. And it's part of a cross-country Pick 5 sequence that begins at Horseshoe, India. We're going to have Paul Duca live on site.
He's on his way to Indiana now, is that correct?
Yes, he is.
Is he?
On horseback.
Horseback, yeah, I figured. Indiana Derby. I think it was a pretty big favorite in the Indiana Derby. Huh?
Which is?
Verifying. He's a little faster than these horses.
8-5 for Brad Cox. Going to be shorter than that.
He's just, I mean, he got a 101 buyer last time, losing to Disarm. I've never been Disarm's biggest fan, but maybe he's improving for Steve Asmussen. He easily beat Ray's Kane in that race, and I just think he's going to be an enormous favorite here. Cagliostro for Sharita Vo interests me a little bit, but Verifying is the one to beat. Do you wonder if he's a little better going shorter? Verifying. I know he's run well these distances. I feel like he wins a grade 1, it's going to be going 7 furlongs, but given how good these sprinters are from what we saw in the Dwyer, I'm not sure he wants any part of either of the first two finishes in the Dwyer.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him in the mile 16, though, are you?
No, he ran well at 1 mile and 1/8 in the Bluegrass, and well at 1 mile 16 last time out. Slop.
Ray's Kane, this was not expected in the Gotham.
I picked him. I mean, I just want to get
right,
that out
you
there.
Did. You were all over this race.
Yes, I watched the race with Eric Donovan in the winner's circle and had no idea who it was making the big move until he went by us with the right number. I think he was the 9. He ran very well. I mean, he got stopped. You see him getting stopped inside of horses there, and he just went right around the other horses. I wonder if he's sort of a one-turn type, 7 furlongs to a mile horse. And he was easily beaten by Verifying last time out, but he's not untalented. But I wonder if he's really suited to these longer races, or if maybe ultimately his best races might be these kind of sprints. This is a very good effort. He smashed the field.
Look a little smoother there when he finally switched leads there mid-stretch, getting by that loose horse. 10-1 morning line.
Yeah, is Hayes Strike really going to be the second choice after a 12 and 3/4 length drubbing to 2 fills last time? What about Cagliostro? If I was going to take a price horse and use him with Verifying, I like the 8-1 morning line on that one, and I love the upstarts.
What'd you like about him?
Well, he's just fast, right? Yeah. I mean, he had a fast figure behind Scotland last time out. He had no chance in Louisiana Derby behind that slow pace and a wide trip when the rail was the place to be, and he ran a big figure before that. I think Cagliostro is the price horse you want to take a look at.
All right, again, that's going to be part of that cross-country Pick 5 coming up tomorrow. We're going to get back to action today here in Pick 4, middle Pick 4. Starts in this race coming up, races 4 through 7. 1-turn mile, New York Breds, allowance optional claiming race. Huge, couple of huge scratches, but a big one with Olympic Dreams, who would have been favored, comes out. Market Alert, 5-1 morning line, coming out as well.
It also takes out speed from the race and makes Sundays with Sandy, who probably was a speed anyway, a much, much tougher horse to beat in here. Prince of Pharaohs, who I picked, is a surprisingly short price. Wow. Shadow Dragon figures to be compromised by the lack of speed. 3-year-old is facing Olders instead of running the New York Derby a week from Monday.
Yeah, tough spot for the 2 Shadow Dragon. There's Prince of Pharaohs. Rick Dutrobarn was out of the game for a decade, came back and won with his very first horse back. And now he has this one, who he claimed a few starts ago. It was this horse. We'll be back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Final Friday of the meet. Big Saturday ahead. Sunday card from Belmont. Then we head to Saratoga. Still got a very strong card remaining today, including the Grade 3 Manila on the turf, part of a Pick 6 carryover. It begins in the very next race coming up. There's Arad Ortiz Jr., and right off the bat, first 2 races of today, came in tied with its brother, has fallen 2 behind.
Interestingly enough, this horse is a big favorite in doubles, not favored in the pick 3. Maybe there's some randomness with the big price winning the last race, but Irad's, he's talking, but he wants to win this one. His brother's got the 2 Shadow Dragon.
And the only reason we're seeing this price on his mount is because of him?
I think it's a big part of it. I mean, I think it's the only reason I picked him, and I wasn't really thinking about that aspect of it.
Should he?
Now, I don't think he should be favored here. Frankly, I think Sundays with Sandy should be favored off the last race. So one thing about Sundays with Sandy, he's not consistent, right? He's not a horse you can rely on to run extremely well one week and then come back and run just as well in a subsequent start, but he's the speed. But I think that in a smaller field, and Irad and Prince of Pharaohs, you're going to see him sitting closer because when he's been effective at times in the past, he's been able to be forward. But that compromises Shadow Dragon the most because he does not have any speed.
Yeah, Shadow Dragon the 2, who right now, wow, despite that, is still taking plenty of money at 5.
And if he wins, Jose is in front by 3, and then we'll agree. I mean, we were talking about whether or not, and now we've got 7, 16, 28 races left to go. Is Jose the actual favorite with the 2-win lead? And he might be. And if he goes up in front 3, he will be the favorite. I'll post my line.
Okay.
You'll agree because we were talking about it, right? 3.
Yeah, right now, I don't know. But
yeah,
if he
close.
wins one
It's
more,
close. Yeah.
absolutely becomes the favorite. Let's get to the field, take a look. And here is Jose Ortiz trying to win his 3rd today on Shadow Dragon.
I like this horse. He's a stake-faced horse who's run well. He beat a good horse in Ormstown last time, but he's meeting harder, older veterans in this race, and he's ceding a tactical advantage.
He was on the Triple Crown Trail for most of it. Here is Big Bobby, and he's got a race 2 back that makes him a major player.
I agree. He's another one comes off the layoff for Belmont, and he has sprint, the speed from being a sprinter that he could be a little bit closer.
The one to beat, we believe, and now he's drawn even with the 6 Sundays with Sandy.
Yeah, I mean, he runs his kind of figure he ran last time, which he does sporadically. He's the one to beat. Michelle Nevins Barnes been going very well lately.
And Prince of Pharaohs, in case you didn't catch it, as we're going to break, this is the horse that Dutrow won with, first back in a decade.
Yeah, I picked this one. I feel like he can put him in a good tactical position against Sundays with Sandy. The smaller Forest Field changes it. I really like Market Alert, 3 you scratched. But I settled on Prince of Pharaohs, but the public seems to be agreeing with me.
And especially at this track, too, don't you think you need to pay – there's some tracks we pay a little more attention to a 4-for-6 record at Belmont for Prince of Pharaohs.
Well, it's a different configuration, especially if they're going longer, right? Because you have that big, long run down the back stretch. Belmont's such a fair racetrack because of the wide turns and the way you don't get as punished if you lose a little bit of ground in these races. And that's why you see the riders staying towards the outside a lot. They just stay off the rail a lot. It's like we've had a lot of days you would think the rail was bad the way the riders rode it, but there's no evidence it actually was.
Joining us for the first time on our Friday coverage, good to have you with us, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thank you, Greg. And we'll take a look at the 3 outside runners as horses are commencing their warm-ups. Sorry if I'm not looking right at the camera. I'm trying to get a good look at everybody out there as they go by. But let's start with number 6, Prince of Pharaohs. Now, as you guys mentioned, he was the first starter and the first winner back for Rick Dutrow. And I went way back in my time machine 10 years ago when I basically had just started. I still got to see Rick Dutrow runners for about a year and a half of doing this job. And he was so good first off the claim, and you would see that kind of immediate transformation with horses. I didn't see it necessarily with Prince of Pharaohs coming back. He was moving better, but now it's kind of fully taken effect now that he's 3rd off of the claim. And I too, like Andy, think that he is much the horse to beat because he's going to be forward from an outside post, and he's really bulked up. That coat's kind of come around as well. So I like Prince of Pharaohs here. As number 5, Sundays with Sandy, yes, tactically he is at an advantage here because there's only one way to go with him. This horse does not perform when he takes kickback. I've talked to many of the people who have trained him, and it's all about getting to the lead. And so Kendrick Cramuch has given him a very energetic warm-up. The front wraps do stay on for the 2nd time in a row. It took him a couple strides to get going there. Looks as though he's kind of shaking off the ring rust a bit. But again, I prefer Prince of Pharaohs just purely based upon physical appearances. And then one of two Belmont horses, we'll take a look at the layoff runner. That's number 4, Big Bobby. And I agree, Greg, this horse has run at times races that make him competitive. It's just which version are we going to see show up today? He looks excellent, though, off the layoff. He's fit. He's really well defined. It does not look as though he has missed the last 9 months virtually of racing. And he's sharp, too, which is very typical of him. I'm seeing much the same Big Bobby that I've seen at times run those big races, Greg.
We'll see if he could do it again. Interesting field coming up. Obviously changed quite a bit. I was really looking forward to seeing Olympic Dreams run up that huge effort in the commentator, but we'll have to wait and see him again. 27-1. Almost got it done with Trevor McCarthy against Bankett.
You know, I actually think I think it's very close. I think Sunny's Sandy may be the horse to beat in here because of his speed and tactical advantage. I prefer Prince of Pharaohs. It's very close between them. I think you picked at 5-6. I picked at 6-5. I like the two of them more forwardly placed, and I like their good races. I'm going to trust in Rick Dutrow, but I think it's pretty close.
Well, here is the man who's taking the first 2 on the card. Jose Ortiz riding for Belmont, and a 3-year-old who got 3 shots on the Triple Crown Trail in his first try. He was runner-up in the Holy Bull behind Rocky Can.
And credit to him, he wasn't that far off the pace in this race, so maybe they can actually get him to be a bit closer in here, and that would be beneficial, obviously, to his chances. The question is he necessarily good enough? Well, he's a 3-year-old with a lot more upside than the other ones, and this race is certainly good enough to be competitive. I think Ormstown, who was off a maiden win for trainer Dave Donk, who he beat, is a very promising New York bred that we'll obviously see more of up at Saratoga, I would hope.
So another test against older company here for this one. Shadow Dragon for Peachtree Stable, Belmont with Jose Ortiz. Almost unfair how strong Belmont's barn is this year. And he talked about it, saying he's just had the good grace of some of his owners bringing back horses who, by all rights and many other years, they accomplished so much on the racetrack they would have been retired.
No, it's obviously he's in a tremendous position right now. Bill's won. He's filling in the holes, right? He won the Met Mile for the first time. I don't think he's won the Whitney, and I really hope we see Cody's Wish in that race. He's such an exciting horse and arguably the best horse in training right now. It's a really nice interview, by the way, with his son Riley that Karen Johnson did that I want to say is in Blood Horse that I was reading the other day. And Riley was talking about leaving and, his father obviously having this great run and talking about going out on his own. A nice story, and looking forward to seeing him. And also tomorrow, the first race, Elate's first foal. Grade 1 winner Elate for Claiborne Farm won our Alabama, among other big races. And she's the first foal from Elate, and she's making her debut tomorrow for Belmont. And Claiborne as well.
Wasn't it Jose who lost those battles on Elate to Mike Smith?
Yeah, when Mike Smith should have been disqualified on Abel Tasman in the Coach Club American Oaks. I'm
very
not biased at all. I made a big bet on Elate. I think she should have come down. If nothing else, they should have put up the horse I bet on. But then Elate just crushed them in the Alabama.
Yeah.
And I got off the bandwagon.
You didn't bet her that day.
When she won her debut, Ernie Munich said to me, she's a guaranteed Grade 1 winner. And I said, it's a little bit. I'm overboard. And he said I was right, but it turned out she was a multiple. I think she was a multiple Grade 1 winner. So Ernie was right, in fact.
Those were some great battles a few years back that we saw in this program.
It's a good horse.
Here's Sundays with Sandy. Can this one control on the front end? You would think he'd be able to. Kendrick Carmouche on board, going to try and do it on the front end. And the one to beat, not the favorite, though, still. Here we go with the 4th, John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Prince of Pharaohs from the outside, out for the lead. Sundays with Sandy came away racing in second. Then it's a length and a half to Big Bobby in third. And Shadow Dragon down on the inside is fourth as they move up the back stretch. Sundays with Sandy pokes ahead in front. Prince of Pharaohs on the outside in second. Then Big Bobby and Shadow Dragon. They continue along with Sundays with Sandy leading here now by a half length. The quarter in 23-1. Prince of Pharaohs is in between horses, and Big Bobby is on the outside. Shadow Dragon sits in behind the front 3. Sundays with Sandy leads now by 3/4 of a length. Prince of Pharaohs remains in second. Shadow Dragon down at the rail. Big Bobby on the outside as the field goes around the far turn. The opening half in 46 seconds. Sundays with Sandy, half length. Prince of Pharaohs on the outside in second. Shadow Dragon has taken third as Big Bobby drops back. Sundays with Sandy maintaining the lead here. Sundays with Sandy by a length and a quarter. Prince of Pharaohs runs in second. Shadow Dragon down at the rail. They're coming for the quarter pole. It is Sundays with Sandy with the lead. Prince of Pharaohs, Shadow Dragon right together, second and third. 3/4 up in 1:10 and 1. They are in the stretch. It's Sundays with Sandy down at the rail. Shadow Dragon is all out in second. Prince of Pharaohs is now back in third. A 16th out. Sundays with Sandy. Shadow Dragon, one last try on the outside, but it's going to be Sundays with Sandy and a front-running score. Shadow Dragon completes the exacta.
Sundays with Sandy, Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Nevin, 5th win of this 4-year-old's career.
Big tactical advantage and took advantage of it. Prince of Pharaohs broke really sharply, stayed in his tail, but Prince of Pharaohs had absolutely nothing. And I think Shadow Dragon ran extremely well to be second, given the tactical disadvantage he was at. But give a lot of credit to Sundays with Sandy. She gets it done, and nice to see Michelle Nevin get the win. Kendrick Carmouche as well.
Kendrick, exactly what needed to be done here with his 4-year-old by Keen Ice. Get this one to the front and hope he had enough left in the tank.
And right here, Irad got to root for Sunday with Sandy to hold off his brother so he wouldn't open up a 3-win.
That would have been very difficult to come back and win this meet.
That would have been very big.
Shocking. Wasn't it a little bit that Prince of Pharaohs was favored?
I'm surprised this horse wasn't favored. I agree with you. I agree. I thought he should have been favored. He had a tactical advantage. I tried to beat him, but I expected, as we said, that he was the horse to beat.
First win at Belmont at 4 tries for Sundays with Sandy. Wins for Winfield Racing. And you gotta give credit, don't you? It's a Shadow Dragon here.
Yeah, no, I think he ran very well. He had to be closer to the pace, and the pace was honest here. He got him in the game, and this is a tough older horse who runs figures in the low 90s. So Shadow Dragon is improving. We imagine we'll see him in the Albany on the day after the Travers, if not before.
9-5, slight second choice. Sundays with Sandy. Michelle Nevin claimed this one a few starts back for $45,000. Missed by a head last time out. Now the win. 5-2, 6-4 finish. Pick 6 is coming up next on a carryover Friday.
They're off, and the breeders come to the wake up. And today's needs drive on the inside of the Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
It will be good night. To win it by a length and a half.
It is all Shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the mat win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We We're back on America's Day at the Races FS2 coverage. Thanks for spending part of your Friday afternoon with us. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Kendrick Carmouche, Sundays with Sandy. Way to go, Kendrick. And the 5th career win for this 4-year-old son of Keen Ice. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, picking up her 10th win of this meet, Michelle Nevin. Michelle, it's been a great Belmont spring-summer meet for you and your crew. Talk a little bit about how nice it is to have this success.
Yeah, we're getting lucky. The horses are running really well. You know, the whole crew's putting in a team effort, so we're very happy.
Michelle, one thing I've noticed that you're bringing some turf horses back off the bench. They seem to be ready to go this meet. Talk a little bit about getting them ready off layoffs.
Well, some of them, you know, they're 3-year-olds. And last year's 2-year-olds, they just weren't ready enough. Just baby stuff getting in the way. But, you know, they're growing up a little bit now and ready for action.
I love it. Nice to have ones ready for action going up to Saratoga. But talk a little bit about Sundays with Sandy. I'm sure you were pleased to see the scratch board today.
I was very happy to see the scratches. And, you know, him being the speed of the race, I was hoping it would work out like this.
And two, he's a horse that you look through his PPs, and I've talked to some other people who have trained him. He needs the lead to be successful.
He is. He's a quirky fella, and whatever it is, you know, he just gets braver on the front end.
Well, he was mighty brave today with Kendrick Carmouche aboard and you at the helm. Congratulations.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Michelle Nevin getting yet another win of this Belmont Spring-Summer meet, Greg, and it's nice to see so much success from these female trainers that we've had here just recently.
Including a Belmont Stakes win, historic, first ever in a Triple Crown event by Jenna Antonucci. It's been, from that standpoint, certainly it's game-changing meet at Belmont.
And I want to say Michelle is really stepping up her interview skills. She's a little more chatty than she was in the beginning. I like to see it. Michelle's great. Listen, I think she's an absolutely sensational trainer, and I love seeing her do well here and get these wins. She's really one of the better trainers in the grounds, and it's great to see her get the wins.
Double-digit numbers now in victories at the meet.
No, and Maggie was sort of talking about it a little bit too, or inferring it, that she's been live off layoffs here. And that's something a lot of times Michelle's horses will need a race off a layoff. That has not really been the case lately here.
We have something coming up next. What is it?
The Pick Six.
Oh, yeah. $138,000 carryover in this Friday Pick Six. Begins with a New York Bred Maiden special weight, 6.5 furlongs. And thank you, John. Alran Ortiz Jr. will ride, has been favored each of the first 2 starts.
He is
broke in, bumped that last start off the bench, was dead last early, wound up 4th, beat 3 1/4 lengths.
You got a lot of heart if you're taking this horse at a short price. I don't get it at all. I mean, he did have a little trouble last time, but he also had no horse when he was clear in the race. And obviously, he's a good worker in the morning, and the connections must be touting him. But he could win, but I think this is crazy that he's this price in here.
Trolling Vine was in that same race.
Ran much better.
And ran second. Much better?
Better.
Okay.
I like Jockey Cat. That's all I have to say.
No, you made a good argument for this horse on Talking Horses. Jockey Cat right now, what, the 7-1. That's the 4 for the Bond Barn. Jamie Torres will ride. Tough anywhere, isn't it? Maybe that last race, if you believe that Chad Brown class dropper is the key to find a single in the sequence.
There are other places to go, including Michelle Nevin with the horse on the outside. But you're right. I mean, where is the big lean in this sequence? The next race is wide open. The 1 1/4 turf race, people will lean on Truly Quality. But you and I both think that there's other major players, Headline News, but also Swore. The 8th race, I know the 1 is an 8 to 5 money line favorite, but you and I saw it much differently in there. That all 3 of the favorites are dangerous, and then yeah, this is not an easy sequence. Be interesting to see how it plays out.
Good one to go after. Get some friends together. Get a little more coverage in that Pick Six. Good luck to everyone. $138,000 carryover. See how big that field gets coming up. Already an additional $300,000 plus in the pool. We'll get to the 5th. More on it when we come back.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
For the Barraclough family of Saratoga Glen Farm, raising horses is all in the family.
I think it doesn't work if you don't have your whole family involved in what you do.
New York native Dan Barraclough and Kathy Barraclough, whose accent gives away her Australian roots, fell in love on horseback when they were leading trail rides at a resort in the Catskills. Even back then, they envisioned owning a horse farm and having children that would grow to share their passion for thoroughbreds.
We planned on it.
Not necessarily with me, but she planned on it for sure.
For the oldest, Taylor, middle son Shane, and the youngest Dean, the wake-up call comes early.
They'll get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start stalls, feed, bring in, work the yearlings, work the layups, and then
they get up and work, then we get up and go have fun as well.
Taylor is already an accomplished equestrian.
For compensation for working here, I got to have a mare here. This is my 1,000 words colt. I'm really excited. Hopefully I get to sell him, and I don't know, I think he's really cool.
Shane excels at sports, but understands that his work on the farm is key to the family's success. How do you think this will help you?
Mostly the work ethic of like how I do things in school with like a timeline maybe, or what I need to get done in a certain period of time and how fast I need to do it. Staying focused.
Dean prefers training his dog for agility trials to riding. He's even started Dean's Delicious Dog Treats to earn money for his passion. But even he picks up a pitchfork when it's time to clean a stall.
I'm watering, I open doors, I mow lawns, I help Dad.
The Barraclough clan credits another family for helping them become successful, the family of New York breeders, who were generous with time and advice.
And we had a lot of help along the way. Joe McMahon was a mentor for us. He helped us, get our first clients. It's been a very good community for us. Ann Morgan and Tim, when he was alive, they were very helpful and accommodating.
When this war dancer filly races at Saratoga someday, she'll carry with her all the love and care she received from all 10 of the helping hands at Saratoga Glen Farm.
Again, you can get more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by going to nybreds.com. Cool story there.
I love that. That was great. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. Love that it's a family affair.
Pick 6 carryover coming up. An additional $358,000 already wagered into that $138,000 Pick 6 carryover. As we get a look at right now the current 8-5 favorite. Thank you, John, for Chad Summers, a Rat Ortiz Jr., trying to get his first win on the card.
Yeah. The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking for him. Who's his brother riding in here? His brother is not riding in here. Wow.
Can this one live up to expectations? Third straight race, it looks like this one is going to be favored. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin on how to play this Pick 6. JK, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Wolfie. I'm just, like I said, I've been waiting for you guys for, it feels like 6 months now to get up here, and it's we got one more great weekend of racing downstate at Belmont, and then the whole crew will come up to Saratoga, and what better way to get the meet started or to finish this meet leading into next week with a Pick 6 carryover. Tons of money going to be available today. Look, I'm going to work backwards on you here. I think the key to this sequence, where I think a lot of people might be making a mistake of singling, is the 6 financial advice in the last for Chad Brown. This is a dropper. This horse has shown some ability. But in the last couple of years, when Chad drops one for Klarovich on the turf, it's not been good. 1 for 12 dropping from maiden special weight to maiden claimers. You would think, I know we've all seen it before, that these horses have just so much more talent. So I think you have to kind of decide if you want to single there or if you want to look around for some other options. I think the 10 Whiskey Lullaby, a good option in there. I don't think you need too much more in the second to last leg, the 9th, the Manila. I think you just need Nagarok, the 4, the 5, Major Dude. I think you can get away with that one. I myself in race 8, I'm going to single the 1 Devil's K down on the inside. This horse has been working with some talented horses in the morning. And we actually heard on the show this week, Linda was interviewed, or maybe it was last week, when she said that she gets very aggressive at the end of the meet where she places her horses. I think this is one of those aggressive moves that she's talked about. The other races I think are a little bit more complicated. I think race 7, you probably need to spread around a little bit to catch the winner in there. I think the turf sprint in race 6, the second leg, another tough race. I hit the all button myself personally. And then race 5, I think you want to spread as much as you can here in this first leg. There's a lot of horses that look very similar. A wide open sequence, but like Wolfie said, this is one of those great opportunities in racing when we have all the money from Tuesday that no one hit the wager with. And all of their money stays in the pool for today, but their tickets are gone. It's the best way to combat one of the biggest enemies of horse players, which is takeout. It makes this game a little bit harder because of the takeout. And when you have that free money, we like to call it, from the day before put into the pool, it can sometimes help make these wagers a positive expectation.
Good luck, JK. Thanks to everybody playing this sequence this afternoon. It makes it fun when you have a carryover of this size with a good card, too. It's a big day.
I don't think the 8 is 6-5 in the Pick 6. These would be my lean horses. I would lean on the 2 and 4 to start it out. The 8 would be a C for me. He would pretty much beat me. You
wouldn't use the 7?
No, he'd be like a B- or
Okay.
a C somewhere. I'm like, here are my main horses,
Okay.
just to narrow it down. The 6th race, this is a very tough race. But I would lean on Senbei, the 5, and the 6, Maxwell Esquire. Maybe I'd go 3 deep. I'd use Pine Knoll. I would use 2, 7, 8 in race number 7. I would let Fly Right beat me. I'm not a big fan of Devil's Key. At most, he'd be my 3rd use. I would use the 9 playing with matches, who I know you like as well, and Copper Chalice, the 9-7. The 1 would be like a B for me. I would lean on Talk of the Nation and Major Dude. Nagarok would be my 3rd use in there, and a little more than looks as a C. In the last race, I'd love to be alive with the 6, 9, and 10. I agree with Jonathan. The financial advice is vulnerable in there. I would use 6, 9, and 10.
Interesting sequence, but somewhere along the line, especially if you're playing this ticket on your own, you got to make some hard choices.
Well,
what race do you do it in?
I liked what you said, though, about playing with friends.
Yeah.
Because 20 to 30% of a winning ticket is a lot better than 100% is 0.
Still riding high. The Davis family. There's Katie Davis, but it's all in the family. Her sister and dad winning in that last race with Vallelujah. And we have a new audience joining us here in just a moment, just in time for the start of this Pick 6. So we're going to have a slight pause, and we'll get back to it. Welcome to those just joining us on America's Day at the Races. Those in Valley, SoCal, and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Got a Pick 6 carryover on our America's Day at the Races coverage coming up. $138,000 carryover, already over $400,000 additional dollars bet into today's pool. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. We have Maggie Wolfendale, Jonathan Kinchin with us as well. Exciting to see a carryover of this size on our final weekend of the meet.
I mean, this is sort of a 2-day carryover, right? One day, and I'm surprised we have $650,000 to $750,000 bet today into this carryover.
Let's get more on the first leg of this pick six. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, we're going to take a look at two horses first here in the paddock that are coming out of a common race in which that took place on a very sloppy racetrack in which speed was dominating that day back on May 20th, in which Freud Mien was able to wire that field of maiden special weight New York bred runners. Nobilis, he was coming back off of a layoff, and while I wasn't in the paddock for that race, I did see him twice as a 2-year-old, and he was always very green. He was not that fit looking either. And so now he is a lot more fit. He's a lot more professional so far. And two, and I know he ran okay over a muddy seal track back at Saratoga, but I feel like he's gonna do better on a fast track. He's a bit of a heavier body type of horse, but really strong behind the saddle, really fit here, dappled head to toe. I think we can give him a pass for that last effort. And then we'll take a look at number 3, Seize the City, who comes back as a new gelding off of the second place distant runner-up effort to Freud Mien that day. He's one that I love first time out, but thought that a race would be beneficial in that he was a little bit green, he was a little bit heavy. Well, he got very sharp once they put the tack on him. He is a lot more defined and tucked up, especially with the gelding and having the 2 prior efforts under his belt. So I think he is okay. He was kind of shuffled out of position last time on the turn. He kept trying, but I just don't know that he got a hold of the surface. You kind of watch his stride, and he more or less was going up and down on the spot rather than extending himself forward. Number 4, Chalky Cat. He has had a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. He's built like one, the son of race day, that wants to go further, yet they keep him here at the sprint distance, in fact shortening or keeping him at the 6.5, I should say. And I just think that longer is ultimately going to be better for this horse who doesn't have that much early speed, is built like a distance runner, but albeit, Greg, he does look fit and ready for this comeback effort off a slight layoff.
Cat for the Bond Barn, Jamie Torres. Here's the favorite, though. Conrad Ortiz Jr. chip away at his brother's lead. Took the first 2 on the card. Jose Arad tied with him coming into today, now 2 back.
You pick this horse in Talking Horses, Greg, but we talk about this a lot. You know, you make these picks, and they're your picks, and you live with them. Did you ever think this horse would be 6-5 in here, even with Irad riding? It's a crazy price, right?
It really is. It really is. It was a very tough beginning last time out.
Yeah, no, I agree. The outside post should help him.
Here it is.
But he's now been bet twice in a row and failed to get it done. And I don't see what's so easy about this race. I mean, he did have trouble. He got a little traffic around the turn. He also had absolutely nothing when he got clear of the stretch. And my problem is, his first race, he's 5-2. He ran dead last. Okay, Shadow Dragon won the race. Looms Boldly was the speed he was dealing with, and he's a New York bred stakes horse, so it's a tough field. But then he comes back and he's 9-5 in here. And this is, I'm sorry, but these are not connections that win a lot of races. I mean, this is not a trainer that has a high win percentage. And I know it's Irad, so he's taking extra money because of this, but clearly this is a big tout horse. He works well in the morning, and they're touting him, and he's had a couple of chances. He better deliver today. Because honestly, he's getting bet like he better show up.
Do you feel like, since it is a barn that doesn't win a lot of races, that the fact he is taking this much money makes you take pause and say, well...
No, because it's also a barn that touts their horses quite a bit. So they're frequently overbet their first-time starters. So no, I'm not. And he clearly works well in the morning. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins the race, but I think he's a horrifically bad gamble at 7-5.
Jackie Davis win earlier on the card on 14-1 of Vallelujah on the 1 tip of the boot, first-time starter. Here is Nobilis, Dylan Davis, Mark Hennig.
I think Nobilis is very, very dangerous. Speed track last time off the layoff. I know he's run well in the slot, but I think I'm not sure he's not the one to beat.
Another Davis right next door. 3 of them right next door to each other, brothers and sisters. Katie Davis on Seize the City.
Been gelded since the last start. Was helped by the track being forward last time out.
Here's Chalky Cat at 8-1.
I like Chalky Cat, who had a big trip last time. They have been working on the turf, so maybe the Bonds are using this as a prep to run on the turf in Saratoga, but this horse ran a race that could easily win this race first time out with a clean trip.
Looking to win. Gary Siaka, Ruben Silvera.
First-time starter, not taking any money. He and the 6 would blow this pick 6 up immediately.
Here's Alpha Sonny, second-time starter for Jimmy Ferraro.
Well, he's an alpha as a pedigree. And actually ran a little bit first time out, but that was a much, 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 much softer field.
Twirling Vine, he finished ahead of the current favorite in that June 9th race. He ran second, beat a length.
He did. He had a good trip that day, but he ran fine. Absolutely a contender.
3-1's a bit high on him, isn't it? If this horse is 3-2.
Well, yeah, this horse is overbet at 3-2.
For Chad Summers, third start in a row. All three starts, he's been favored. And we'll see if he can break better today.
If he doesn't win, or at least run extremely well, when's he going to win? He's not meeting any killers in here. He better show up, and they're betting like he's going to, but he's been betting every race. Getting the outside post is good for a horse that broke badly last time out. Hopefully, for the connections, he'll break better. And if he breaks well, isn't he supposed to be forward along with Twirling Vine and Seize the City?
Yeah, you would think, off what he did in his debut.
And even Nobilis will probably show a little more speed today. Be interesting to see how it plays out.
Nobilis, just such a tough read. That's the two. Ran so good in that debut against a horse who was a major player for Linda Rice. Thought he was going to be a major player anyway in the Triple Crown Trail. Turned out not to be.
But then something came apart in his second start. He's out for a lengthy amount of time. Mark Hennig's barn's been heating up. And last time out, I think he was victimized by a track that was very kind to forwardly placed horses.
2 minutes to post. Pick 6 carryover. Let's go back to Maggie.
Wonder how many people have the 8 as a single here. I'm like Andy, I don't trust this horse. I will say the only other time I saw him was when he was a well-backed first-time starter as a 2-year-old. I didn't like him that day because he just did not look fit, and he was incredibly unprofessional for a horse that was taking so much money. He did show some speed that day, which I thought could be a factor. I will admit that now he's getting to pair races back-to-back. He's a lot more fit. He's lengthened that frame. He's being professional. I can't make a reason why. He was, he's one of those horses that I wonder if they gelled him, if that would really kind of make things easier for him, because you watch him in the gate last time. He was leaning on the partition. Just, he's one of those horses that's not gearing himself up for his efforts in the afternoon. He's leaning on the partition. He got away kind of stumbling and veering in, then he bumped with the horse, so it put him out of position, then he grabs the bit, and then when push comes to shove, when the C's part and it's time to run, he doesn't. So we'll see what he does here. I can't deny the fact that he has definitely moved forward as a 3-year-old. I'm going to take a little look here at number 5, Looking to Win, a first-time starter. There's every reason to believe that with these connections, he could be twice the price of 18-1. He's really not a bad-looking son of Freud. The dam, she was better going longer. This is her first foal, though. The dam is half to Call Me Harry, a talented New York bred, who is more talented on the turf, but did run okay on the dirt 2 starts ago. And he's very fit. He's been laser sharp in the fact that he's focused. He's not acting like a first-time starter whatsoever. So I just thought he was one maybe you could throw in underneath, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post time coming up. Final decisions need to be made for this pick 6 carryover. $658,000 bet into that $138,000 carryover.
Well, as we were saying, $650 to $750 seemed like a reasonable number. We'll probably be closer to the higher number on here. $690,000 is 5 times the carryover, which is actually a lot. So people are betting into it. And, it is not an easy sequence, so I wish people the best of luck here. 6-5. Thank you, John. I will say one thing. This horse is not 6-5 in the pick 6. I mean, maybe there are smaller tickets that's singling this horse, but I think the bigger tickets are using this horse one of many. I can't imagine anybody's putting real money in here and leaning heavily on this horse. If they are, I wish them the best of luck.
Let's go back to JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, I thought the 8 was the most likely winner of this race based on the figure last time, the way the race was run. But at this short of a price, not crazy about it. And I agree with Andy. I surely would think that that people that are taking serious swings at this pick 6 don't necessarily want to single a horse like this, who is, from connections that have only won 6% for this year, which that's hard to lean on. And sometimes what happens with horses like this that continue to get beat at short prices, it's just kind of who they are. And you have to be aware of that. At this price, not crazy about it. If I was singling someone in here, this would be the horse I single. I tell you that much for sure. But it's not necessarily a single that I would encourage. I do think that this race is a little bit more complicated than that. The other thing about the 8, thank you, John, is that the last race, there hasn't been any horses to run back yet. So although that number was high-ish, you still have the right to question it because you haven't had any runners back to kind of confirm or deny that figure. So that would be my biggest concern. I think the 2 and the 3 are the other 2 that I would like to have to feel like I've got some pretty good coverage in here. But like I said, I think the 8's the most likely winner. But man, I would be I'd be pretty nervous if I was putting in, taking a big swing at this, putting in $3,000 in the pick 6 and singling this horse.
You could say that that would be a tough lean here. And it's hard, as we talked about, in any of these races to find a heavy lean. Maybe in the last, I would think some are going to lean on that Chad Brown runner dropping in class.
Is it possible this horse is going to be the shortest price in the entire sequence? Now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, you'd think he'd look a little better to be this price. He could win. I just think at this price, he's a ridiculous horse to bet on. But I've said that before and been wrong, so maybe I'll be wrong again. But I'm betting on the 4 Jockey Cat. I used it with the 2 and a little 3.
A lot of times when a horse has this kind of hype, that I believe this one probably has, okay, you give him the pass first time out. Second time out, they should get it done. Now we're going to the 3rd time. See if he could do it here at 6-5. Or Murat Ortiz Jr., first time aboard this 3-year-old son of McLean's music. Here we go. Pick 6 carryover on this Friday card. John Imbrial to get us started.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Thank you, John, from the extreme outside. Nobilis is there. And now moving on through is Seize the City. Seize the City, and thank you, John. They are heads apart. Alpha Sunny now moves up in between horses, so it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. Looking to win, Twirling Vine, Chalky Cat, those 3 are together. Then 2.5 lengths back to Nobilis, who's been shuffled back to 7th. Tip of the boot is the trailer. The favorite, Thank You, John, is the leader through a quarter in 23 seconds. Thank You, John gets away to lead by 2 lengths now. Twirling Vine is second. Down on the inside, Alpha Sunny now back in third, or taking an awkward step there and being pulled up is number 3, Seize the City. Seize the City has been pulled up and is out of the race. Thank You, John is the leader coming for the top of the stretch. The Twirling Vine is next in second. Farther back it is Alpha Sunny and a Chalky Cat on the outside. The half and 45 and 4, they're in the stretch. Thank You, John has built a 5-length lead. Twirling Vine runs in second. Chalky Cat is now up to third. It is Thank You, John, with the lead as they come through the stretch. Then Twirling Vine, followed by Chalky Cat. And making a late move here on the outside is Nobilis, but no threat to the winner. Thank You, John. Nobilis gets up for second. Then Twirling Vine and Chalky Cat.
Well, from that performance, he should have been a shorter price. Wow, finally delivers here in start number 3. Thank You, John. Murat Ortiz Jr., his first winner on the card.
He won like he was a 6-5 shot, so congrats if you had him. He broke sharply today. He went to the lead, and he dominated this field.
Son of McLean's music favored all 3 of his starts. Had that troubled beginning last time out. This was as easy as could be.
Big run for Nobilis in the end. What happened to his speed? He was way back early.
So a 6-5 favorite kicking off this big pick 6 carryover.
I still think he's probably closer to 2-1, 5-2 in the pick 6.
Okay.
I think, but I could be wrong.
That is it for you and I. Next crew is coming up. Late pick 5 is next. Terrific wager as well, and it includes the grade 3 Manila. Your Manila pick?
Talk of the Nation.
For Shug McGahee.
Yes, and you like
Nag-Rock
see what
for
happens.
Graham Motion.
This will be our last show
It's gonna
before
be a good
Saratoga.
one.
I'll see you in Saratoga.
Yeah, that's it for Andy. We're going to see him next Thursday,
I will be
upstate New York.
Yes, I will be on early to start it off.
All right, we look
Nice
forward to
little
it. We're
break.
going to take a timeout. Next crew coming up right after a break. Pick 6 underway. Murat Ortiz Jr. now just one back of his brother Jose for this riding title as he gets his first winner on this Friday card.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It is a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Well, Welcome back to the program, America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. If you ever have the chance to check out Claiborne Farm in Lexington, Kentucky, make sure you do so. Great tours that happen there at the legendary farm. Back here, though, at Belmont Park, we had Thank You, John kick off the pick six with a popular victory with Arad Ortiz aboard. And Arad, thank you, John. It's your first time on him, but he really finally put it all together and ran to the money he was taking today. Getting out of the gate, too, I think was key.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the replay, and last time, a little throw out of there, Taylor. After that, Tyler just wait, and he was maybe some horses, he had nowhere to go. He had kind of like wait a little longer than what he wanted to, and he still finished good. So today he got a better pose. I was hoping he broke with the field, and he did. He broke on top and just control the race, just see on him, and he relaxed so well. Turning for home, I let him do his thing, and he was there for me.
Easy victory. I don't know if it's going to be an easy victory, though, with you and your brother, Jose. He's one up on you. I mean, I like this rivalry going on down to the wire here for this meet.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. He's doing great. I'm happy for him.
No, you're not.
I mean, not right now, not that much, but I mean, I'm happy for him. He's doing great. He's a hard worker. I mean, he's a great colony. I mean, very tough colony right now. Everywhere you go, you have some riders. They are so good. So it's hard to win a meet, and especially with these guys. I mean, I have a lot of respect for all of them. All of them, they are really good, and I'm happy. I'm fighting for the standings.
Well, you could pull it off with Major Dude, too, a little bit later on in the Manila, coming off the win in the Penn Mile. A little bit of trouble that day, but he was able to overcome that and beat a relatively soft field.
Yeah, I have a good trip until half a mile. I kind of like check steady a little bit, not that much, and he recovered really fast. As soon as I check a little bit and tip him out and asking, and he jumped on the other horses again. I was half a lane. I just maybe lose a length. And after that, he catch up pretty quick. He's a nice horse, a nice dude, so let's see what happens.
I like him, too. All right, congratulations here. Good luck then.
Thank you.
All right, Arad Ortiz making it close with his brother in these jockey standings. Guys, we did see Seize the City, unfortunately, pull up with Katie Davis aboard. Seize the City was loaded onto the horse ambulance. I do not have any further information to give regarding his condition, though Katie Davis, she was fine. I certainly felt for her husband, Trevor McCarthy, who was the first person out here to make sure that his wife was okay and all things good with Katie Davis, as we welcome in a new crew to the third floor set. Lafitte Pinkai and Richard Migliori. Guys, I hope you are airy up there because it is hot down here.
Muggy, sticky afternoon here on Long Island. Maggie, thanks so much. Any further update, we will pass that along. Richie off and running in the pick six. The favorite delivers, and thank you, John. And Arad Ortiz, naturally, he counters after Jose Ortiz wins the first two races today. I had to laugh at your interview with Jose earlier when you were talking about, I want to see a dead heat. I want to see a tie. He's like, no, I want to beat him.
Yeah, he was adamant. I want to win, and that's it. And they both do. But they've both ridden so well all meeting that you almost feel bad that someone has to lose, right? I mean, if you call winning over 50 races at the Belmont Spring meeting losing, yeah, right? But the only person that's not anxious about this is Steve Russian, the agent, because he has both Ortiz brothers.
Sit back and enjoy, Steve. The Ortiz brothers throwing it down once again and going down to the closing day in terms of this Belmont Spring-Summer riding title. The race you just saw, Arad Ortiz. Yeah, that did feel like a short price at 6-5, and then Thank You, John goes out there and makes it look all too easy, geared down in the final 16th.
Yeah, and his last race pointed him out. Lafitte, he had trouble. He cruised up. He made a run. He had every right to take a step forward, particularly well posted. Even if he didn't break very sharp, he could get in the race the right way.
Turn the page, race 6. Tripped up in the first leg of the pick 6. I imagine most of you were live. Late pick 5 starts here. Good allowance race, 7/8 of a mile on grass. 3-year-olds and older, $100,000 purse. Number 4 is the favorite, Paros. 5-2, 16 minutes out. The feature still ahead with the Manila in the 3-year-old division on grass. It's a big weekend in that division. Tomorrow, Grade 1 Belmont Derby, 3-year-olds on grass. Richie, what's the difference between the 3-year-olds we'll see tomorrow and the 3-year-olds we'll see today in the Manila?
Well, there's a few notable differences, but the most notable difference is the distance. The Manila Stakes is 1 mile. The Belmont Derby is 1.25 miles, and horses that are going to be on that turf triple trail are going to ultimately top out at 1.5 miles. So the trainers are pretty adept at knowing which horses want to go that far.
These horses could eventually wind up at that upper echelon Grade 1 level. Major Dude, for example, the favorite coming in, the Penn Mile at Penn National, Richie, and it looked for a few strides like he might be in a bad position, might encounter some trouble. Pretty clean trip and a gutty win.
Yeah, very gutty win, and a horse that just stays on resolutely. He's got the right kind of style, too. He creates his own triplet feet. He puts himself in that stalking spot. And you know, sometimes you hear people talk about trips, and why didn't the rider do this, or why didn't the rider do that? Well, a lot of times it comes down to the style of the horse you're riding.
Of course, he has to deal with Nagarok. Trenogram Motion really wanted to see him race with blinkers. Did so in the Murphy, Preakness Day, Pimlico, and Nagarok responded in a big way.
We had 2 changes at Pimlico last time. He was fitted with blinkers, and he also ran with Lasix, which he will not have now in the Manila. So was it 100% the blinkers, or was it a combination of both? To me, that's a big question.
As that slumping rider, Flavian Pratt, rode 5 winners, 4th of July, a slew of stakes races last weekend. And then there's talk of the nation. He'd won 2 straight, including the Columbia Tampa Bay Derby Day, Richie. So how did he get beat in the Jersey Derby at 30 cents on the dollar?
I thought he was a little bit too keen. Paco Lopez was trying to get him to settle, doing the best he could, but he never had cover. He was always out in the clear, and I think he just did a little too much. I mean, very sharp pace race, 22-3, 46-3, 109. He did all the hard work, and then was just ripe to be picked off. I still think he ran a terrific race. It's just the dynamics of the race. And one thing about Shug McGahee, he's not a trainer that's satisfied when his horses are rank or they pull or they get too involved. I'm sure he did a lot of work trying to get this horse to settle since the Jersey Derby.
We'll get to it later, but the influence of the race, Manila, for fans newer to the sport, what an absolute superstar in the mid-'80s, Breeders' Cup Turf winner and Arlington Million winner. Much more on Manila later on in the broadcast. That's today, race 9. Exciting closing weekend, Belmont Park tomorrow. 4 stakes races, Suburban, really good addition for the Victory Ride, and the start of the Turf Triple Series for boys and girls. Grade 1 Phasic tipped in Belmont Oaks, and the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. Live coverage right here on America's Day at the Races. Often running in the pick 6, late pick 5 coming up in 13 minutes. Horses are in the paddock, and there's the current favorite in Peros. For trainer Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz. They've already combined for 2 wins this afternoon. Rice looks like she has the training title in hand. Jose Ortiz in a duel with his brother.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Second half of the Friday program. Start of the late pick 5 coming up. Good allowance turf extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile for the next 5 races on grass, by the way. You're looking at the current favorite in Perros at 5-2. Richie and Perros. Sharp gelding. This is on the 13th of May right here at Belmont. And from off the pace, launching his bid and finding his best stride.
I love the way he kind of negotiated his way through traffic here. He was able to save ground, split half the field. He had as many inside of him as he did outside of him before getting to the clear. And look at the supreme confidence that Jose Ortiz has. Hands and heels till he coddles his horse. Now he gives him a couple of reminders like, hey, we still got a job to do. But this was just a really nice performance at today's distance, and you get the hot connections, Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz.
You're not getting 6-1 you got that day. And that was his first race on grass in a while. There's no reason to change things up now.
No, absolutely. And his one turf race previous to that, was way back last September when he first made his debut, and he left a lot to be desired. And I think that's a perfect example, though, of it wasn't the surface. It was just being a first-time starter and not understanding the game. Also, a horse named Nagarok, who's pretty darn good. Broke his maiden there.
Yeah, Nagarok we'll see a little bit later on this evening in the Friday feature, the Manila. So you know what they look like on paper. You see them walking about in the paddock, and let's see what Maggie thinks of, what she sees in the flesh. Maggie, your thoughts on this wide-open, competitive, extended turf sprint?
Well, Lafitte, the one who has to answer the biggest question of will he turf is number 5, Senbei in here, a son of Candy Ride. That on the bottom side, mostly dirt sprinters. The dam, she was pretty proficient at the 4.5 furlongs over at Charlestown, and really all the siblings have been more of dirt runners. This feels like a experiment at best, not a total confidence move. He doesn't physically really scream turf either. He has pretty straight hind leg to him, not necessarily a turf hoof that you look for some sort of indication. He looks great overall. He's very fit, very strong, second off of the bench, but I don't know, maybe he gets confident as he could work out to possibly be the speed in here, and he gets caught, and I would think that's what they're trying to do with him, to kind of refine some of that early speed he once had as a 2-year-old, which led him to be 2-year-old New York bred champion. But I just don't feel that confident about it, but again, goes out for very, very dangerous connections. I am interested in number 9 in here, Pine Knoll, getting to the 7 furlongs. He was out sprinted early, going the 6, but really had good late foot. Really the one that was making up the most ground late, in which Outlaw Kid, another George Weaver runner, was just much the best that day. And Pine Knoll kind of has a little bit of a longer, stretchier frame. Now he's pairing these races back to back. He looks incredibly fit here in the paddock. I think he's very, very interesting, though we'll see what kind of pace he gets to run at, Lafitte.
With Jose Lezcano in the saddle, Maggie, currently 7-2. As for the Ortiz brothers, 1 win separating them in the chase for a Belmont Spring-Summer riding title. Jose Ortiz currently in the lead, 53-52. Lots to smile about. Yes, they're brothers. Richie, they love each other. For the next couple of days, bitter, sworn enemies.
Yeah, listen, when the starting gate doors open, it's every man for himself. And, I'm sure that they take a lot of pride in beating each other, and they should, because they're both outstanding riders.
And look, with the day chaser, chase of the day. These two have been chasing each other most of their lives. The Ortiz brothers, chase of the day, slugging it out for a Belmont title. Day chaser, canned cocktails, real spirits, real fruit juice. The chase for a Belmont Spring-Summer riding title. The brothers Ortiz, not the first time we've seen it, Richie. It won't be the last.
No, and honestly, I believe, and I don't know the statistics, if you just blindly box the Ortiz brothers in exactas, you'd be ahead. And we'll see a lot of that in Saratoga.
Brad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back. rides Maxwell Esquire. Big gap to the rest. Jose Ortiz, Rad Ortiz, 53-52, and both of them looking well stocked for the weekend.
What's very interesting, too, is the top 3 leading riders, Jose and Irad Ortiz, Manny Franco, all graduates of the Jockey School in Puerto Rico. They turn out a good product.
They're doing something right down there. Post-parade. I can ride in a little bit as well. Bring me a check, and Flavien Prat has a date with Nagarock in the Manila later today.
Yeah, won nicely at this distance on the turf last time against Easier. He's a horse that can beef forward, and this race lost some of its speed due to scratches. One thing about Flavien, he's not bashful about going forward.
After 5, once ran 5th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint behind Golden Pal and Company.
Yeah, comes out of a real good race. Pine Knoll, Maxwell Esquire that exited the same race. Flashy-looking gray horse.
Peros, sharp 2 straight wins and a successful return to grass.
Yeah, we saw that race we showed earlier, just how nicely he did that beating Bold Journey last time.
Senbei, not only did Acacia name him, a turf debut, as you heard Maggie reference, she told me he is training very well on grass, Senbei.
Well, he's had 3 straight turf works, which you have the luxury of doing in Saratoga on the Oklahoma side of the training track over there. And listen, nobody's better at identifying horses that handle turf than Christophe Clement.
Maxwell Esquire for Mike Maker, a 5-time winner here at Belmont and last won with Irad Ortiz.
Former Christophe Clement trainee as well here. Deeper closer in a race that lost some of its speed. I think it hurt his chances.
Number 9, Pine Knoll to complete the field. A short-leaf homebred, second at 16-1, facing similar.
It got nice high marks from Maggie. Ran very well last time going 3/4. Has that race under his belt and another 1/8 of a mile to negotiate.
Competitive turf sprint. Looking forward to this one. Late pick 5 gets started in about 4 minutes. And what better time to get involved? Join us and sign up at Naira Bets today. Get that $200 deposit match. Sign up with promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. So let's say you just signed up, you have your Naira Bets account, you want to play this late pick 5 at Belmont Park. You want to hear what the pro thinks. We check in with Jonathan Kinchin, JK. It was nothing but chalk to kick off the pick 6. What do you make of this pick 5 sequence?
Yeah, but, on a carryover day like this, you just want to survive in advance. It's so much less about getting huge prices than just staying alive. Your price will come later. In this pick 5, look, if I'm being honest, I would probably play the pick 4, me personally, because my opinion in this first leg is all. And I usually, in a situation like this, with a pick 5, my first leg is all. It's telling me I shouldn't be playing the pick 5. I should play the pick 4. I'm just telling you, if you're going to play the pick 5, I think you should spread in here. I think all of these horses can win. I do like the 5 Senbei the most, but don't necessarily trust as a short price. Trust as a single or a press in here. Race 7, I'm going to use the horses I think can win 2, 4, and 7. The 2 headline news, the 4 Fly Right, the 7 Truly Quality. Like I talked about before that pick 6 in race 8, I'm going to single the 1 Devil's Key. I just think this horse is going to run big. I think Linda's being aggressive with this horse. If you want to take him, then take him. If you can get him all out of the barn, get a win, head up to Saratoga, claim another horse, here we go. In the second to last leg in the Manila race 9, I'm just going to use 2, the 4 Nagarock and the 5 Major Dude. And then to wrap it up, I hinted earlier, I just didn't really like the 6 Financial Advice. It's not a positive move for Chad Brown. In a bunch of moves that are all positive for Chad, this one just doesn't stand out. Dropping for Klarovich in a maiden special weight to a maiden claimer. I'm going to single the 10 Whiskey Lullaby, a horse that has tactical speed. You have my favorite rider in the room for a horse that's going to be forward on a horse like this, drawn towards the outside in the clear, should be able to dictate. I think the 10 Whiskey Lullaby will be tough, dropping from maiden special weight last time.
What's the vibe like up there at Saratoga, JK? It's got to be like Whoville, Christmas week.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm going to go to Salivo tonight to make sure everything's ready for you guys when you get up here. Just going to check, make sure everything's good, and hopefully be able to get a table a little bit easier than I will coming up soon. No, but it's great, though. My favorite thing is to drive right by the track and to see the backyard. They were power washing the top of the canopies, and the TVs were on. You're starting to see different license plates as you walk around the town. It was buzzing this morning. We walked downtown and went and got some coffee, and it's waiting for you guys. It'll be ready when you get here, and you couldn't be more excited.
You need some help with that Salivo reservation. Like I can help out. I know somebody who knows somebody. All right, let me know. We'll see you soon, JK. Best of luck with this late pick 5. Just an $18 investment if you want to get involved. And you're looking at Pine Knoll at 5-2. Looks like a key player, Richie. His latest, it was mid-June, right here, facing similar company, Pine Knoll. And you're going to see him, trying to get involved late. Eventually, stretch, Pine Knoll. Yeah, right here, facing similar company. He's trying to get involved late here, Richie, in Maxwell Esquire, mid-pack right there as well.
Yeah, but this was going 6 furlongs. And there was legitimate pace on. They went 22 and change, 45 and change. So it gives them something to close into. Pine Knoll is laid up close, but that's going further. Sprinting, he's a horse that obviously showed more of a closing ability, although in a somewhat paceless race, I believe, he's probably going to be closer.
Second at 16-1 that afternoon. Currently 5-2 co-favorite as they've just about reached the gate. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, it feels like the love's kind of spread all over this board. Even the 2, Bring Me a Check, taking some money. Obviously, with the scratches that we saw, it will do that in lower prices on horses. But talking about number 6 in here, Maxwell Esquire, another New York bred. He's one of those Mike Maker horses that looks fit, now second off the layoff, but also looks as though he could strengthen up. That's the only negative. He seems like a happy horse who's moving really well out there. But again, as you guys were saying, a little bit one that's hindered by the fact there doesn't appear to be too much pace. He does like some pace to close into, and he was actually fairly close first off the layoff last time out. So we'll see what Arad Ortiz chooses to do with him and where he has him placed. But I really feel as though these Mike Maker horses are quite dangerous once they have a race under their belt coming back off their respective layoffs. Levine?
Happy horse, Maxwell Esquire, with Arad Ortiz looking to equal his brother with 52 wins on the meet. Richie circling back to Senbei and getting ready for his turf debut. And this rider, this Joel Rosario, he's pretty good in these turf sprints.
Yeah, pretty proficient on turf sprints, isn't he? I wish Maggie had liked him a little more from a physical perspective. I have so much respect for her eye and that. And he is pretty cold on the board at 6-1. I do like the 3 workouts on the turf in Saratoga. And I think I will say, like we talk always about pedigree and confirmation, different surfaces. Well, Pasqualina Marciano had 6 children. She only had 1 Rocky.
Sometimes the apple does fall far from the tree. I'm living proof.
And it rolls.
Senbei. Again, Acacia named him. Connected with Acacia yesterday, said training very well on grass. Let's see what he does in his turf debut. The favorite to the outside, it is Pine Knoll, 5-2, all set for the late pick 5. Second leg of the pick 6, the carryover for the Friday program. Johnny I standing by, race 6, Belmont.
And they're off. Pine Knoll from the extreme outside. Senbei now moves on through. Senbei has the lead. Bring Me a Check. Grabs second. Pine Knoll is now back running in third, followed by After 5 in fourth. Maxwell Esquire and Paros is the early trailer in sixth. It is Senbei who leads here by a length. Then it's the duo of a Pine Knoll, who's a little ranked there and tough to handle. Bring Me a Check is now a clear second, and Pine Knoll is in third, the quarter 22 and 2. Senbei leads here by 3 parts of a length as Bring Me a Check gets a bit closer now on the outside. A break of 2 to Pine Knoll in third, another 2.5 to Maxwell Esquire, followed by After 5 and Paros. Senbei leads here by a neck. Bring Me a Check on the outside in second, the half one in 44 and 3. The front 2 are now right together as they hit the top of the stretch. It's Senbei on the inside, Bring Me a Check on the outside, then Pine Knoll and Maxwell Esquire as they come down for the 8th pole. Senbei on the inside, Bring Me a Check on the outside. They are heads apart with Maxwell Esquire in third. The 2 of them up front continue to battle on. Bring Me a Check and Senbei, they come on for the finish, and it's going to be Bring Me a Check narrowly over Zenbei with Maxwell Esquire in third.
Slugfest on the Widener. Bring Me a Check in Flavian Pratt. 7-2 at post time. Finally putting away a stubborn Senbei. Training well on grass and ran accordingly.
He ran lights out, all he could. Bring Me a Check attended him every step of the way. They were doing their own little personal rendition of Jaipur Raidan. And even though more speed wound up being side on, they went 44 and 3, 108 and change. It was the two speeds, 1-2 around the racetrack, just fought it out tooth and nail. One thing you know about Senbei, he's always going to give you an effort. He fights, he pins his ears. To me, even when he was running, he was kind of skipping and bobbling, never looked like he was really enjoying himself on the turf, but he ran well on it.
Yeah, you could see Rosario trying to carry Senbei over the wire, and in the end, just too much. Bring Me a Check. Flavian Pratt has that day with Nagarok in the Manila. A little bit later on, 2, 5, 6, 9. I did think for a while there that Senbei was going to be able to fend him off and hold off all challengers late. We've seen it so many times from Rosario.
Well, and this horse too, right? He's a fighter. He just he puts his ears back and he really works for it. He wants it. He doesn't want to get past. I think the 7/8 might have caught up with him. And listen, Flavian Pratt has been making all the right moves. He put on just enough pressure that he could wear down Senbei, but not too much where he's going to get picked off by Maxwell Esquire or one of the other back runners. And he's just so good at putting horses in a position to win.
I think he won 3 stakes races last weekend, won 5 races on the 4th of July here, Belmont. Last year, we watch Flavian a lot. We know how talented he is. It's expected in terms of him producing out on the track what you have to appreciate in his first full summer at Saratoga. First full summer finishing, second in the standings? And what a big summer he had up there and how difficult that is to do and poised for another big weekend, closing weekend.
Well, yeah, and listen, he brought a big reputation from California, obviously a very accomplished, top world-class rider, but you're still breaking into a new colony with new trainers.
It's Saratoga.
Right, and people that already have established relationships. So it's hard to just walk in and expect you're going to get your share. Well, he's not only getting his share, he's getting more than his share, and he just doesn't have any weakness as a rider. He's as complete a rider as you're going to find.
The damage he did at Ellis, the Stephen Foster at Ellis with West Willpower, the Wise Dan and Stitched, what love looks like in the Port Washington. That's a productive weekend. Racking up stakes win after stakes win.
And then to put the exclamation point on it, that 5-win Tuesday. And honestly, sometimes you win races in bunches, but it's just because you're on the best horses. He contributed to several of those wins that I felt he made a difference.
Acacia, thanks for the tip. Big run Senbei in his turf debut. Just couldn't hold off. Bring Me a Check late. And for Paddock Pop Racing, winning owner, Fernando Abreu, Flavian Pratt in a thriller to kick off the late pick 5 Senbei inside Bring Me a Check, emerging victorious. Stay tuned.
They say breed the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Here in the winner's circle, we saw Bring Me a Check. He brought his owners and connections another check today, 2 for 2 after being claimed by Fernando Abreu. I'm going to call him by his nickname, Nappy, as I first was introduced to him way back in the day when you were assistant for the chief.
Yes, the chief always called me Nappy, and then everybody started calling me Nappy after that.
I'm not going to ask you where it came from, but let's talk about Bring Me a Check. Talk a little bit about why you claimed him.
It was all up the owner, Peter Castellano from Paddock Pop. He seen that the horse had turf last time, in a while back, and never been on the turf again. So he says, let's claim him for this race. If it works out, it works out. If not, so we ran him. He ran big last time, and we just stepped him up a little, and we get to play with him another race.
Exactly, and Flavian Pratt, just an excellent ride from him yet again.
Yeah, no, last time was Manny, but Manny got dazed, so I picked Flavian, and how can you go wrong? He just went 5. No instructions, just do what you do best.
He really does. Talk a little bit about, we're several years removed from losing the chief, but he was such a powerful force in so many people's lives here on the backside.
Oh, he was big. You know him from Leah and all that. We all care about him so much, and, he meant so much. I was just basically a sponge trying to soak up everything that he tried to teach, but he was so encouraging. I hope he's liking this now.
I think he will be. You have 12 here on the grounds. Wishing you the best of luck as the summer rolls on.
Appreciate it, Maggie. Thank you.
Always love talking and catching up with Nappy. He's done an excellent job with Bring Me a Check, getting a second win off the claim, guys.
Maggie, thanks so much. Richie, that sentiment I know that you can relate to in terms of Alan Jerkins, the chief.
So many people on the backstretch feel the same way, and I'm certainly one of them. I couldn't wait, if I was done early riding, to go back to Alan's barn, push the feed cart, and basically be a sponge. Listen to the things he said about horses. Everybody has a certain conventional way of thinking. Alan was not a conventional thinker. He thought outside the box. The things that people, well, you went to the lead and went slow, so you should have had an advantage. Well, you went too slow. You took your horse's weapon away. Different things that he opened your mind to. And how many trainers feed all of their horses themselves?
Amazing.
Then go get dinner, and then come back to the barn to see how they ate dinner and how to adjust their diet. Who goes out and digs dandelion blossoms for their horses all afternoon? Alan Jerkins did.
A horseman, Nappy and the Chief, like an 80s sitcom. These horses, Richie, though, that say excel running 7/8 of a mile on grass, right, that we just saw here at Belmont. Maybe this is what they're best at. Looking ahead to Saratoga, you don't have that option. It's a 5.5 furlong sprint or a 2-turn mile. So what's next?
Well, it's a tough thing because 5.5 is a very sharp race, and horses going 7/8 not necessarily. Let's keep an eye on Joel Rosario here. Watch his crop in his left hand. He's going to lose control of it here in a minute. Watch it fly up in the air. It didn't have any effect on the outcome. I just thought it was interesting. See it fly in the air there? Now it bounced back in his chest, and he's trying to grab it.
On Manila Day.
On Manila Day, who won the Breeders' Cup Turf when Jose Santos lost his crop.
Yeah, he did inside the last 100 yards.
Yeah,
Jose Santos, a brilliant ride, and in the end, there goes his whip. And we'll relive all of that a little bit later on. But on Manila Day, watching that happen with Joel Rosario in a pitch battle, it wasn't, Manila and theatrical in the 86 turf, but Bring Me a Check and Senbei putting on some kind of show there. And for Rosario, just everyone fumbles once in a while.
Yeah, and the race was decided at that point.
Right.
It didn't have effect. I just thought it was interesting. He tried to catch it the way it bounced onto his chest. Not an easy feat from the back of a horse going as fast as they're going.
The Pick 6 carryover, and what we've seen thus far, we turn the page to race number 7. I do want to follow up with that next in terms of what's going on with those types of horses and what options they have at Saratoga. In case you hadn't heard, opening day Thursday. We'll have live coverage each and every day right here on Fox Sports 2. When we return, tomorrow's Belmont Derby. 2 Europeans will compete. Both dangerous. That is the lukewarm favorite. The Foxes, bred in Ireland, shipped in from England. And for his trouble, it gets to break from Richie's office tomorrow afternoon. The Belmont Derby previews next.
Good Magic's going to win his first race, and he's going to do it in the Breeders' Cup Junior
Lovely down the outside. Angel and Umpire is putting in his run. And there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hole on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16. And it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well.
As the field makes their way to the top of the stretch, Analyze It runs alongside of Catholic Boy. And these two come to the final furlong together. Analyze It on the outside in front. Catholic Boy is second. Hunting Horn trying to come and get them. Analyze It, Catholic Boy battling him again today. Analyze It, Catholic Boy, and then Hunting Horn on the outside. Who's it gonna be? It's a photo that's going to be a head bobber, maybe Catholic Boy.
Maybe. He got it. Still gets the blood pumping. Catholic Boy refusing to lose. The bravery, the heart, Richie, as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, a horse that fought for it. He looked beaten and just dug in, stuck his head out, and a horse that was good on either surface. What an exciting stallion prospect. To have a horse to be able to compete at the highest level, grade 1 level on turf and dirt. Your Travers winner right there. I mean, just a really spectacular individual, too, physically.
The races that make fans. That 28 Belmont Derby, Catholic Boy, as Richie mentioned, also won the Travers and, of course, stands at Claiborne Farm. As for this year's edition of the Grade 1 Belmont Derby Invitational, it is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Cue the animation. First leg of the Turf Triple Series. You have the Triple Crown for 3-year-olds on dirt. This series, 3-year-olds on grass. A 1.25-mile inner turf course, and way down at the bottom, number 11, the Foxes. 7-2 morning line favorite, and this is part of the reason why his last win before running 5th in the Epsom Derby, Richie. You'll see the Foxes defeating White Birch in England. This is in the Group 2 Dante Stakes at York.
Yeah, the prep for the English Derby, and you see him, you know, it's a straightaway course, right? Going a mile and 5/16 there. Oh, no, I'm sorry, left-handed, but an awfully long straight, isn't it? All right, and he stayed covered up before being produced, and he quickened. Now he's going to hang over to the right now as he's getting clear of horses, but you could see the acceleration. I mean, just look how fast his legs are going once he kicked it into gear. This is under Oyson Murphy, who's ridden him the last 3 starts, and he's actually coming over to ride him here in the Belmont Derby, a rider that's had a bit of a checkered career so far, some issues that got him banned for a while, but he's back and in riding in good form.
Owned by King Power Racing, trained by Andrew Balding, arrived last Friday. As I mentioned, that 5th place finish in the Epsom Derby. Richie, Epsom Derby, Europe's version of the Kentucky Derby, right? And this is not how they drew things up on the chalkboard.
No, well, you know, just watch the beginning. I mean, he just doesn't get away cleanly, kind of stumbled, bobbled, caught himself. Now, you know, some people might say, well, a mile and a half, you got plenty of time to overcome it. this level, you don't want to give any head starts. You don't want to put yourself at a disadvantage. And even still, he put in a run. I mean, he tried and he put in a run. And this is the best of the best here. This is their Kentucky Derby, like you said.
Yeah, Balding said he thought the distance was an issue. He was in front with a furlong to go. A mile and a half, perhaps too far. Describes the Foxes as a high-class horse. He's regally bred. Balding adding the cut back to a mile and a quarter. Very attractive. Part of the reason he's here. As for tomorrow's race, you mentioned Oisin Murphy. So you see the stumble in the Epsom Derby. That was his most recent race. Now he's marooned outside, going a mile and a quarter in the inner turf course. How challenging of an assignment is this for Murphy?
Well, it's not an ideal draw, but there is a lot of run to the first turn going a mile and a quarter. So you should have some opportunity to sort it out. And also, a lot of the European horses don't break particularly sharp compared to North American racing. So at least he's not going to run the risk of getting squeezed in between two horses or pinched back. And the thing is, though, being drawn wide, you don't want your horse to get lost out there, right? So at the same time, he's got to kind of get him going forward, put him in the race without getting him too keen. It's a balancing act. The fact that he knows his horse as well as he does, certainly going to be helpful.
And how often we've seen Europeans that have trouble getting out of the blocks doing it the first time here, like the dreaded Euro bounce in quotes, and having seen that poor start in his last race. Like all eyes on the Foxes early on in terms of how he gets away and then what Murphy decides to do.
And he's a legitimate horse, though. Listen, this horse went off at 7-1 in the Epsom Derby. And he ran. He tried hard. So, this is not like some Euro that can't quite cut it at the upper level. He's coming in with certainly a strong resume.
Turf Triple Series starts tomorrow. First leg, Grade 1 Belmont Derby with a $750,000 purse. As for tomorrow's cross-country Pick 5 sequence, if you like the Foxes, maybe you just key in on him, and maybe there's your single for the Belmont Derby. It's part of the sequence. You have Horseshoe Indy and the General Assembly Distaff, the Indiana Oaks 3-year-old fillies, a really good addition of the Victory Ride. And Paula Duca, by the way, on site at Horseshoe Indy for the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby. He's our nomad. He's all over the place.
Yeah, listen, Bag will travel. I mean, Paul he's hitting him and doing such a great job. It was great having him here with us last couple weeks. Instead of at Churchill, they went to Ellis, and Paul came up here to New York, and it was great to have him.
A really challenging, fun edition of tomorrow's cross-country Pick 5 and featuring Belmont Oaks and Belmont Derby. Meantime, these are maidens. They'll be running a mile and a quarter as well. 3-year-olds and older. Maggie's in the paddock. What are you noticing from the gelding we're looking at? Just his second career start, a 4-year-old. Headline news. What can you tell us?
That Connections are very smart to geld this horse because he is still a very big, bulky animal, Lafitte. And one that, having talked to the Connections, saying that it's taken a little while for the proverbial light bulb to go off. And if you go back and watch his first race at Pimlico, it's like the light bulb started turning on within the last 5 strides of that effort, where he was a little headstrong, a little rank early. I see that he has a figure 8 and a ring bit on, so giving that rider a little extra control. And then when the rider tried to get him out from behind horses, he was kind of reluctant to do so. He's kind of wandering all over the stretch. And then it was like, oh, I need to run forward and at the early leaders. And he really kicked it in late there just to be beaten by a length and 3/4. Now, I think getting more distance here at Belmont, we could very well see him from that inside post assume the lead if they want it, because he is sharp here. He's a big, bulky horse where I think he is fit enough. I think it's just him, as he is a son of Curlin. But I think he's very intriguing here for a guy in Jimmy Toner who is just so dangerous when he ships his horses in here to New York from Fair Hill. Well, taking a look at another horse shipping in is number 7, Truly Quality, for Jonathan Thomas. Watching his last replay from Churchill, he broke from a far outside post, and he kind of had to pick through the field He was never really clear. He bulled his way through between runners and really ran on gamely. He's such a big, lanky horse that I think the more ground he gets to cover, truly the better he will become. He's incredibly fit here for just his third career start. But the horse that I'm also intrigued by here is number 8. That is Swore, as this team will be teaming up with Najarak a little bit later in the Manila and Flavien Prat and Grand Motion. But Swore came back off of a long layoff last time out at Delaware. Did not have the best of beginnings, not his own fault, just checked badly coming out of the chute. And then that race, as it unfolded, was ultimately wired by the winner, Line of Sight, where Swore was really running on all by himself, wasn't really being asked by the rider. So given his size, given just having that tightener underneath of him, I think this is the time that you want him. He's going to move forward here with that race. He's going to move forward with the distance. If you look at him, he is the quintessential long distance turf runner in his physical makeup, Lafitte.
Swore, Maggie, riders up. Those Sunday Silence colors, perhaps more popular in California than in New York. This is what Maggie was talking about for Swore. His second career start, Delaware, May 25th. His grass debut, Richie, yeah, he had a rough start. And he's wide late, but watch him finish in just getting started as this race is ending.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to lug in a little bit under rider Daniel Centeno. When he finally kind of got him straightened out, he leveled off right in here and kind of found his best stride the last 16th of a mile. So you got to think the mile and a quarter is going to suit him. Now, he did get pace to run at. I mean, it was a very fast pace that day, but he did lose valuable position the first 3/16 of a mile.
And he has a red-hot jockey in the saddle. Flavien Prat looking to go back-to-back on the program. And, of course, that date with Najarak in the Manila, the feature, race number 9 on the Friday program. Will the table be set for Swore and any other closers in the field? What does the pace look like on paper?
I honestly don't myself see a lot of pace signed on here. I don't think we're going to see a very fast pace.
Post-parade, start with the entry, Muggsy Fury. Like, I don't care how he runs. This is just cool, Richie. Both Davis girls are riding for their father, Robbie, in a great moment earlier today with Jackie and another win with Hallelujah.
Yeah, Robbie teamed up with his daughter Jackie for a win earlier. Now he gets 2 for the price of 1. Katie on the 1, Muggsy Fury, and Jackie on the 1A, Fluorescent Bay.
The Davis entry, yeah, 2 for 1. You're getting 18 to 1. Then headline news number 2, the gelded 4-year-old.
Yeah, horse that ran very well. And look at the statistics on Jimmy Toner this year. 30% when he runs him. He's running them with good intentions.
That was the Ortiz seeking a third on the afternoon. Number 3, When Love Takes Over. His first race on grass, much better than his second race on grass.
And here's a horse that probably could show speed. I know they've been working very hard to keep him settled and switched off.
Fly right number 4, Jeff Treadway, homebred, in the money in 3 of 4.
Yeah, comes off a nice effort last time off the bench, and you get Javier Castellano and Leah Giamatti's having a nice meeting, winning at 25%.
Wild Guess is out. Nostalgic One still in. Todd Pletcher trains 13 to 1. Pletcher Rosario at a price. Wow.
Yeah, and by English Channel, Todd Pletcher trained him as well, and a horse that'll probably appreciate going further.
True Quality number 7, the favorite, George Strawbridge's, a deep closing homebred.
Yeah, ran extremely well last time. You get Irad. This horse is Grand Dam, forever together, champion on the turf.
A Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner. Was she a 2-time Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf winner? She may have been. There's Flavien Prat and Swore in those Sunday Silence colors for Stone Farm.
Yeah, and we saw how we finished last time going a mile and an eighth. Although he got good pace, he might find himself in a different position today.
Lock and Key. 3 Davises riding in this one. There's Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan, I guess the black sheep of the family, riding against the family here.
But the shortest price. The shortest price of the 3, 14 to 1. If you smell an upset with Lock and Key from the outside there, 14 to 1. Number 7, True Quality, not 14 to 1. The current favorite at 2 to 1. His latest, this was late May, Churchill Downs, and just his second career start. Like Swore, Richie, True Quality, Adam Beschizza navigating traffic in a rally he literally launched at the half-mile pole.
Yeah, and you saw there, like he was looking for the gap. He finally found it. He was brave to come through this position, and he ran hard. Well, the winner was able to get first run unencumbered on the outside. He lost ground, but at least he was able to build into his stride, where Truly Quality was kind of having to peck and poke and find a spot to stretch his legs.
Those colors, JK, forever together, informed decision. Augustin Stable, George Strawbridge, and here for Jonathan Thomas, True Quality. Your thoughts on the favorite in the 7th race?
Well, first of all, Jonathan Thomas is on a tear across the country, winning at an unbelievable percentage. I was looking at Indiana for their Indiana Derby tomorrow, and he's winning at like 40-something% there. When JT starts winning, he starts winning in bunches. He's finding the right spots for his horses. He's placing them appropriately. Look, this is one of those horses that's a little bit tricky for me because I'm not one of those people who looks at horses who have closed well in shorter distance races and then assumed that they want more ground. This horse, though, I just do believe wants more ground. Augustin Stable has always had horses that excel long distance on the ground. This is a homebred, so you got to think that somewhere deep inside of that pedigree, there is some suggestions that this horse will have some stamina. So I have no problem. Like I said, this is not a race I have a strong opinion. I used 3 horses in the pick 5, and especially because there's not a lot of pace in here, you have to wonder how quick they'll go. Who's going to work out a nice trip? The horse that I picked was the 4 Fly Right. Look, we're going to see, and this is also a great measuring stick for redistricting, who we'll see tomorrow. Fly Right ran behind redistricting, which is the hardest word in the English language to say, at least from my mouth. It feels that way. I'm really looking forward to see how Fly Right runs so it could lead me to a little bit of a clue of what to expect tomorrow. And then the 2 headline news, another one. Wouldn't be shocked if that one runs well. I do hope that Maggie can shed a little bit of light on if any of these horses were aggressively warmed up, because I do think that could give you a little bit of a clue on who could catch the front end and work out a nice trip. Mags?
JK, I really think the 2 is going to go here. Not that he was necessarily aggressively warmed up. He was just aggressive throughout the entire preliminaries, and he was very aggressive in his debut while breaking alertly and sitting right off the pace. So I was between the 2 and the 8 in here. I'll let Richie have the 2. It's fine. No, I'm kidding. I ultimately did pick the 8 just because I really, really liked his overall appearance, and I was hoping he'd drift up a little bit here. We do see Grand Motion in town. Not necessarily saddle this horse, I'm sure to saddle Najarok a little bit later. But do want to talk about Fly Right. Look, I wholeheartedly respect him. He's been beaten by some nice horses in his career. And last time I noted that he'd gone on from 2 to 3. I just wish, at least to my eye, he looked a little bit more fit having that race in second place effort to redistricting. But always, Lafitte, I will be rooting for my good friend Leah Giramati, and I'm excited to see how this horse does, because it will, as JK said, give us a really good barometer on what to think of redistricting tomorrow in the Belmont Derby.
Some great moments with Leah and Maggie, celebrating, dancing, flossing up at Saratoga over the years.
Yeah,
always makes for a great moment. And yeah, Fly Right, JK's top selection. Again, he's in the money in 3 of 4. He's been effective.
Yeah, listen, he's run good races, and you get Javier Castellano back, who's been having success with Leah, and listen, Leah does a good job. It's interesting to me. You've got, let's see, 4 former jockeys training horses in this race, right? You got Andrew Lakeman, Robbie Davis, Leah Giamatti, and Jonathan Thomas was a very promising steeplechase rider.
And on an absolute tear, statistically, putting up big numbers, as J.K. alluded to, Jonathan Thomas, who has the favorite, Truly Quality, looking at Fly Right, that relationship over the years, Jeff Treadway, Leah Giamatti, contender 2-1, and circling back to headline news, who Maggie mentioned, going back to the paddock, that it looks like that we're getting indications that the strategy today is going to be forward and aggressive early on. And you wanted to add, in terms of the scenario where we're talking about a 4-year-old gelding making just his second career start here.
Well, Maggie was talking about this horse being gelded, and why that's significant. Well, a lot of times when people hear a horse is gelded, they think immediately it's for behavioral reasons. And sometimes that is the reason. But more times than not, it's a horse that's just so big, and they just carry too much weight when they're a whole horse, and they're up in their shoulders, their neck. They're just heavier and harder on themselves. So if you got a horse with that kind of size to begin with, honestly, the best thing for the horse is to geld them, because it'll help keep them sounder. They won't be as hard on themselves.
Headline news by 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. There he is, stepping forward. How aggressive will Jose Ortiz be early on? Looking for a third win this afternoon. Nostalgic one. Joel Rosario, that tough luck loss with Senbei. about 35 minutes ago. Interested to see how far Irad Ortiz drops back with Truly Quality, as far back as he was in his most recent at Churchill Downs, and having so much work to do late.
Yeah, and one thing we know about Irad, he's a rider that allows horses to find their rhythm, to get in the stride. We get the 4-horse here, Fly Right, being a little difficult going to the gate. They'll do that often, Lafitte, take the rider off. And the gate crew has knowledge of this already. They keep meticulous notes on horses. They share information with other gate crews around the country. My question about the 4 Fly Right is the distance. He's by a stern Australian stallion who gets 9% winners routing on the turf as opposed to 16% winners sprinting on the turf.
Javier Castellano incident in the gate a few days ago. Hopefully Fly Right stays nice and settled. You see some of the horses lathered up. It's that kind of day. It is very steamy here in Elmont. Post time for the 7th, kicking off the late pick 4. John Ambrial standing by the 7th.
And they're all in. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 1, Muggsy Fury at the back of the pack, along with Nostalgic One. Up front, it is Lock and Key from the outside and Fly Right. Fly Right, Lock and Key, and they are right together. Truly Quality sits just off of them in 3rd. Headline News is next in 4th. Swore is on the outside and in 5th. And down at the rail is Muggsy Fury, who's running in 6th. When Love Takes Over is next in 7th, followed by Fluorescent Bay in 8th. Nostalgic One is the trailer in 9th. As the field heads for the backstretch, the opening quarter, 22-4. Fly Right, the leader here by a length and a half. Lock and Key in 2nd by almost 3. And then it's the favorite, Truly Quality, who runs in 3rd right now, 5 lengths from the front. It's another 3 lengths back to Headline News, who's in a 4th position, and then another 5 back to Swore, Muggsy Fury, who's down on the inside, and Fluorescent Bay, who's on the outside. At the back of the pack are Nostalgic One and When Love Takes Over. Half mile, 46-3. Fly Right has built a 6-length lead here. Truly Quality now moves into 2nd. Lock and Key is back in 3rd. And then comes Headline News, who's moved up a spot. Swore is also gaining some ground as they go around the turn, 3/4 in 1:10-4. Fluorescent Bay has also moved up, but they're all still chasing Fly Right, who has a 2.5-length lead. Truly Quality now getting into that lead as they come for the head of the stretch. It's Fly Right and Truly Quality on the outside, and those two are right together. Here's Truly Quality right alongside of Fly Right as they move for the 8th pole. Truly Quality takes the lead. Fly Right is now back in 2nd. And then it's Swore and Headline News. It's Truly Quality to break his maiden here, going the 1.25 distance. Fly Right looked like he held 2nd over the late close of Swore.
Deadlocked at 53, the Ortiz brothers in this chase for a Belmont Spring-Summer riding title. True Quality, Irad Ortiz had him a little bit closer today, sitting 3rd in the early stages of a very strong outfield.
Well, they went fast, Lafitte. 22 and change, 46 and change. Ultimately finishing the 1.25 in 159 and change, 159 and 3. For maidens, this is a solid race. Listen, I know the course is lively, and the horses are running fast times on it, but for maidens to run this well, and the 7 Truly Quality showed some quality. Nice effort from Fly Right, who set all that pace to hold on for 2nd. He was getting desperately late, and the 8-horse ran well. Swore he was just slowly getting, but no doubt about the winner here. And you didn't think Irad was going to go quietly into that good night, did you?
Jose won the first 2 races, opened up a 2-win lead. Irad going to work. What are you noticing here, Richie?
I love what he's been doing lately, and I asked him if he picked it up from watching tapes of Chris McCarron. You know, they're limited with the number of times they can use the crop, but you can show a horse or flag a horse with the crop as much as you want. And if you watch what he was doing with his left hand, it's something Chris McCarron used to do, and just kind of wave it past their left eye. He used to do it more left-handed than right-handed. And he said, no, you never saw him do it, but he's doing a very good impression of it.
Some of that with Tiz now. And
Absolutely.
he was able to hold off Giants Causeway in the first of the 2 Breeders' Cup Classic wins.
Yep, and even his second one when he came back on.
Tis now as well, going back to back.
Yeah, with Saki.
Alphabet. When he beat Saki.
He beat Saki.
Who wound up in like the 20 path, didn't he?
Yeah, but no, that was Swain.
That was Swain.
Saki was here
right.
for America.
Yeah. Tis now wins for America. Rad Ortiz here. And still, adding to the arsenal, still trying to improve. And so, yeah, early on, it was all smiles. Jose Ortiz won 2 races. He had a 2-win lead. And Rad Ortiz, game face, gets to work, wins 2. We're deadlocked at 53.
I went down to the jockey's room to talk to both brothers this morning, and Jose was in the room. Irad was out on the turf course jogging in a plastic suit. Guy's a beast.
It's a sauna.
But he's a beast. Any jockey that has that kind of dedication, that singular focus, reminds me of a guy, Lafitte Pink Eye.
Again, the apple falls far from the tree from time to time. We're like indoor and air conditioning, and I'm still complaining. Getting everyone ready for the spa opening day on Thursday. Rad Ortiz, lots to smile about now with truly quality. Graduates in his 3rd career start. The beat goes on for trainer Jonathan Thomas. The George Strawbridge homebred strikes at 8-5, 7-4, 8-2 in the 7th of 10 on a Friday at Belmont.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Become Saratoga Live next Thursday. As always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale. Atalapa. But not done yet. Exciting closing weekend here at Belmont. Tomorrow, the Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies in the Belmont Oaks, the Belmont Derby, both Grade 1 events, and the subplot getting that much better with each passing race. This chase for a riding title. Rad Ortiz, Richie, brother Jose, 53 wins apiece.
I love it, and it's going to go all the way down to the last race. I mean, these guys want it. They're riding live horses. They're riding in great form. And you could see early on, halfway down the backstretch, Lafitte, that Jose Ortiz on the 2-horse Headline News was intent on tracking his brother Irad with Truly Quality. He was shadowing his every move. When it came time to ask their horses, it was the one that won. Truly Quality had the response. Headline News kind of threw in the towel a little bit. Fly Right hung in gamely to be second off a fast closing. Number 8, Swore.
Doesn't look anything like his grandmother. She was a monster. forever together. Breeders' Cup champion, truly quality on this Belmont lawn, and closer today where he had left himself so much to do in his first couple of races.
Well, I think, horses just learn. They get better. I mean, he broke better. He was a little bit handier for Irad. Sometimes it just takes him a couple races to kind of put it all together and figure it out. And Irad did ride this horse on debut at Indiana. I mean, here's a guy who's riding pretty much every race every day in New York, and then you'll look up on a dark day and he's riding someplace else.
And it's like a zillion% humidity, and he's in trash bags out doing laps on the turf course.
Beast mode.
Tough guy. Tough, and fighting for that Belmont riding title. What we've seen thus far in the pick 6, 2 favorites. Thank you, John. Truly quality, and bring me a check. Second or third choice in the 6th race. Turning the page in this 8th race. Just a $25,000 claiming event. Non-winners to lifetime. All for sale. All one for something. 3/4 of a mile dash. Devil's K. 9 to 5. 21 minutes out. Yeah, Easy Goer never ran in a non-winners to lifetime. It's hard to say his name, though, without, channeling Marshall Cassidy. And New York's Easy Goer, as gifted, as talented as he was popular, seemingly from day one. His story's next. Stay tuned.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner. It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run. It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
It's Easy Goer in front by a length and a half. DeRoche takes up the chase second on the rail. And it's Tricky Creek next with Montubio coming to the 8th pole. Easy Goer in front now by 2. It's DeRoche in second, followed by Montubio, Tricky Creek, and Rampart Road coming to the wire. Easy Goer in front, then DeRoche. Easy Goer in front.
Final start in his fabled career. Easy Goer in the 90 Suburban. Richie, 8 for 9 lifetime at Belmont. 7 Grade 1 wins here.
Incredible. And these wide sweeping turns at Belmont Park were ready-made for Easy Goer. He was a horse that always seemed to struggle a little bit around the turn, and that was his main rival. Sunday Silence's strength was how handy he was and how he can make multiple moves, and cat-like, where Easy Goer would build into his stride and then really finish. In a 1 mile racetrack where the turns were tighter, Sunday Silence would always get the drop on it.
It was Tom Dirk in the call on the round the far turn in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and Sunday Silence embracing for the oncoming power of Easy Goer, and he is. He's making up so much ground, finds his momentum, and you look at where Sunday Silence should be, and he's 2 lengths ahead of where you would think he was. That ability to dart away and create that separation.
Just shifty and tactical and make those quick, sudden moves. That wasn't Easy Goer's strength. He had to kind of grind into it.
Easy Goer. It's the question, what was it about him? What was it about Easy Goer that made him, so incredibly popular and adored? Sure, now you look back at his stats, his career, the resume, and everything and accomplished, and it's easy to understand. But fact is that Easy Goer mania was there from the start.
Easy Goer, I think, was a popular name for the people to say, and the New York press just hooked on to it. He still is a pretty prominent name around New York racing circles. After he ran the first time, I took him to Saratoga. I was pretty anxious to run him, and then he won. So I'm walking back through the paddock, and the press kind of converges on me, and this and that. I said, he just broke his maiden. And they said, yeah, but he ran like 2 or 3 seconds faster than the split, which I didn't realize. When he started his 3-year-old campaign, he ran the Swale. He won that, and that brought him to up here in the Gotham, where he ran a 1/5 of a second off the world record.
Easy Goer.
He ran the Wood Memorial.
Easy Goer leads past 16th hole by 2, and Rock Point is second. Easy Goer has the lead.
When we got to the Derby, we just got a little bit unfortunate that we caught that type of a track.
Sunday Silence wins this Derby by 2 lengths.
Be the Preakness.
Sunday Silence, Easy Goer, here's the finish. Sunday Silence wins it by a nose.
Belmont, I was in the race to win the Belmont, not trying to keep anybody from winning the Triple Crown. That never went through my mind. And I wanted to win the Belmont not only for the horse, but for Mr. Phipps, and I never won a Classic, so obviously, Shug was involved too.
It's New York's Easy Goer in front.
And he came out of the Belmont so good, I wanted to run him in, and we ended up waiting, but we ran him into Whitney. In the New York races, it meant something to us as of being me and the Phippses, and races that meant something. I won the Whitney and then came back and won the Travers. The fan base showed up at Saratoga, so I think that they'd probably gotten over the disappointments of the Derby and the Preakness, and it was here we go. It was a good thing, and to get to Saratoga is a special place. The Travers is a special race, and the fans showed up. And they showed up in our corner, and it made it quite a day. And Wood would have been right when we came back. That was when they were the Breeders' Cup preview days.
This is New York's horse. This is America's horse. Easy Goer in front.
You hate to see a horse like that leave, but sometimes it comes time for him to leave. Well, he went in Secretariat Stall and Bow Rulers, so he was following quite a legacy there, and all that stuff is, it can be maybe a little corny, but it does mean something. I think that Easy Goer would have gone on and been able to prove himself. The longer he'd been in stud, the better he would have gotten. There was a lot of Easy Goer shirts. Every now and then I'll see one, and you won't imagine how many people in a year's time will come up to me and say, I became a fan of horse racing because of watching Easy Goer run. Or Easy Goer was my favorite horse. I almost want to say, man, that was 30 years ago. I need another one, But he was very popular, and he was very popular with the people, and in times he still is. It's been a fun ride for me because of it, and took me to places I never thought I would be, and still is.
Shug talk Easy Goer like all day long. You think of any incredibly popular modern day athlete, franchise sports, Easy Goer, like that's what he was in racing in the late 80s. That's how much he meant to New York, New York's Easy Goer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I remember watching him lose on debut a nosed horse named Lorenzoni. And, he probably needed a race to get to his best, but think about the resume he put together. I mean, if it wasn't for Sunday Silence, he would have ran the table. But, a Belmont winner, a Champagne winner, Woodward, Jockey Cup, Gold Cup, Whitney, Travers. This is the resume he put together. And I love that he was bred by Ogden Phipps. And out of that mare, Relaxing, who was by Buckpasser, who they also campaigned Buckpasser, right? So you had generations, and he was by Aladar. It's a shame he never really had an opportunity. We lost him way too young to see what his offspring would have turned out to be. But he was an exceptional racehorse who came along in a year with another exceptional racehorse.
And that coast-to-coast rivalry, the greatest rivalry in the history of thoroughbred racing, affirmed Aladar. What Sunday Silence and Easy Goer was, and heading into that Breeders' Cup, Classic, when Sunday Silence got the best of Easy Goer on a wet track in the Derby. That incredible stretch duel in the Preakness. Sunday Silence winning by this. Easy Goer cleaning his clock here at Belmont with home court advantage. And then the Breeders' Cup Classic at Gulfstream Park, and what that meant to racing fans, how intense it was, and how there was like a line in the sand. Which side are you on? Sunday Silence, Easy Goer.
Listen, you're more of a West Coast guy. You grew up in California. I'm more of an East Coast guy. Grew up right here in New York. And I wasn't into that whole East Coast, West Coast rivalry. I really just admired two really good horses that had incredible ability, but one just was shiftier, just a little bit more naturally. Like if they were dancers, Sunday Silence would have been Fred Astaire. Easy Go would have been Gene Kelly. Powerful, but didn't have that shiftiness that could make these multiple moves.
Shug was still so he had an incredible Breeders' Cup. Dancing Spree won the sprint. Rhythm won the juvenile. And he said, we're proud of what we did accomplish. We're disappointed we didn't get it all done. And you could still tell how that stuck. Easy Goer having to finish second to Sunday Silence in that Breeders' Cup Classic. But what a horse. And the last race in his fabled career taking place in the Grade 1 Suburban. And no longer a Grade 1, but Easy Goer having won that race that you saw, his last race of his career, this year's edition with a field of 5, American Classic racing distance of 1.25 miles. Odds-on favorite in Charge It. And, yeah, we're going to keep showing it, Richie, till he does it again. Last year's Dwyer, Charge It, running up the score by 23+.
This was, he threw his hat in the ring in a big way with the 3-year-old division, and unfortunately, he was off for an extended period of time, and he came back with a nice effort. We really haven't seen him put it all back together again yet, but he is back to Belmont, and maybe he'll do Easy Goer proud and come back up with an effort like that. His Metropolitan Mile was good. It wasn't great.
I was expecting more.
Yeah, I was too.
I think Todd Pletcher was expecting more. I think there was this quiet sense of confidence going into the Met Mile that we're going to see the best Charge It has to offer, and it was a one-geared, one-pace kind of effort. Look, he's not going to be, I know who's beating Cody's Wish, but still, I thought he'd be more competitive than he was.
I agree with you. And listen, if he had run second to Cody's Wish, and you go, okay, there's Charge It. You face potentially probably the best older horse in training right now in Cody's Wish, and I'm excited to see him in the Whitney stretching out to 2 turns. But it's there. Charge It has another level of ability. He might have found the right spot. Now also the 1.25 miles. How is he going to stay the 1.25 miles?
Odds-on favorite. That's a Suburban, really good addition to the Victory Ride and the 2 Grade 1 grass events for the 3-year-olds. Phasic Tipton Belmont Oaks and the Grade 1 Belmont Derby. These are just $25,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime horses in the paddock, as you can see. 6 for a long sprint. We're looking at Devil's Key, Maggie, the current 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, as he comes in here for Linda Rice, and as opposed to last year, I think it was last year or the year before, when Linda went to Kentucky and claimed a bunch of horses, they did not perform. The ones this year have performed on the racetrack. Now, she does get fairly aggressive with the drop with this guy, but he didn't run that well, to be fair. Last time, going the 7 furlongs, he was chasing from the outside. The pace kind of came apart a bit in the fact that the 2 horses that finished 1-2 were further back, much further back in the field, but the horse that he was prompting from the outside, Cowboy Values, that really set the honest pace, he ended up 3rd, and this guy was a well-beaten 5th that day. Now, I do like the turn back to the 6. I know he didn't run well in his first start, albeit down at Gulfstream Park going the 6 furlongs, but I do think physically he's built for less ground. Compact, really built downhill. I can't fault him whatsoever here in the paddock, but I understand if people do have apprehension based upon his last effort, as he is also a 3-year-old taking on some older company for the first time. Now, a horse that is completely ice cold, I kind of wish I was ice cold on this day, but number 6 on the board, Pressure, is D.O.B. Why isn't this horse taking any more money? I don't necessarily get it, because he drops in class here. He is back to sprinting, which is what he wants to do. He is now 4th off of a layoff and looks by far the fittest I've ever seen him prior to a race recently. I think he makes a good bit of sense here. Now, maybe the thinking is he's another horse that needs the lead to be successful, and there does feel as though there's some other speed types in here. But again, I think this horse still could be effective at this level if he...
Pressure, Maggie, it is surprising. 3-1 on the morning line, hanging up there at 8-1. Richie, if you like him.
Yeah, and listen, you get Ruben Silvera, and we saw earlier in the day, Ruben Silvera is a rider that is not bashful about using a horse's speed. So any speed that pressure has, expect him to be forward, especially with Ruben Silvera.
And the favorite at 8-5 in Devil's Key, trained by Linda Rice, on the verge of securing a second Belmont Spring-Summer training title, what would be an 11th training title at NYRA. Of course, Richie, most notably the 2009 Saratoga champion trainer, Linda Rice.
Yeah, listen, I always talk about Saratoga. When you win one race up there as a trainer, owner, or a jockey, it's like winning two anyplace else because everybody's paying attention to it. To get a title there is just an incredible accomplishment.
And the momentum for Linda Rice heading into Saratoga, having all but secured. Mathematically, I'm assuming aside from something completely unforeseen, I haven't counted all of the entries and how many horses Chad Brown is running over the next couple of days, but it feels like she has already secured it. But, yeah, the momentum going into the big summer meet.
Well, and then you worry that, well, you've had such a good meeting at Belmont. Do you have, more horses that are going to fill those voids, right? When horses win, they got to move up in company, or they've come off, being tired off a tough effort.
Brown's running 2 horses today. If this was Saratoga, he'd be running 12.
Yeah, I'm completely different. But I think also, though, Linda has bench strength.
Absolutely.
Horses that she's claiming and replenishing her stock. Meticulous preparation. If you ever go to her office at Belmont, the way she's got everything laid out is pretty remarkable.
Making a right-hand turn, and Linda Rice doesn't just train, also the owner of Devil's Key, first after the claim.
Yeah, claim for 40, drops for 25, get Jose Ortiz and major player.
3-2, wow. Ginsu Warrior, first after the claim, Jimmy Ferraro.
Good effort last time for 16, moves up in company.
24-1 outsider, long shots side by side here. McCarr pictured a quick Ridgeling back sprinting today.
Yeah, and another part of that pace that we're talking about does look like ample pace sign on. Like the way he framed up here under Kendrick Carmouche galloping away.
Revving his engines, and then Scotto and Jackie Davis looking for a second upset win on the afternoon. Number 5, and Dad's Good Runner. There he is, back to dirt after the turf spin.
And one thing you notice, Javier Castellano, Derby winner, Belmont winner, Hall of Famer, he's riding horses. It doesn't matter what level.
Pressure, 7-1. Ruben Silvera representing speed potentially. Copper Chalice, number 7, blinkers on, back to dirt.
Yeah, ran huge on debut. One here at 74-1 coming from out of the clouds would be a surprise.
Moving Pictures, number 8, blinkers on, back to dirt.
Yeah, and if you throw out the last race on the turf, his dirt races are okay, and why not the other Rudy?
This is how I feel watching the Dodger bullpen this year, Richie. Playing with matches to complete the field 7-2 currently with Dylan Davis aboard.
Well, Tape takes a significant drop in class, and the Mark Hennick barn has come to life here at Belmont. If they're not winning, they're running well.
Bunch of arsonists, one after the next. Nothing coming easy.
They're torching it.
It's hard to watch the later innings. Will it be difficult to watch the favorite in this 8th race, Belmont? 8-5, JK. Your thoughts on a Devil's Key here for Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz and what would be their 3rd combined win together this afternoon?
Yeah, look, I mean, this horse, when you look at the past performances, the numbers don't really indicate 8-5. But I think if you dig a little bit deeper, there is something there. I mentioned it at the top when talking about singling this horse. And this is a great point to make leading up to Saratoga. I think looking at the workout report is crucial. You can look at the bottom of the past performances and see times, but there's various workout reports that you can get. I prefer the Daily Racing Forms workout report, where you can look and see descriptions of those works, not just Belmont, dirt, 102 and 4, 11 of 14, but it actually gives you details of who the horses were working with. Sometimes if there's a rider up, who's working that rider? I mean, who's working that horse? Which rider is up? And with the one Devil's Key, there's 2 clues in here that made me feel like this was a single. Back on June 9th, this horse worked with a horse named Guntown, who can run in the 80s to high 80s in Buyers. This horse the one Devil's Key outworked that horse, according to the workout report. So if that's any indicator, if this horse runs in the 80s, we'll be getting their picture taken, Devil's Key. The second workout on June 18th, this horse worked with another horse by the name of Cannon Fire, who won their next start in a $50,000 claiming race. So this horse has outworked two horses that can run. I think this horse is ready to fire. Linda said it in an interview with Maggie I can't remember if it was early this week or last week. They all run together. That she's very aggressive towards the end of the meets. I think she's being aggressive here, Mags.
Yeah, she is. I mean, she's just really sealing the deal. Sign, seal, deliver that envelope for this fourth consecutive NYRA meet title. So good for her. You bring up a great point about the workout reports. Certainly an edge up. I just can't wait to get to Saratoga when I can actually see them for myself, as it's a great tool to use on the XBTV website, especially when it comes to the babies. As I do want to talk about number 3, Makar, as Richie noted, lovely warm-up on a horse that wanted to be a little bit of a jerk in the paddock, rearing up, kind of striking out at his handlers. But as Richie likes to say, he got the warm-up that you want to see from a horse who has that pent-up energy and aggression. And I just think this is the right spot for him. He's sprinting on the dirt's what he wants to do. It's a logical step after you win a maiden 40 for New York breds. You're probably only worth 25, if not less. And I think this makes a lot of sense here for this drop in class. And then we'll move on to number 9. I know some people interested in playing with matches and on form. I don't blame them. He's a drop down here. Again, one that broke his maiden for maiden 40, but he's had a lot of tough spots since then. He projects to sit the right kind of trip, as there's many horses who want to go. And I think, he's probably one from the outside that could just sit behind. He's very, very sway-backed. And it's just not, look, it doesn't hurt them. It's not anything bad. It's just not a horse I'm going to endorse. So we'll see how he does with Dylan Davis aboard, guys.
He is the second choice here. A little surprising playing with matches and Dylan Davis, the swayback.
I'm still waiting to see playing with matches getting a race with running
with
scissors.
Yeah. Both of them, always a good idea. When we get to Saratoga, by the way, something else we have to remember, a trend last year, the first-time starters, remember how much they struggled and how key experience was the first maiden race of the summer, Chocolate Gelato?
Yes.
It's just kind of dull, kind of flat. The only 2-year-old in the field with experience won.
Yep.
Just something to keep in mind. A trend last year, will it carry over into the summer of 23?
Also, swaybacks, really comfortable to ride.
They're comfortable to ride.
Yeah, man, you're in that bucket seat. You're automatically low. Yeah, I used to love to ride horse Emery Appeal. It was a big swayback.
Playing with matches, the swayback will be the last to load. There he is. That was going to be my follow-up. Like, how challenging is it to ride a swayback? Apparently not challenging at all.
You just got to use a softback saddle.
Dylan Davis playing with matches, all set for the 8th from Belmont. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. Devil's Key broke well from the inside post and is going right out for the lead. Moving Pictures is in second, playing with matches far outside as Pressure now moves up. Then comes Makar in 5th, followed by Dad's Good Runner in 6th. Copper Chalice is alongside in 7th. Then it's a break of 4 or 5 lengths back to Ginzu Warrior, and Scotto is the trailer. Devil's Key leads here by 2 lengths through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Pressure, Moving Pictures, and Playing with Matches. Dad's Good Runners in between horses, and in 5th to his inside is Makar, and to his outside is Copper Chalice. Devil's Key takes the field to the top of the stretch. Playing with Matches moves up on the outside into 2nd. Pressure is down at the rail in 3rd, and then Moving Pictures, the half mile in 46 seconds. Devil's Key is still in front. Playing with Matches on the outside. Pressure looking for a way through down at the rail, then Moving Pictures. Devil's Key is maintaining the lead here, and Devil's Key will give Jose Ortiz his 3rd win today. Playing with Matches appeared to get 2nd, Photo for 3rd.
Trainer Linda Rice padding her stats. 3rd win of the afternoon, as you heard Johnny I referred to. A 3rd for Jose Ortiz, now 1 clear in the chase for a jockey title. 54-53, Jose over Arad. Is Devil's Key The favorite delivers. Even money at post time.
It's a beautiful ride. Watch everything, and I'll ask people, go back, watch the replay, and just key in on everything Jose Ortiz does. He was aggressive from the rail. He secured the lead. He gave his horse a breather without taking anything away from him, right? He didn't back him up to the field, but he settled on him. And then when he took the stiff challenge from playing with matches, Jose didn't panic. He allowed his horse to build into his finish. And, I mean, really, as heads up, a front-running rider, you're going to see. Now, you're on the best horse, but I love the ride. And now he fumbled the stick a little bit late there, too, going back from left to right. But.
Have anything to do with the humidity I've referenced and complained about 17 times on the show?
You know, I would think it does. You know how your fingers, like if you have a ring on, your fingers will swell a little bit. And in humidity like this, I think it does affect your grip on your crop, your reins. Because you see these guys making these moves that they normally do very easily without any thought, right? Changing their crop very proficiently, one hand to the other. And they're fumbling a little bit. I mean, my hands feel a little bit stubby up here. I mean,
everything about it. Everything. Jose Santos, we touched on it earlier. We'll revisit Manila, his win in the 1986 Breeders' Cup Turf. He lost his stick late. Didn't matter in the end. The Manila is next. This one, Devil's Key. Maggie, the favorite, 1986. Big afternoon. Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice.
Yeah. They are. But, guys, really? You're complaining about the weather sitting up in the air conditioning? Are you joking? I mean, you want to talk about swollen. Like, my rolls around my rings are, like, busting over, and I had to go tell somebody to get me extra deodorant just now.
I said it an hour ago how soft we are, that Maggie's out in the elements. We're in air conditioning, and we're still complaining.
Listen, I did 3 races out there. Maggie is all my respect, as she knows. Honestly, though, the suit is what does it. You just got to get rid of the suit.
Chivalry died long time ago around here. 1986, Devil's Key, Jose Ortiz, Linda Rice. Results when we come back. 2 left on the Friday program, including the Manila. How about Mission of Joy, Belmont Oaks favorite, much better post than the Belmont Derby favorite. She'll break from the rail in search of a first Grade 1 victory. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Welcome back to a steamy Belmont Park. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. turns really are sweeping, aren't they, Richie?
They are. It's just different at Belmont. You know, the only mile-and-a-half dirt course in North America, and sometimes you're on the turn for so long, you almost kind of lose yourself out there a little bit.
Yeah, you need to find Jose Ortiz. He's in the winner's circle, 3 wins this afternoon, and same for leading trainer Linda Rice, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle, where it's really not that warm this afternoon.
Stop. Anyway, I think the trainer title is under wraps, Linda, especially with this win here, Devil's Key, a horse that you picked up from Kentucky, from Churchill Downs. And I noticed that, you know, a couple of years ago you started doing it. It wasn't as successful, but this year it feels like you knew which horses to take and you knew what spots to put them in here in New York.
Yeah, you know, it was our first venture, it was 3 years ago, and it didn't go very well. But, you know, sometimes it's a learning curve, you know, so I decided not to let that deter me, and I tried it again the next year, and Tonal Impact, who's in the Suburban, we picked him up on the second year, and a couple other nice horses. This horse ran poorly the day we took him. I don't even remember if it was a shake, but we were like, oh boy, what are we going to do? You know, but we just put him in at a level that he could compete, and I think he got claimed today, so, you know, I think we're back to even.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you talk about Tonal Impact, and his last race was so huge, but now we're going to stretch him out even a little more. What I liked from that last race is that he showed a little bit more tractability. Will we see him closer to the pace going the mile and a quarter tomorrow?
Yeah, you know, I think that Jose Ortiz has been a little more aggressive with him leaving the gates and given him a little better position in his last few races. I noticed the same thing, and going a mile and a quarter, I think we're going to be closer to the pace as well.
Downtown Mischief takes on a loaded field in the Victory Ride. Talk about this talented New York-bred filly, and as you said, it's kind of the best option at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, she's won 4 out of 5 starts. She won an open stakes. She won the Bowery here at Belmont last start. I mean, when I look at that race, it's an absolute war, and I am nervous about running her there. But frankly, if she were even to run second or third in there and get some graded placing, it really secures her breeding value, and that's important for my client.
Absolutely. She bred her herself, a Lady Sheila's stable, of course. But wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. You have a lot in, yet again, but it's good to see you, I think, wrap up that meet title.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, 4th consecutive meet title. It's otherworldly, honestly, Lafitte, to be able to have the consistency, especially with a claiming barn, to keep things rolling as Linda has throughout this entire past year.
Just very sharp. The claims, winning with horses at all levels, and talking about some of the bigger stakes runners this weekend. She's wrapped up the title, but she's not done yet.
No, not at all. And it's one thing to identify horses with talent to claim, but it's also having a plan where you're going with them, where there are going to be races for them. If you claim a horse that runs big or has a lot of talent, but there are no particular conditions the horse fits, where do you go with them? You can't make money with a horse in the barn, right? So she really has a lot of foresight into why she's claiming a horse beyond just the horse's natural ability.
11th training title for Linda Rice at the New York Racing Association, 2nd Belmont Spring Summer, and arriving at Saratoga with loads of momentum. And the handicappers, they've done a good job. Richie, with the pick 6 carryover coming in, was the biggest price thus far, was Bring Me a Check, second or third choice at $9.60. 3 favorites in the first 4 races in the sequence.
Yeah, been very formful kind of day, and you're looking, if you want them to bring you a check, you're looking for a price horse here or there to kind of kick up your multi-race play.
And now we have stakes races. Who's a favorite here? Najarak. Currently 8-5. Field of 7 3-year-olds going a mile in the Grade 3 Manila. Richie, it all surprised. This could change. This could shift. Major Dude was the 2-1 morning line favorite. Najarak, and this is a Grade 3 race, but make no mistake, these are horses that eventually could be competing at the very highest level.
Yeah, absolutely. Horses develop at different stages. Maybe these are horses that are just a little bit behind the horses that we'll see compete tomorrow in the Belmont Derby. And also they're horses that maybe the trainers have identified aren't going to want to go those further distances, right? A mile to a mile and a 16-mile and 8, they'll cap out. They're not going to want the mile and a quarter and beyond. So you have kind of 2 distinct divisions of a 3-year-old or 3-year-old filly or 3-year-old colt turf horses.
Thank you. Bricks and Mortar won this race. Eventual Breeders' Cup Turf winner 2 years later, and a horse of the year. Win won this race. A Grade 1 winner eventually on dirt. Annapolis won last year, an eventual Grade 1 winner. That's the type of production you can see for horses exiting the Manila, the Friday feature that's next here on America's Day at the Races. Tomorrow, we mentioned the 4 stakes races. Start of the Turf Triple Series, exciting edition of the Belmont Derby. More 3-year-olds on grass. The Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks 3-year-old fillies. More on that in a moment. Suburban Grade 2 at $1.25 and a loaded edition of the Victory Ride, and perhaps a window into the future in terms of the Grade 1 test at Saratoga. Field for the Fasig-Tipton Belmont Oaks Invitational, 1.25 miles, and Mission of Joy drawn inside. Tyler Gaffleone in town to ride the 2-1 morning line favorite. Another date with Papilio, the top 2 finishers in the Regret. Richie, what do you make of Mission of Joy as a talent, and what did you make of her performance in the Regret?
I just thought it was a really good professional performance. I mean, you can see she had to make a little bit of room for herself. Tyler Gaffleone did it just right. Put his horse's shoulder on the other horse, didn't bump the horse, but just kind of, I need a little space to go forward, and she won fairly easy. I mean, the runner-up was closing, but did it look like Tyler Gaffleone ever asked Mission of Joy for her absolute best? She won with something left, and honestly, she was coming off of a race where she was just unlucky to lose. She should be undefeated on the turf.
The local prep, the Wonder Again, day after the Belmont Stakes. It was delayed a couple of days with the poor air quality here in New York. Prerequisite, be your best. We'll see them in the Belmont Oaks. What do you make of the strength of this as a prep, the Wonder Again, the traditional Belmont Oaks local prep?
I think it was a good prep, and the biggest thing I got out of it was be your best, kind of getting back to her best. It just seemed like she was so promising her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old, and then things kind of went somewhat awry, and she came back with an effort in the Appalachian that started making you question, well, maybe she just was a precocious 2-year-old, and maybe she's not going to go on. This signaled to me that, she found her best form. This was a step forward, and I think she's obviously a major player here.
It's a fun series, the Turf Triple for the 3-year-old boys and the 3-year-old fillies. It all gets started tomorrow. We'll have all of it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Winding down closing weekend, 2 Grade 1 events tomorrow. Todd Pletcher, he'll be represented. He's done it all. Who knows? This summer, 15th Saratoga training title, maybe. But first, he'll try and go back-to-back in the Manila today with Major Dude, currently 2-1, second choice. 16 minutes out.
They're off, and the breeders come to the has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cave Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cave Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cave Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Domino.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Manila moving through toward the inside. Dancing Brave, poised for the stretch drive on the outside 4th. Darrara has dropped out of it as the field turns for home. Theatrical coming after Estropod. Theatrical and Estrapad matching strides, theatrical by a head. Estrapad game coming back toward the inside. Manila is third, and Dancing Brave has been defeated, and they're coming to the wire, and it's theatrical. Manila coming after him. Manila on the outside, and yes, Manila gets there in the final strides.
What a field. What a finish. Jose Santos inside Manila has to go around Estrapad and theatrical with Gary Stevens. Dancing Brave considered unbeatable going in. He's toiling in fourth. Manila lengthens his stride, runs down theatrical in a Breeders' Cup Turf thriller at Santa Anita.
Yeah, theatrical, a very good horse. Dancing Brave, an ARC winner.
One of the best all time.
One of the best
considered
all
one of the best
time.
all time in Europe.
And here comes Jose Santos on Manila. Had to alter course mid-stretch. Blew his riding crop late, but the way Jose explained it, he said, I said, go champion, go, and he went, and he certainly was a champion. Theatrical, a top-class horse in his own right as well.
Theatrical came back the next year and beat Trimpolino in the Breeders' Cup Turf for Jose Santos and Leroy Jolly, the work he did with Manila and his resume. An Arlington Million winner as a 3-year-old beating older horses at the top level. Just an absolute long-distance turf dynamo.
Yeah, just a top-class racehorse. And he won the Breeders' Cup in '86 that we just watched. Todd Pletcher was 19 years old. Now he's got Major Dude in here.
Major Dude, who was the morning line favorite, current second choice field for this year's Manila. 3-year-olds kicking off the closing weekend stakes activity. There is Major Dude. I'm not saying he's as good as Manila, but he is honest, he is consistent, he has a lot of ability, and comes in with some momentum, does Major Dude. Richie, this was the Penn Mile. Early June, Penn National with Arad Ortiz. It looked like there might be some desperate moments. It looked like he might be in trouble. Actually wound up to be a relatively clean trip and a gutty win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, listen, one thing about turf racing is you need to save ground, which he did early before he was able to angle out, and you need to be able to quicken. And just because you get in some trouble, you have to wait for room, isn't always the worst thing. If anything, it maybe intensifies your closing kick. I mean, this horse finished here. I mean, he came home well. They finished up the mile in 33-3, so it certainly was a good race. And Irad knows him well. He's been his regular pilot now for 7 or 8 starts, and going to tie it up with his brother again.
They're trying to go back-to-back, Ortiz and Pletcher, having won with Annapolis last year, eventual Grade 1 winner, now with Major Dude. Maggie, what are you noticing from Major Dude, now the second choice 9-5 for this Manila?
Liffy, I think the most fun thing about my job is getting to see many of these horses when they make their debuts, especially up in Saratoga, and then maybe they go away because they're turf horses, they have the winter off, or they're targeting 3-year-old turf stakes in other jurisdictions, and then they come back. So I get to see how much they've changed. Well, Major Dude hasn't really changed that much. He's still a dude, as Arad Ortiz said in the interview that I had with him earlier. He's super laid back. He's just chilling, man. But he's grown a bit, which is good. But he pretty much looks the same as what I saw from him as a 2-year-old. So, but obviously his numbers reflect the fact that he has gotten better and he has moved on. And I like the fact that he is kind of that push button type of horse where we saw it in that Penn Mile video that he can get stopped and then he can quickly find his feet again. It's always a nice attribute to have. Now, on the other hand, Najarok has changed immensely. He has really lengthened. He's grown up to at the point of his shoulder. He's just so much more athletic looking than what I saw from him, albeit it was in his 3rd start of his career in the Futurity in which he won. And he too has just continued to get better. Now he's 3rd off of a layoff. He looks incredible here for Grand Motion. Granted, I've been persuaded by many of these motion horses that have shipped in here from Fair Hill to take them. This one is much the same. I really like Najarok here. I love the effort he's coming in off of. They added the blinkers last time, just a shortcut cheater blinker on him, and he's reunited with Flavian Pratt, who rode him to perfection in that James W. Murphy. Now, number 3, More Than Looks, I feel like they named him well. He is incredibly good looking, and so I think they were hoping that he was more than just looks. One thing I noticed in that last replay back at Ellis is that he kind of runs in his hair with his head up in the air a little bit. I wish he kind of leveled off a little bit more, but Granted, I thought it was a good effort because at the middle of the stretch, he was kind of knocked off stride a little bit, and yet he kept coming, kept going. So he might be a horse that is on the improve. And ones like this that are so good looking, they're also very athletic. That's why they're very appealing to the eye. So I think he is one that could have a shot here for Cherie DeVoe, sitting at 5-1, Lafitte.
Cherie DeVoe, Maggie, and More Than Looks, not the only quality 3-year-old turf horse she has in her stable. Richie, I was watching this from home. This was one of those moments, you're watching college football on a Saturday, you say, that guy's going to play on Sundays eventually. Watching what this guy did, Northern Invader, last week here at Belmont Park, sky is the limit for West Point, Cherie DeVoe, and this upstart Northern Invader.
It's a jaw-dropping performance. I mean, to put that much separation, and I thought it was a quality maiden field, and run fast the way he did it, and felt to me like he won with something left. This was a very impressive maiden breaking performance. Horse that had run well on dirt, but probably ran well on dirt just because he's talented. I think he got to the surface he really wants now.
Yeah, quick exchange with Cherie, and she had said that she had expected he would be better on grass. And in terms of what might be next for Northern Invader, he is an Ontario bred. The Queen's Plate is in play. And so is the Hall of Fame, naturally, for 3-year-olds on grass at Saratoga.
Queen's Plate, too, is on synthetic, and a lot of times horses that handle turf handle synthetic. It's somewhat interchangeable, not entirely, but and looking at him, I was in the paddock that day, Lafitte, and he had the widest, flattest foot. It was a dinner plate-sized foot.
The turf.
Yeah, what we call the quintessential turf foot. Maggie's the one who really opened up my eyes more to like horses' pasterns and the angle of their pasterns. I always used to look at feet more, but he had the pasterns that Maggie talks about and the foot for sure.
Can't wait to see him next in either the Queen's Plate or the Hall of Fame Northern Invader. As for this Manila post-parade, there's Armstrong, a turf debut stakes winner on synthetic at Gulfstream.
Yeah, coming off a good effort in the synthetic and chips up here, and you get Javier Castellano.
Talk of the nation, watch him early. He can get really aggressive and start pulling.
He can, but again, he's got a conditioner in Shug McGahee who sees these things and works on them, and you get Jose Ortiz, who's just riding lights out.
He is More Than Looks for Cherie DeVoe. Does his best running late. Johnny, via board?
Yeah, true closer in a race that I don't see tremendous amount of speed. A lot of horses with similar styles. They like to stalk or be forward.
Najarok, those blinkers on. Impressive James Murphy, winner Preakness Day.
Yeah, real nice effort there. And another one that likes that stalking position, kind of puts himself in the game.
Major Dude, world-class connections, Penn Mile winner, 9-5 now the second choice.
Yeah, nice to see a offspring of Bolt D'Oro handling turf as well. This is just a nice horse who shows up every time.
Star 2-year-old Bolt D'Oro. Beluni, number 6, so far back in the Pennine Ridge.
Yeah, I think, a horse that showed he can be more comfortable in a stalking position, although that was a slow pace in the Woodhaven at Aqueduct.
Activist investing is out. Dreaming of Kona, expect him to set the tempo in his turf debut. He's quick.
Yeah, this is the speed. I mean, this horse has sprint speed. He's 2 for 2 on synthetic. Again, does it always translate to turf? No, but usually it's kind of a pretty good indication that a horse will handle turf if they handle synthetic.
Final Friday of the meet in the featured Manila. 3-year-olds, $250,000 purse, grade 3. A mile on the Widener, and you're looking at the favorite in Najarok. So this was the best performance of his career to date in the James Murphy. We touched on this at the top of the show. Graham Motion had wanted to race him with those blinkers. He put the blinkers on, and Najarok responded.
It certainly had the desired effect. I mean, this horse really finished the deal. And if you look at a horse's ears, it's a good indication of their focus. And when he hit the front, his ears didn't come up and his head didn't come up and he started losing focus. His head was still out and down. His ears were pinned. This is a horse that is focused on going forward and finishing his job. And that's most of the time what you want when you add blinkers on a horse.
And JK, it's a question of who he beat in the Murphy. That turf course was rock hard at Pimlico Preakness weekend. Just if you're looking to poke a hole or two in this Manila favorite in Najarok, what are you expecting from him today?
He ran okay first out at Indiana where the turf course was listed as good. So The thing about this horse is that he's tactical, and you got Flavien Prat, who is also, in my opinion, one of the greatest tactical turf runners we have in the game right now. He finds position forward so often, and I don't know if it was from his starting in California and being around a more speed favoring race course that he just finds position forward. It's really seemed to become a real weapon for him. Najarok really has shown a lot of speed, has been finishing well, has nice final numbers. But I guess if you have to poke a hole in what he did last time, it was a perfect trip on a firm turf course where he kind of laid over the field as well. But he did what he was supposed to do. He showed up and he won by 3. I wanted to single here in the multis, but looking at the number 5 Major Dude, I couldn't ignore some of this horse's nice runs. I mean, he ran well in the Kitten's Joy at Gulfstream. He ran well at Turfway on the synthetic and the Jeff Ruby Stakes, my favorite stakes race to talk about, Jeff Ruby Stakes. And then he ran well in the American Turf as well. This is a nice horse that if Najarok doesn't get things his way, I do think the 5 Major Dude should win. Look, this is one of those races that comes up where I feel extremely confident locking it up with these two. But then again, we're in the state of New York. We're at NYRA. We're on the turf, and Chad Brown has a runner. Mags, can you help me out a little bit here?
Look, I don't know, JK. Pace is, as it always does, is going to make the race. But while I am going to talk about Belmont, I still can't get it out. It sounds great when I say it in my head, one of those names, and then it sounds like poo when I say it out loud. But he is a horse that I thought would benefit from turning back, so therefore he got more pace to run at. But it does feel like it's a little hard to make up ground here on these very firm turf courses that we're seeing here at NYRA, at Belmont. But like I said, if he happens to get that pace where he could, when you look at this race on paper, there's several horses that can be forward in here. Obviously, Major Dude and Najarok are 2 of them, and we saw Talk of the Nation so headstrong last time. I'm wondering what they ought to do with him. And then you have the pure confirmed speed horse, number 8 in here, Dreaming of Kona. Now, he is definitely the fastest of the fast here, and I don't know any other reason why they would be in here other than to go to the lead. Now, I know we're talking about some under-the-radar connections and an unproven turf commodity. We saw a progeny of Fast Anna bring me a check win earlier on the turf, and this guy is about as turf-conformed as you could ask for. Richie brought it up. He's got the massive dinner plate feet. He's got the most angular pasterns you could think of. Obviously, he's had success on the synthetic. Now, like I said, I don't know how good he is, but he's seriously a major player in regards to pace in this race and the fact that it feels like forwardly placed horses are running well over these turf courses, Lafitte.
Maggie, he figures to be in control early. A matter of how long he can stay in control. Dreaming of Kona from the outside at 26-1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's been a nice, consistent sort, 3 wins from 6 starts. He has speed, which is a good commodity to have, and he should be forward. And nice to see Scott Spieth have an opportunity to come up here to Belmont, horse that obviously is all in the family.
On the outside, Dreaming of Kona, how far can he take this field? The 3 top contenders, number 2, Talk of the Nation, number 4, Najarok, the favorite, Major Dude, essentially all have the exact same running style with that tactical speed sitting just off the pace.
Yeah, it could be a log jam in there for that stalking spot, right? And they're obviously horses that are all contenders, so the riders are going to be very aware of each other. I went with the 2, Talk of the Nation. I just think he's going to be sitting the trip inside, then he's going to have to get lucky and find a place to go when the time comes.
Let's watch Talk of the Nation when he breaks and watch his head and watch how much Talk of the Nation is fighting Jose Ortiz and how much Jose Ortiz is having to fight Talk of the Nation to try and get him to relax.
Again, you know, we see what's visible, right, out on the racetrack. A lot goes into the morning hours, the training sessions, getting horses to try to cooperate, make it easier for the riders. Top conditioner like Shug McGahee, very adept at getting horses to come back and settle more.
Bricks and Mortar won this race as a 3-year-old. Breeders' Cup Turf winner, Horse of the Year. Annapolis last year, now a Grade 1 winner. Post time for the Grade 3 Manila. Johnny I standing by.
And they're off. in the Manila Stakes. Talk of the Nation along with Nagarok, and on the outside, Major Dude. Talk of the Nation has the early lead, and Nagarok is running in second. Dreaming of Kona now ranges up to grab third. Right alongside is Major Dude and in fourth. Belloni, a bit tough to handle there, who's in fifth position right now. Then the gray Armstrong trailing the field is More Than Looks in seventh. Talk of the Nation leads here by a neck. Nagarok on the outside in second. The quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Then it is Big Long Shot, Dreaming of Kona, and Major Dude. They are heads apart, third and fourth. At the back of the pack, the trio of Belloni, More Than Looks, and Armstrong. Talk of the Nation holding on to that narrow lead over Nagarok. Talk of the Nation, Nagarok, now they are right together, and Belloni is now moving up on the outside to join the front runners. Three of them across, just in behind, Major Dude and Dreaming of Kona. More Than Looks is on the move. Armstrong's now the trailer, half mile 45 and 2/5 seconds as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Talk of the Nation and Nagarok. As Belloni has dropped out of it, they come off the turn and enter the stretch. Nagarok on the outside, narrowly. Talk of the Nation continues to battle on. Then comes Major Dude, and on the outside, More Than Looks. It is Nagarok and Talk of the Nation, and these three-year-olds are fighting it out with More Than Looks coming on the outside. More Than Looks with the momentum to win it under Johnny Velasquez. And it's a photo for second between Talk of the Nation and Nagarok. The mile on the widened turf, 1 minute, 33 seconds.
Beautifully timed ride. Johnny Velasquez, More Than Looks. Maggie told you in the paddock, More Than Looks. A late threat for Cherie DeVoe, the 3-year-olds in her stable who excel on grass between Northern Invader and now More Than Looks. Some trading of paint with Nagarok to his inside. Talk of the Nation as More Than Looks, Richie, continues to cut into their lead.
Yeah, what can you say? Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez continues to be able to compete at the highest level. And the first thing you see to go on riders as they get older, to me, is their legs. They just don't have the same leg strength. Their legs get to rocking. You do not see that with John Velasquez at all. I see no diminishing of his strength, of his core strength, of all his infinite skills. And, you know, I always marvel at how he stays so motivated. He's accomplished about everything there is to accomplish. And this is just a really nice effort for More Than Looks, who took advantage of two horses that got kind of hooked up with each other. And, you know, they fought it out to the wire, very competitive. Talk of the Nation actually came back and outgamed the four Nagarok.
It didn't unfold the way we thought. Talk of the Nation, who wound up in front. Nagarok was actually more keen than he was right there, and we mentioned the trading of paints and bumping at the top of the stretch between the second and third place finishers. Talk of the Nation and Nagarok. What are you seeing, Richie?
Yeah, they came together coming off the turn. Jose Ortiz went to a left-handed crop, came out into Nagarok.
Nagarok, I believe.
And, you know, came back and did outgain him. It wasn't a lot. It was just a little bit of, I would say, rubbing more than bumping. And
Rubbin's racing?
Rubbin's racing. Nice effort, though, from Talk of the Nation, who did not want to be passed and did everything to fend off Nagarok. Just could not fend off the well-judged ride by John Velasquez with the three More Than Looks. And he just won a stake, and the best turf horse in Cherie DeVoe's barn might be back at the barn.
A 3-year-old turf horses for Cherie DeVoe. Victory Racing Partners, congrats. In his stakes debut, More Than Looks. And Johnny Velasquez, who also rides Northern Invader, able to sweep on by Talk of the Nation and Nagarok in the latter stages. More Than Looks, 7-1, 3, 2, 4, 5 results. Reaction following the Manila next.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Exciting Friday of racing. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. First upset in this pick six sequence with the carryover More Than Looks. And the winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings and horses of racing age. July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Johnny V back in a familiar setting. The winner's circle here at Belmont Park. Beautifully timed ride. Patiently biding his time, Richie, with More Than Looks. Cut him loose, runs down Talk of the Nation and Nazarok, and victorious in his stakes debut.
Yeah, really nice effort here by the winner. Great job training Cherie DeVoe. And listen, Johnny Velasquez, I'm just so impressed with him. I've known him since he first came here as an apprentice rider, and watching his evolution and his growth as a human being, as a rider, it's been really a gift to have a front row seat to it and watching his only mount today and deliver that kind of ride.
There's a big smile there and posing for pictures. The hardware following the Manila Victory Racing Partners. Congratulations, winning owners. Cherie DeVoe touched on the talent of turf 3-year-olds in her stable. And Johnny Velasquez, 1,000 wins last year at Saratoga, takes down this Manila, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
I'm gonna. It's a big winner's circle celebration here with Victory Racing, but please be joined by Anthony Bartolo and Adrienne DeVoe, assistant to her sister Cherie. And Anthony, what a progression we've seen from More Than Looks throughout his brief career so far.
Yes, he's done a wonderful job, and Cherie DeVoe is just fantastic at what she's done with this horse to kind of get him to settle along the way. I mean, the first few races he was a little bit rank and throwing his head, but he's come together, and we've never had any fractions to run into before. So today when they went 45, I was like, we have something here, and Johnny did a great job swinging him out, and we went from there. And it was wonderful for our Victory Racing Partners group. This was our first stakes win, let alone a grade.
Oh, wow, I didn't realize that. Congrats.
So this was a treat for the group, and we have a bunch of partners here. So can't thank Adrienne and Cherie enough, and the team is fantastic. So,
well, real quick, I have to ask you about the name, More Than Looks.
Well, as a More Than Ready, basically, he was so good looking, we had to go with More Than Looks, and they had it available, so we were thrilled. So that was great, and need to give a shout out to my partners, Doug and Scott, back home, and I love those guys and what they've done to have faith in what we put together here. So I'm thrilled.
Well, enjoy your first, celebration in the champagne room with this greatest stakes win. Adrienne, I know you'll have some champagne, I'm sure, but what a great job you've done for your sister. Talk a little bit how rewarding it is to be along on the ride with her.
Watching Cherie, took her a year to get her first win, and I kind of joined along after that, and it's been amazing to see the progression, just the number of horses, the quality of horses, and from winning, we won 2 grade 3s with the same horse, and now we're adding this to the list with multiple listed stakes, and it's the big sis moment, so I'm really proud of her.
As you should be. It's okay that you jumped on the bandwagon, after the first win.
That was an awesome job.
Sorry, it's, I saw her going up, I was like, well, I guess it's time to go, so.
Well, Adrienne, congratulations. You worked so hard. And Anthony, congratulations to you and your partners.
I appreciate you very much. This was wonderful.
It was so exciting. Such a thrill, especially for such a good group of owners to get the win here with More Than Looks in the Manila, guys.
Richie, for anyone in this sport, it's so hard to win in this game. It's so hard to win graded stakes races, and for what that means for everyone in that winner's circle, a first ever graded stakes win.
You could just feel the energy emanating off of them with this kind of win. And to get it done like that with a horse that, had a little bit of a propensity to be a little keen, to settle so well, and here he comes with that run, and I'm sure they were rooting pretty hard.
Big sister pretty proud. Cherie DeVoe, her sister. And I remember she won her first stakes race at Churchill opening night last year, I believe it was, a former assistant for Chad Brown for several years. And now with the stock in her stable, these 2 3-year-olds, and we have a bad habit in racing of always wondering, what's next? What's next when a horse wins?
Sure.
We're thinking, maybe the Hall of Fame and maybe the Canadian winds up in the Queen's Plate.
Yeah, no doubt, but that's kind of the nature of our game, right? We're always looking ahead instead of maybe staying in the moment.
They're enjoying that one, and they're going to enjoy it tonight. More Than Looks. That was the first tricky one in this sequence for the pick 6 with the carryover. 1640 with one left on the Friday program. $75,000 maiden claimer. Back to the grass. Oh, staying on the grass. Mile and a 16th. Inner turf course fillies and mares. And the field with updated odds. Couple of them at 5-2. Financial Advice 5-2. Whiskey Lullaby 5-2. 19 minutes out. When we come back, this is 6 days, just 6 days till opening day of the 155th season at Saratoga. And they drew today. An early start. Handicappers, school night. Some homework to do. We can't wait. We'll have live coverage each and every day right here when America's Day at the Races becomes Saratoga Live.
Eclipse champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 485,000. Thank you. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Feza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. And it does include Saratoga, I believe. 155th season, opening day on Thursday. They drew today. Great to have an early start for the handicappers. As always, the opening day feature, the Schuylerville, the first of the 2-year-old fillies stakes races in the series, the Adirondack, and eventually the Grade 1 Spinaway. Johnny Velasquez, who's won over 1,000 races at Saratoga. You saw Rad Ortiz, several riding titles. As good as it gets in North American racing, Richie, the most prestigious individual race meet in North America.
It's just fantastic, and I'm so happy that I'm still a part of this. And every day, opening day of Saratoga, is like a Christmas morning.
So exciting. All get started Thursday, and a big field, 11 of them, for the Schuylerville Grade 3, 3/4 of a mile dash, and some lightly raced fillies, inexperienced, a status seeker, a major player going in. Look at this. Here's her maiden win, Richie, in early June right here at Belmont Park.
What you're going to really be impressed with and admire here is her courage for a young horse to be in as tight as she was around the turn there. She moved up in between horses where there was not a lot of space when she started there, but she went there bravely, and we see a lot of horses break their maiden first time out, showing speed throughout, to basically going wire to wire. She's already got experience. She's seen traffic. She's gotten kickback. Her race wasn't particularly fast, but you gotta like the way she did it.
Now, her name's Saratoga Secret, but like last year's winner who shipped in from Kentucky, Saratoga Secret, graduating her first career win, Ellis Park, and doing so impressively.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about. She was laying second, but she's always in the clear, so she didn't get that same kind of experience. But for a daughter of Arrogate to show this kind of speed on debut, this kind of precocity, now the Arrogates have been running, and we've seen some very good ones now, and it's a shame we won't see more of them. Unfortunately, we lost him too soon. But Saratoga Secret was very impressive. Quick turnaround, though, right? She just broke her maiden in June 23rd.
And Sugar Treat. So we have the filly exiting the Belmont race, coming in from Kentucky. We saw the Ellis performance by Saratoga Secret, a Sugar Treat graduating at Gulfstream Park in South Florida.
Yeah, and this is on synthetic, so now we're going to have to see if she's as capable on the dirt. Obviously, she must have trained well enough. Mark Cassidy's not a guy who's running in stakes just to be in stake races. You know, she had to show, obviously, that she belongs. Didn't, break particularly well. A little bit of different kind of kickback on synthetic than she'll get on dirt if she has to come from off the pace. But this was a nice effort from her on debut.
And it's not just the 2-year-old fillies in the Schuylerville. Some of the stars that have debuted opening day at Saratoga. My Miss Aurelia, an eventual champion. Last year it was Chocolate Gelato, eventual Frisette winner, one of the major contenders for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. 2 years ago, Echo Zulu, eventual multiple Grade 1 winner and a champion. Part of what makes Saratoga so special, a glimpse into the future stars of the sport, that they begin their careers in upstate New York.
Yeah, particularly the 2-year-olds. And, I used to save all of my programs, and I have programs from the 80s of Saratoga. And you'll have a 10 or 12 horse 2-year-old maiden race. And I've got the programs where you look, well, that horse wound up being sprint champion as a 4-year-old. That horse wound up being turf champion later on. Oh, that horse won the Kentucky Derby the following year. All coming out of the same race. And it's the one place you can go into a race going, I love my 2-year-old. This 2-year-old's trained so well. And just run into something better. I had that experience with a Rusty Arnold filly. Finished 3rd, thought she couldn't lose. Winning Colors won the race. She only won the Derby the next year. And a filly named Epitome finished 2nd. She won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies that fall.
Yeah, at a huge price at Hollywood Park. And it's a trend we're going to have to follow. Because last year, how much of an edge 2-year-olds had with experience versus the hotshot, expensive young 2-year-olds that were making their debut and that really kind of just spun their wheels in their debut. The difference between Chocolate Gelato, what she did in her debut, which was kind of and what she did in her second career start.
Well, she had shown ability in the mornings. It's just a different endeavor with other horses. And in workouts in the morning, you're working with your workmates to get the best you can out of your horse, to educate your horse, to get them physically fit. In the afternoon, you have more workmates, and they're working against you. They're trying to beat you. They're not trying to help you become the best you can be.
And it was just a tiring track early on. In the meet. Again, something we'll follow very closely in the early stages of the 155th season, opening day next Thursday, and we're going to spend a lot of time on Big Fox. From the coaching club, American Oaks, week number 2, where Nest and her breakout party and what she parlayed that into in the Alabama. 6 Saturdays on Fox. The Jim Dandy Keep Prep for the Travers. The Whitney, 4-Star Dave, Alabama, and eventually the Travers, August 26. Summer at Saratoga only on Fox. We still have one left here at Belmont Park on the eve of the Belmont Oaks Belmont Derby. Chad Brown, well represented. For Seth Klarman, there is Financial Advice. 5-2 current favorite, 11 minutes out. Maggie's Paddock Report, riders up, post-parade for the 10th and final, winding down this pick 6 sequence. Stay tuned.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
Lots on the line for the 10th and final. Winding down the pick 6 horses in the paddock. Take a look at the field and updated odds for this $75,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. Fillies and mares, 11 and 12 are out, 10 of them here with financial advice. The current favorite at 5-2. World-class connection. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, Maggie. Financial advice. What are you noticing from the favorite in the paddock?
Look, she's run the fastest races, Lafitte. She is one of the drop downs in here, and she's just kind of more of a proven commodity. She looks fine. She's a bit of a big, burly type of filly, so the fact that she hasn't been able to pair races back in relatively a shorter amount of time concerns me a little bit. For the fact that, albeit this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her, I wish she looked more fit as a heavy favorite, but there's no doubt about it. I'm not really trying to talk anybody off of her. It's just something I notice because she does have those lines in her form. Now, there's a few horses trying the turf for the first time. Checking in with number 1, Freedom for All. She's one that I got to see 2 back when second over at Oaklawn Park. Now, these American Freedoms, they kind of trick me a little bit because all of them have that proverbial turf hoof, but they don't seem to run that well on the surface change, and there's really no turf in the pedigree with her. Yet, she looks like a turf horse, so I don't know what to think. I wish there was a modicum of turf pedigree to back me up here, but she definitely has a turf hoof. She has that long, kind of rangy body with a little bit of a weaker hind end, where she should be able to push off this surface a bit better. But if anything, she looks slightly better too than when I saw her back at Oaklawn, so I move forward. Number 5, Don't Tell Amy. On the top side, it's definitely a good influence, being a daughter of Twirling Candy. The dam never tried the turf. This is the first foal to run. And the second generation included a lot more dirt route type of runners. She looks as though she should be able to handle the turf, honestly. She's one that does struggle to carry her weight as she comes back off a little bit of a layoff. It looks as though she's put some on, a little stronger behind the saddle. Still wish there was more of her, to be completely honest, but definitely not a negative when it comes to the surface switch. Lafitte?
That would shake things up in this pick 6, Maggie, at a price. Don't Tell Amy. Best of luck to you and Tom. 12-1 currently. Javier Castellano to ride. And yeah, just a $75,000 maiden claimer, Richie, but a lot on the line with the pick 6 sequence and the carrier coming over in today's action.
Wow, look at those payoffs. I mean, and it was fairly formful through most of the sequence.
Except for the last one, yeah.
Yeah, and even that horse wasn't impossible to come up with, but I mean, a good handicap, and if you were able to mine that nugget. But that's one beauty about coming to the races. You can have a good day and actually leave with more than you came.
See? Flavian Pratt, he's had many good days here at Belmont Park. 4th of July, the 5 wins, 3 stakes wins last weekend. Poised for another productive weekend with the stakes mounts tomorrow. Who did you wind up with in this one?
Well, I was having a hard time seeing past the 6 horse, your favorite, Financial Advice with Flavian. You know, there are horses in here that I think have had either too many chances for my taste.
Right.
And then, several that are trying turf for the first time. I like what Maggie had to say about the one, Freedom for All. And she's actually run some nice races and made an allowance on dirt, and now she gets an opportunity to drop in class, get on turf. Now, she's been training up in Saratoga, and I don't see any turf workouts. But they also have the ability to gallop on the turf there. And sometimes you can see even more just watching how a horse moves over the turf.
Freedom for All in her turf debut. We'll start with her. She's 7-1. Dylan Davis to ride. Favorite, no surprise. Financial Advice at 2-1. Get another look at her in the post parade. There's Freedom for All for Kenny McPeak in the money in 2 of 3.
Yeah, has run well and tries turf for the first time. But I'd be pretty sure that she's been galloping on the grass occasionally in Saratoga.
31-1 outsider. Katie's check ride with the apprentice. Blinkers on. Jamie Torres aboard.
Yeah, getting onto the turf for the first time for Jimmy Bonbarn. And she does have turf works to go on here.
Diamond Status, who was defeated as the favorite in her latest 13-race maiden.
Scott Race is certainly good enough to win here, but that 0 for 13 mark is a bit off-putting for me.
Jose Ortiz looking for a 4th win on the afternoon. Wixie Pixie, a quick turnaround for her.
Yeah, out of a mare that has produced turf winners, actually a 3-time turf winner from 5 tries, so there is some turf pedigree there.
Number 5, Don't Tell Amy. Heard Maggie said and likes what she sees from her. Javier Castellano at a price.
Yeah, and a filly that ran really well on debut. Kind of things went a little bit sideways, but now getting onto the turf. And Maggie talked about the sire being a good turf influence.
And financial advice revving her engines.
Yeah, again, getting that relief, to the maiden claiming, and, that's significant. It's basically, in a maiden allowance race, you're still trying to find out if your horse has maybe a chance to go on and be a kind of stakes performer. You get to the maiden claiming level, you're losing some of those.
Number 7, Can't Keep Me Down, Ruben Silvera, and she showed speed, made the lead in her latest.
And a fast pace, too, going a mile. So she's one that should be forward, especially Ruben Silvera. This guy, he'll allow a horse to roll.
And let him rip. Red Ortiz, Volatility, one behind his brother in the Belmont Jockey standings.
Yeah, a nice effort last time where she actually went after the leader, hit the front, and just didn't have enough left to hold off the back runners, but she made the first run.
And there's Meow Meow Hiss, winding up, blinkers on for her and giving Trevor McCarthy a hard time.
Yeah, you can see when horses put their head up how a rider loses control. Your reins are your brakes and your steering. When a horse puts her head up in the air, you lose both.
How about the meet Michelle Nevin is having? And with Whiskey Lullaby here, the second choice at 3-1.
She's been having a terrific meet, and she talked about it earlier in the day. Maggie interviewed her, how horses have just matured, and they're ready to run, and she's been winning off the bench. And this horse certainly has speed, and turf race is good enough to win here.
There she is with Kendrick Carmouche, and from that outside box, going a mile and a 16th. How tricky for a rider. What's the key to be successful from out there?
Well, that's the part that makes it difficult for her because, we're on the inner turf. And essentially what you're doing is breaking on the outside fence of the outer turf. And then you're going immediately into that dog leg and then turn to the left. And when you're outside, you're just taking the worst of it.
See what happens early on from the outside. Whiskey Lullaby trying to graduate in her 7th career start. JK is with us. JK, what are you most excited about? What are you looking forward to most with Saratoga and opening day on the horizon? Spending the summer with Austin, I see.
Well, look, I'm excited about, I'm just probably sneaking a Shake Shack at some point. I'm also excited about seeing Cody's Wish, hopefully in the Whitney. I'm excited for great betting opportunities. Austin's also excited for some stuff. What are you excited for?
I'm excited for the lemonade stand and Lafitte's picks.
Lafitte's picks? Is he trolling you, Lafitte? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he is. We haven't seen your picks in a while, Lafitte. As far as this race is concerned, I really like the 10 towards the outside. We talked a little bit at the top about the 6 financial advice. And when you look at Chad Brown's horses that he drops in these races, from maiden special weight to maiden claimers, for a trainer who wins at 25%, 26% at basically every category, to find a category in which in the last 2 years he's only winning at 8%, you like to think that's a negative. When he has horses for Seth Klarman's Klarvich Stables and he drops these horses from maiden special weight to maiden claimers on the turf in the last 2 years, there's been 12 of them, only one of them has won, and only 33% of them have hit the board. It's just not something he does. A lot of things right, not something he does great. I love the 10 Whiskey Lullaby, speed towards the outside. Maggie, what are you excited about with Saratoga right around the corner?
Well, I probably sound like a broken record, JK, but I get so excited about doing the baby races, the 2-year-old races. They're such a fun puzzle for me to decipher, watching those workouts I talked about, going through pedigrees, endless pedigrees, and then ultimately getting to see how they act, how they look in the preliminaries, and trying to sniff out a future star that we may see there. And we don't have to wait too long about finding a future star, possibly, as the Schuylerville did get 11 horses in it, as we'll and 2, funnily enough, Grace said yesterday to Willow, because we usually have breakfast dance parties in her house at Saratoga, and she turned on Alexa and said to her little sister, "Come on, Willow, we got to get in the Saratoga spirit." So got me in the Saratoga spirit as we take a look at number 10, Whiskey Lullaby, for Michelle Nevin. Now, Jose Cameo was the previous trainer of this horse, and when Jose Cameo had her and had those 2 good 3rd place efforts, it was when his barn was going really, really well. So still not quite sure how good she is. She has speed, which can be very dangerous. On the other hand, too, as I said earlier, Michelle Nevin's horses have come off layoffs looking as though they're ready to rock and roll. I can't quite say that about Whiskey Lullaby, though she is one that has historically carried good weight. Just looks as though she needs to come up across that top line, and she's awfully quiet here today. I wish she had a little bit more energy as a likely speed type. Just a quick note on number 9, Meow Meow Hiss is wearing an extension blinker for the first time, probably why Trevor McCarthy was having trouble in the warm-up, Lafitte.
And see how she behaves in the race. Whiskey Lullaby to the outside, representing speed. Kendrick Carmouche, 10th in final post time. Here's Johnny I. One final time.
And they're off. From the inside, it is Katie's Check Ride going out for the lead, along with Diamond Status. Wixie Pixie is there, along with Financial Advice. So it's 4 of them across the track. And from the outside, Whiskey Lullaby now ranges up into 5th. Don't Tell Amy is in 6th. Can't Keep Me Down is next and in 7th as they go around the turn. There goes Whiskey Lullaby, who has taken over. Diamond Status in 2nd. Wixie Pixie is next in 3rd. Financial Advice, the favorite, runs in 4th. Katie's Check Ride down on the inside in 5th, followed by Don't Tell Amy in between horses and in 6th. Can't Keep Me Down on the outside is in 7th. A break of 3. Back to Volatility, then Meow Meow Hiss, and Freedom for All, the trailer in 10th. Quarter win in 22 and 4. Whiskey Lullaby leads by 3 parts of a length, with Diamond Status second by a head. Katie's Check Ride down at the rail, half mile 46 and 4. Financial Advice and Wixie Pixie, those two are right together. Can't Keep Me Down is on the inside and moving up a spot. Then Don't Tell Amy, Meow Meow Hiss, gains some on the outside. And then it's Volatility and Freedom for All. The field is moving for the top of the stretch with Whiskey Lullaby, the one to catch. Down at the rail is Katie's Check Ride. Then comes Diamond Status in 3rd, followed by Financial Advice. It is Whiskey Lullaby, Katie's Check Ride, Diamond Status, Financial Advice. Freedom for All is putting in a big move out in the middle of the course. Here is Diamond Status, who comes away with the lead. Freedom for All continues to gain on the outside. It is Diamond Status and Freedom for All. Diamond Status holds on. Freedom for All was 2nd. Volatility closed to be 3rd.
Exclamation point on a big afternoon for Jose Ortiz at Belmont Park. 4 wins on this final Friday of the meet. Diamond Status graduates in her 14th career start. 7-2 at post time.
14th time was the charm, and she worked out a beautiful trip. And Jose has been putting horses in position, forward position, position to win, and that was the difference here. The one, Freedom for All, go back and watch her trip. Off the bridle early, not showing any speed, took her a while to find her stride, and then when she wanted to run, she was inside, she was steadied. And then Dylan said, I don't want to get steadied again, and he angled out, and he wound up getting pushed out, better than 10 wide, finished well. But the winner, Diamond Status, with the perfect trip, made 14th time the charm, and Jose Ortiz ends the day with a 2-win lead.
Right back where we started after the first hour of the broadcast in the first 2 races.
He bookended the day, didn't he?
They're just, toe-to-toe, punching, counter-punching. 55-53. Jose Ortiz, 2-win lead over Brother Arad with 2 full days of racing left at Belmont Park. And you can see Ortiz going to work with Diamond Status. She's responding. Whiskey Lullaby digging and considering how much ground she lost early on and throughout. Big effort from Whiskey Lullaby just to eventually fading to 4th.
Yeah, Whiskey Lullaby is definitely a horse you want to keep an eye on going forward, back, watching for her in Saratoga, because she was at least 7 wide around that first turn, and that outside post is such a distinct disadvantage, and Maggie talked about her probably being better off for having a race under her belt. She's one you want to keep an eye on going forward, as is the one, Freedom for All, who will probably be favored next time. We're not going to get that 7-1. It just had a terrible trip, having to steady at a critical juncture and then being forced so wide on the turf. I think you're better off sometimes just staying in there and just saying, okay, if it works out, I'll be a hero. If not, there'll be another day. Horse has a hard race coming wide, doesn't get the money anyway.
Yeah, big field. Yeah. Mile and a 16th here at Belmont. It often, trip and racing luck is everything.
Yeah, and to be fair to Dylan, too, she was off the bridle early. It looked like she wasn't traveling on the grass whatsoever. And it's really hard for a rider to gauge how much he has underneath him to get to a spot when a horse is off the bridle. So he wheeled her out to the clear. She put her head down. She ran, but the ground loss cost her.
Diamond Status breaks through. Sperando Racing Stable, the winning owners. Carlos Martin, winning trainer. Jose Ortiz, 4 wins on the afternoon, and we'll have those results in just a moment with the pick 6, the carryover coming in. We had the upset, more than looks, in the Manila, and here 970. Include in on this one. Richie, 6-1 in the morning line, 7-2 at post time. Any excuses for the favorite? Financial advice off the board.
Looked like she was in a good spot, traveling well. Just had no run when it counted, and reason she dropped down, we'll probably see her in for even less in Saratoga.
14,000 plus the payout. Big afternoon, Jose Ortiz. How about Austin coming with the smoke? Wants to see my picks.
I kind of liked it. Looked like he was enjoying himself.
That shirt goes missing, Austin. That Biggie Small shirt goes missing. You know who has it. You know who's wearing it. Turning just like his father. Manila today. How exciting was that? More than looks. First graded stakes win for the Victory Racing Partners. And tomorrow with the Belmont Derby, Ireland's the Foxes favored, but a bad outside post. And of course, History of Joy, the Belmont Oaks favorite. Good post. She's drawn inside the Belmont Oaks, Belmont Derby, a couple of Grade 1 events on the final Saturday of the meet. We'll see you then.
Momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.